Chapter 1. The Chosen Child of Destiny. On the Douyu livestream platform, a host named Fat7 Striving Life was currently broadcasting live. The stream had a modest audience, with only a handful of viewers online. Surrounding majestic mountains were lush with vegetation, and at the foot of these mountains lay a tranquil lake, kissed by a gentle breeze and offering a picturesque scene. In the upper left corner of the live stream, akin to an ink-wash painting, a man was reclining in a bamboo chair, fishing by the lakeside. Suddenly, the chat erupted with comments. Such beautiful scenery here. The air must be incredibly fresh. Where is this place? Where's the host? Before long, a few more viewers joined, captivated by the stunning surroundings and deciding to stay. Hey, is that guy in the upper left corner the host? Good eye. I didn't even notice him there. Seriously, why is the host so far away, facing away from the screen? He's being so aloof. The existing fans were mostly zombie followers. The newcomers, having only caught a glimpse of the man in the bamboo hat reclining nearby, immediately mistook him for the host. It seems like the host is fishing. Why does he have to be so far away? Yeah, I've never seen a host like this so detached. But the scenery is truly exceptional. I'm in love with it. After a while, the viewers finally saw the figure move. At that moment, Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware of the live stream behind him. He felt the fishing line tugging downwards, as if something heavy was pulling it into the depths. His brows lifted at the sensation, and a smile graced his handsome face. It's on the hook. Yesterday, Jiang Chen became the chosen child of destiny, granted an unpacking system and a starter gift pack containing the following items. Folk Artisan, mastery of various lost folk crafts. Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia Master, a walking encyclopedia of the animal and plant kingdom. Koi Fishing, capable of catching exquisite fish, even without a hook. The system allows for one free box opening each day. However, to continue opening additional boxes, he must sell items in the shop to earn the corresponding points. Unfortunately, his selling function had yet to be activated. In the morning, Jiang Chen utilized the folk artisan skill to create a fishing rod and, armed with his tools, made his way to Tingxi Lake to fish. Though the viewers could not see Jiang Chen's face, they observed his fishing rod. To be precise, it wasn't a typical rod, but rather a finely crafted bamboo pole he had made himself. Although it was evidently homemade, it was crafted with such care that its structure resembled a traditional fishing rod. Oh wow! Is the host really that committed? He made his own fishing rod. I'll wager that rod won't catch anything useful. Might as well be for playing house. Not necessarily. That rod looks quite well made. He might not catch anything huge, but something less than a few pounds should be feasible. Su Xiao commented, got it. If the host manages to catch a fish over 3 pounds, they'll send him a rocket. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jiangbei, Suja sat at his computer desk, rhythmically typing away on the keyboard. He was not short on money. Just moments ago, he had generously gifted 30,000 to his favorite gaming female streamer, Tuan Tuan. Now, feeling bored after she finished her stream, he stumbled upon this current live stream. Once Suja sent his message, the chat lit up even more. We have a tycoon in the house, waiting for the host to reveal his catch. Front row for the drama. With the lively comments, coupled with the beautiful scenery of the stream, and most importantly, the novelty of the host fishing with a bamboo pole, the viewer count soared to over 300. This host is so aloof, not interacting with us at all. New here, I take it? We've been watching for 10 minutes without him even glancing our way. Whoa, it seems like the host hooked a big fish. On screen, Jiang Chen's fishing rod was vigorously shaking, as if something beneath the surface was pulling fiercely. It's definitely a big fish, probably over 3 pounds. Hey, Tycoon who placed the bet, are you still here? You might need to prepare that rocket. Su Xiao replied, I'm still here. Let's see if he can actually reel it in. Whether that homemade rod can handle it remains to be seen. Front row for the drama. Though a wealthy heir, Suja had a genuine interest in fishing, and his family owned numerous high-priced rods. Hence, despite the craftsmanship of the host's rod, it couldn't possibly match the efficiency of his premium equipment. At the same time, Jiang Chen felt the rod being forcefully pulled by something powerful beneath the water. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Seemingly a formidable creature, if not for his regular exercise, he might have been yanked into the depths himself. Thankfully, he had crafted this fishing rod with added flexibility. Otherwise, it would have snapped under the strain. Despite the massive creature on the line, Jiang Chen remained calm, not rushing to pull the rod up immediately. Landing such a large fish was not a simple task, and if handled improperly, it could easily slip off the hook. Thus, he first needed to begin the fish battle. Standing up, he firmly gripped the rod, letting the large creature tire itself out as it swam back and forth. Why hasn't the host pulled the fish up? That rod is shaking violently. The rod is like, I was terrified. The fish, actually am terrified too. It looks like he's caught a big one, but that rod will probably struggle to reel it in. With a mix of anticipation and skepticism, viewers with fishing experience flooded the chat with comments. Regardless of their words, they remained curious about how Jiang Chen would handle the situation, thus staying in the live stream. After nearly 20 minutes of struggle, the creature from the depths began to show signs of fatigue, its tugs growing weaker until it finally surfaced. Jiang Chen then caught his first clear look at his opponent. The fish's head was as large as a basin. Moreover, it appeared to be quite rare. He quickly reeled it in towards the shore and confirmed his expectations. It was a fish nearly as tall as an adult, and remarkably, it was a rare species known as the black mullet. The fish had a sword-like body, devoid of scales, adorned with black spots, earning it another name, sesame swordfish. To catch such a unique specimen as his first fish of the day, it seemed that the koi fishing skill was indeed a worthy talent. Jiang Chen bent down to grab the fish by its gills and hoisted it up with considerable effort. It weighed nearly 100 pounds. At this point, the fish still had ample energy. It writhed vigorously in the air, desperately thrashing its tail on the ground, attempting to escape his grasp. In stark contrast to Jiang Chen's feat of holding the enormous fish, the livestream chat exploded into a frenzy. Chapter 2: A once-in-a-millennium exceptional fish. Oh my goodness, the fishing rod hasn't broken. Streamer, please accept my admiration. The fish exclaimed, my heavens, this fish resembles a sesame sword. In my 20 years of fishing, I have never encountered one of such magnitude. Fish Tai Su remarked, the person above is absolutely correct. This fish is priceless and rare, judging by the one in the streamer's hands. It must weigh over 100 pounds, a true once-in-a-millennium catch. I am willing to pay 100,000 yuan to purchase this fish. Su Xiao commented, betting entails accepting the outcome. I send rockets your way. However, I am rather skeptical about the authenticity of the streamer's catch. Could it be that the fish was placed there beforehand and the streamer is merely pretending to catch it? Su Xiao donated 5 rockets and left a message. If you manage to catch another big fish, I shall reward you with 10 more rockets. Fish Tai Su donated 1 rocket and commented, regardless of whether your fishing livestream is genuine, I will buy this fish for 100,000 yuan. Old Mao donated 3 rockets and stated, streamer, name your price for the fishing rod. I want it. Streamer, incredible. Catching a single fish directly translates to an income of 100,000 yuan. What a bargain. May I inquire where the streamer is fishing? I have already ordered a fishing rod. Streamer, I too am fishing. Could you possibly send me your hands? Simultaneously, videos showcasing Jiang Chen's rare catch were shared widely. The titles of these videos range from shocking to doubtful. Young man uses a homemade fishing rod to catch a sesame sword weighing over 100 pounds. Reckless streamer showcases prowess by effortlessly reeling in a sesame sword over 100 pounds. In an attempt to boost the livestream's popularity, the streamer resorts to deception, staging the catch of a rare fish. As netizens shared these videos, the number of viewers in the livestream surged from just over 300 to more than 3,000. That despite the fervent enthusiasm and bustling atmosphere within the livestream, Jiang Chen, the streamer, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Surprised by the size of his catch and lacking a container, Jiang Chen hastily dug a small pond by the lakeside, allowing some water to flow in before placing the fish inside. With renewed excitement, he cast his line once more and caught another fish. Streamer, this is quite audacious. Aren't you going to check your live stream chat? Streamer, I am but an emotionless fishing machine. Fishing rod, could I perhaps take a moment to rest? Fish, danger. The streamer is ignoring us. I feel rather disrespected. To those above, you must be new here. I've been watching for over half an hour, and the streamer hasn't glanced at the chat once. You will soon grow accustomed to it. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the chat, and many viewers began voicing their opinions. Despite their considerable grievances, curiosity about Jiang Chen's fishing process prevailed. Let's disperse. The streamer must have staged that earlier catch. He is willing to go to any lengths for fame. Even if it wasn't staged, catching a sesame sword of that size is a stroke of luck that may not be repeated, that I fear the streamer may not have such fortune again. After all, fish of such size are exceedingly rare. Whether Jiang Chen genuinely caught it or not, the likelihood of encountering another is virtually non-existent. Should another one appear, it would truly be a miracle. This time, Jiang Chen did not leisurely recline in a bamboo chair, but squatted by the shore. Observing the bobber floating on the water's surface, which he had plucked from his pet goose at home, in truth, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. That sesame sword was exceptionally rare, that it was likely the only one in Tingshi Lake. And he was uncertain if he could catch another. The wait for a fish to bite was long and tedious. After a short while, Jiang Chen noticed the bobber moving slightly, causing his heart to skip a beat. The bobber wiggled twice before becoming still. Jiang Chen, undeterred, understood that fish were likely testing the bait. After approximately 10 seconds, the bobber was suddenly yanked violently, sending vibrations through the fishing line to the tip of the rod. Jiang Chen acted swiftly, gripping the rod firmly as he felt a powerful tug beneath the surface. Remaining calm, he began to fight the fish. It seemed he had hooked another sizable creature. Could it be another sesame sword? This fish lacked the stamina of the previous one, and after struggling for a few minutes, it soon exhausted itself. Fish that exhibit such explosive energy upon being hooked typically lack endurance. The fish's head broke the surface. Jiang Chen squinted. It did not appear to be a sesame sword. Nevertheless, he promptly reeled in the line, dragging the large fish ashore. Compared to the earlier sesame sword, this fish was indeed smaller. Though still a significant specimen, measuring nearly a person's length, its appearance bore no extraordinary features, resembling a typical grass carp. Yet this fish was not a grass carp. The primary distinction was that grass carp lacked whiskers, while this fish possessed two pairs. This was also a rare species, military fish. In terms of taste and appearance, military fish are rather unremarkable compared to sesame swords, but their scales hold immense importance. The scales of this species are excellent at dissipating heat and can withstand high temperatures, making them suitable for the creation of various high-tech materials. Thus, they are exceedingly valuable, with just the scales alone fetching prices upwards of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Chen lifted the fish by its gills, estimating it to weigh around 100 pounds. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted once more. Wow, the streamer has caught another big fish. I believe this one is a grass carp, catching over 100 pounds of grass carp by hand. Streamer, you are incredible, Old Mao interjected. You are mistaken. This is not a grass carp, but a military fish. Observe closely. This fish has a sharper head and two long whiskers. Mao Jijun, also an avid angler with over 30 years of experience, was well acquainted with various fish species, yet he had never seen a military fish of such size in Jiang Chen's possession. Old Mao, what kind of fish is a military fish? Is it edible? Old Mao, are you certain this isn't just an elderly grass carp that has grown whiskers? To the one suggesting grass carp can grow whiskers, do you wish to make me laugh to death? Huh, Old Mao responded. This fish, like the previous sesame sword, is exceedingly rare, and its scales hold high market value, easily exceeding 10,000 yuan per pound. What? The scales can be sold for over 10,000 yuan a pound. Streamer, what kind of bait are you using? Could you send some my way? I wish to make a fortune from fishing as well. Su Xiao added, I have heard of this fish from a friend, but I never expected to see one today. Did I accept the wager? Here are 10 rockets. Su Xiao donated 10 rockets and left a message. Where is your home, streamer? I would love to visit sometime. Old Mao donated 2 rockets and commented, Streamer, are you interested in selling the fish you caught today? I would buy them all. Name your price. I am the most donated 1 rocket and remarked, Streamer, I enjoy watching you fish. Please continue. Instantly, the livestream chat was flooded with donations. The once quiet chatroom transformed into a lively hub of activity. Chapter 3. This is quite husky, streamer. Today is your lucky day. I sense more big catches are on the horizon. Is it possible that the lake is teeming with rare fish weighing over 100 pounds? I am tempted to give it a try. To the one above, can your skills match the streamer's? Can you craft your own fishing rod? Can you catch fish with one? First, Learn to make a fishing rod. Oh no, that hits too close to home. I can't do anything, let alone make a fishing rod. Streamer, please continue fishing. There are wealthy patrons ready to purchase your fish. You might earn a fortune today. After weighing the military fish in his hands, Jiang Chen returned it to the pond he had just dug. He then began to reel in his fishing rod and pack up his belongings. With 2 large fish already caught, it was more than enough to consume, especially since fish should be eaten fresh. Although Jiang Chen had a pond at home, it had been abandoned for quite some time, and the water quality required for such rare fish was quite stringent, making it unsuitable for raising them. Thus, he decided to leave while he was ahead. The streamer is leaving. No, I've just taken out my notebook to study the streamer's fishing techniques. Indeed, I just entered the live stream and have yet to learn how the streamer managed to catch such large fish. Why is the streamer quitting? This streamer seems quite capricious. Streamer, don't go. I can send you rockets. Fishing rod. Actually, I could catch a few more fish. I hope this devil doesn't return next time. Just as Jiang Chen finished packing up his fishing rod, a comically awkward figure sprinted out from the forest like a gust of wind. Its gray and white fur billowed in the breeze, and its sapphire-like eyes exuded an air of menace. With a broad mouth and a tongue flapping in the wind, it intended to rush to its owner for a hearty embrace. However, upon spotting the phone and tripod standing a short distance away, a certain instinct within it was triggered. Thus, it pivoted and dashed towards the phone. Oh my goodness, what is that coming over? Seriously, what kind of creature is that? It looks so familiar. This is a youthful Siberian husky, which, after abruptly halting its steps before a mobile screen, tilted its head and pressed its nostrils close to the camera. An enormous, dark object suddenly loomed large on the screen. I feel something moist sticking to my face, I exclaimed. What on earth is this black thing? The husky detected a lingering scent of meat on the phone and promptly extended its tongue to lick the screen. Oh my. It feels like something is licking me. I fear I have lost my purity. I think I can vaguely see a set of sharp teeth. Phone. At that moment, I was utterly terrified. The streamer is probably unaware that his phone is in peril. After licking the screen, the husky seemed to find no appealing scent, so it opened its mouth wide, that a gaping, blood-red maw magnified before the phone screen. Good heavens, I nearly tossed my phone away in fright. Upstairs, I've already thrown it out and retrieved it. Does anyone have a link for an iPhone screen to share? Fortunately, my Huawei phone is quite durable. At that moment, as its mouth failed to open wide enough to grasp the phone, it pulled its head back slightly, its eyes radiating a foolish innocence, fixated intently on the screen. The husky's silly face filled the entire screen, startling itself into a state of shock. Good grief. ISNT that the captain of the demolition team. Has this foolish dog already begun tearing down the countryside? Phone, please. Dante, stare at me. I'm frightened. Foolish dog. Why is there a silly dog inside there? The husky stared at its reflection on the screen, perplexed for a few moments, then tilted its head again. Its expression emblazoned with confusion. What manner of creature dwelt within that thing? It seemed quite foolish. Is it contemplating whether to take action against the phone? Phone, hey! As the saying goes, if a wolf turns back, it's either to show gratitude or seek revenge. If this foolish dog turns back, it's either to demolish the house or the building. It appears the streamer may need to replace his phone. After fixating on the phone for a while, the husky suddenly appeared to recall something and swiftly turned its head to gaze at Jiang Chen. Sensing its owner was about to leave, it immediately stood up, prepared to rush to Jiang Chen's side, only to remember the phone beside it. Thus, it promptly picked up the phone in its mouth, and in the act of turning its head, inadvertently detached the phone from its stand. Upon noticing the fallen stand, it unhesitatingly chose to carry the more expensive phone and sprinted towards Jiang Chen. Goodness, what just happened? I feel as if I'm being carried away by a dog. The speed is too great. I can't handle it. I feel car sick. Is this the speed of all huskies? I feel as though I've boarded a rocket. Phone. Help. I've been abducted by the demolition team captain. Had it been any other dog, particularly a more aggressive breed, it would have noticed a girl lying in the grass nearby. This girl was the phone's owner, a little-known aspiring streamer, Lin Xiaojing. Over an hour ago, she had set up her stand by the lake and, after a night of relentless travel, succumbed to fatigue and dozed off. The commotion caused by the husky snatching the phone roused the girl from her slumber. Slowly sitting up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, and upon opening them, saw a blur darting away from her at an alarming speed. Still somewhat drowsy, Lin Xiaojing quickly woke up, her heart racing. Had she encountered a monster? The creature moved too swiftly for her to discern its appearance clearly. Meanwhile, she spotted Jiang Chen not far ahead, packing his fishing rods. Although fear gripped her heart, Lin Xiaojing hurriedly shouted towards Jiang Chen, "There's danger, run!" With Lin Xiaojing's panic cry echoing, she reached for her phone, only to find only the fallen stand. Jiang Chen and the husky were momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaojing's shouts. The husky immediately halted in its tracks, and both man and dog turned to look at Lin Xiaojing. With the husky's sudden stop, the live stream returned to normal. Due to the angle at which the husky held the phone, viewers could only see a ground strewn with pebbles and a pair of plump, furry paws. Following this commotion, the number of viewers in the stream increased rather than decreased, now standing at 4,500. Is this a dog live streaming? Those paws look familiar, based on my years of dog watching experience. Those paws must belong to a husky. Is this a new viewer upstairs? Indeed, this is a husky, but it's not the streamer. The streamer's phone was snatched away by it. That makes sense. This is very husky-like. Chapter 4. Utterly handsome and heart-wrenching. Once the husky came to a halt, Lin Xiaojing finally got a good look at its appearance, and her previously racing heart began to calm. Jiang Chen, spotting Lin Xiaojing squatting on the ground not far away, immediately recognized that she was not from the village. To prevent the dog from startling the girl, he commanded the dog, which had approached him closely, "Ergo, come here." Is Ergo the name the streamer gave the dog? It feels quite down to earth. It feels like a name the streamer casually assigned. It's rather informal. Hearing Jiang Chen's call, Ergo glanced back at the girl once more before sauntering over to Jiang Chen, muttering under its breath. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. What? Why do we feel like this husky is cursing? Ergo, indeed, I'm feeling a bit moody. My owner actually scolded me. Ha. It is cursing with its mouth while its body remains obedient. What means does the streamer employ to communicate effortlessly with a dog of such low intelligence? Ergo's little steps are utterly adorable. Memory of a Little Vest donated 5 rockets and commented, "If given the chance, I would love for my Nyo to meet Ergo. I'm quite fond of Ergo." This bubbling viewer stirred quite a few others in the live stream. This user, known as Memory of a Little Vest, was also a veteran internet celebrity whose Samia Nyo and Cat Duan Wu had once taken the internet by storm. Wow, Nyo is truly a white, rich, and beautiful dog. Little Vest, have you thought this through? I think Nyo and Ergo would make a perfect match. Ergo is quite a handsome dog, albeit occasionally a bit foolish. Just look how obedient it is to its owner. Since Little Vest has recognized Ergo as a potential son-in-law, let us extend our blessings. No, my handsome Ergo certainly doesn't need a partner. The comments varied wildly, with discussions already underway about the lifelong affairs of Ergo and Nyo, Memory of a Little Vest. This ultimately depends on the streamer's wishes. I'm quite fond of Ergo, and if the streamer agrees, I'll bring Nyo over for a blind date. Little Vest had seen countless dogs, but he was certain that a husky like Ergo was a rare gem. From its brilliantly glossy coat to its robust limbs, and its ability to instantly understand its owner, especially the way it had just been cursing, it was far more entertaining than an ordinary husky. Recently, Nyo's popularity had begun to wane. If she were paired with a remarkably intelligent and personable Ergo, her fame would undoubtedly soar. Though he feigned humility, he could not deny that compared to Ergo, Nyo truly belonged to the realm of the affluent. Previously, observing the streamer's attire, he appeared merely as a rural lad. Little Vest, being a somewhat established internet celebrity, believed that the streamer would not refuse the pairing of Nyo and Ergo. Perhaps Ergo would even become an internet sensation thanks to Nyo. Who would turn down such a lucrative opportunity? However, at that moment, Jiang Chen, noticing Ergo turning towards him, finally realized it was the phone the dog had in its mouth. He glanced at Lin Xiaojing, who was rummaging through the grass in the distance, and soon understood the situation. It turned out that this rascal had stolen someone's phone. Jiang Chen looked at the approaching Ergo, and a displeased expression crossed his handsome face as he feigned seriousness. Ergo, why did you bring someone else's phone over? Are you looking for a fight? As he spoke, Jiang Chen bent down to retrieve the phone from Ergo's mouth. Seeing the stern expression on Jiang Chen's face, Ergo looked at him innocently, let out a couple of whines, and allowed Jiang Chen to take the phone from its mouth. Why scold me for finding something on my own? After the phone was taken away, the dramatic Ergo let out a couple of exaggerated whines, turning its back on Jiang Chen and continuing to grumble, looking utterly aggrieved. Today, you've lost the opportunity to have me wag my tail at you. My foolish owner. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and turned the screen over. Eager to see if it had been bitten, as the screen flipped. A face so handsome it could only be described as devastatingly beautiful stunned all the viewers in the live stream. With chisel features so striking they were beyond reproach, it was no exaggeration to say that it could enthrall an entire audience. Meanwhile, the owner of this striking visage, upon seeing his magnified face in the live stream, was equally taken aback. Although he had lived in Zhao Shui village for several years, he was familiar with live streaming. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend had previously streamed on this very platform at this moment. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement upon seeing a face that could overshadow a multitude of young idols in the entertainment industry. Is there really a man in the world who is even more handsome than I am? The streamer must have undergone plastic surgery. It's impossible to be so strikingly beautiful naturally. Wow! Regardless of whether the streamer has had work done, I would still want to bear his children. Oh my, I finally feel like I'm in love. Streamer, stop streaming. I'll sell sugarcane to support you. Jiang Chen casually glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, unable to suppress his laughter at the antics of these amusing netizens. His smile instantly captivated the female viewers in the chat. Darling, I love you. Honey, where are you? I'll buy a ticket and fly over immediately. No matter how remote your location, I don't mind. I just adore you. Ladies, could you please show a bit of restraint? You might scare the streamer away. That be why the way, streamer, do you like boys? I wonder if I have any chance. Noticing the flurry of comments directed at the streamer, Jiang Chen held up the phone and patiently explained, Everyone, I am not the streamer. This is a girl's phone. My dog, Ergo, snatched it away. As he spoke, Jiang Chen turned the camera towards Lin Xiaojing. She is the true owner of this live stream. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words and catching sight of Lin Xiaojing a short distance away, the viewers erupted in disbelief. It turned out they had been chasing a streamer who was not even the owner of the live stream. Ah, so all the gifts I sent to the streamer were misdirected. We were never fated to meet. It was all thanks to Ergo. Darling, please start another live stream. I'll watch you every day. Honey, I not only want to watch you, but I also want to see Ergo. Old Mao, I strongly urge the young man to start another live stream. I really enjoy watching you fish. Fish 2 virtual? Yes. I want to buy your fish. Su Xiao, please start another live stream. I will send you the promised gifts. The request for Jiang Chen to reopen a live stream flooded in waves. At that moment, however, Jiang Chen had already stopped paying attention to the live stream that he waved to Lin Xiaojing, saying, Miss, your phone was taken by my dog, that I'll return it to you right away. As Jiang Chen approached Lin Xiaojing, the viewers felt their spirits plummet upon hearing that he was about to return the phone to the original streamer. They wished to continue watching Jiang Chen's live stream, to see him fish, and to enjoy the presence of Ergo. Chapter 5. Folk Skills. Young man, don't be so heartless. Honey, if you start your own live stream, I'll send you 100 rockets immediately. I also want to see Ergo and Nyo date. Before long, Jiang Chen had returned the phone to Lin Xiaojing. As she took the phone from Jiang Chen, her cheeks flushed crimson. She had seen many handsome men, but none as striking as Jiang Chen. I apologize. My dog took your phone. But I checked, and it's not damaged. That if you need any compensation, I'm open to it, Jiang Chen said, glancing at Ergo, who had moved to the edge of a small pond, wagging his tail excitedly while staring at the two large fish in the water. It's all right. It was my oversight as well. Dogs don't know any better. And as for the phone, Lin Xiaojing began to say, but upon glancing at the live stream's audience count of 5,000 and the barrage of messages, her eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Seeing Lin Xiaojing's bewildered expression, Many viewers began to explain the events that had just transpired in the comments that in no time. The comments were refreshing at lightning speed. And Lin Xiaojing felt as though her eyes could hardly keep up. After several minutes of absorbing the information in the barrage, she finally grasped the entire situation. It turned out that such a bizarre occurrence had taken place while she had been asleep. Once she understood the sequence of events, Lin Xiaojing addressed the viewers, saying, "Rest assured, everyone, once the platform distributes the gifts you sent, I will transfer all of it to him. That I ask for your interest in buying fish and the matter of ergo and Nyo. I will definitely mention it to him. Everyone, don't worry." Just as Lin Xiaojing finished speaking, her phone displayed a low battery warning. "Everyone, my phone is about to die. Today's live stream will have to end here. I'll resume once my phone is charged." After waving goodbye to the camera, she promptly ended the stream. However, the anxious viewers were reluctant to leave. I still want to talk to Darling. I hope the young man can start a live stream later. I'm so curious about his current life. Yes, I want to see him fish again. And ergo, I'm already starting to miss him. After ending the live stream, Lin Xiaojing immediately presented her WeChat QR code to Jiang Chen. "Let us add each other as friends. Once the gifts from today's stream are distributed, I'll transfer them to you right away." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need to transfer it to me. That was a gift from the viewers in your live stream. And besides, I didn't bring my phone. It's at home." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Xiaojing blurted out, "Then how about I come to your house?" Seeing Lin Xiaojing's enthusiastic expression, coupled with the fact that ergo had taken her phone, Jiang Chen found it hard to refuse. After all, taking her home for a meal was merely a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. "All right then, let us have lunch at my place. Life in the countryside is different from the city. There are no takeouts or restaurants here. Everyone cooks for themselves. That I noticed you didn't bring anything to eat, so you might end up hungry." With that, Jiang Chen led Lin Xiaojing towards ergo that he needed to bring back the 2 large fish he had caught as well. Upon reaching the pond, Jiang Chen observed the 2 large fish and, after some contemplation, went to chop down a bamboo pole as thick as his arm, along with a few palm leaves. Returning to the pond, he skillfully twisted the palm leaves into a sturdy rope. And by then, the fish in the water were completely exhausted. Next, he threaded one end of the rope through the fish's nostrils and mouth and secured it tightly, while the other end was tied around the fish's body and tail, forming a bow shape with the fish. Watching Jiang Chen skillfully handle one of the large fish left Lin Xiaojing in awe. She squatted beside him and earnestly requested, "Can I film another segment of you?" Although Lin Xiaojing wasn't particularly knowledgeable about fishing, Jiang Chen's method of handling the fish seemed quite impressive, and she felt it was a rare folk technique that deserved to be recorded for others to learn about. Jiang Chen initially intended to refuse her request, but upon seeing her youthful and earnest face, he relented. He recalled how his previous girlfriend had been just as passionate, even sacrificing their relationship for her streaming career, that he held no resentment, as everyone has their own aspirations. He wondered if her streaming career had flourished since then. With Jiang Chen's permission, Lin Xiaojing eagerly opened her phone and began filming. Although her phone battery was low, filming a short video wouldn't consume too much power. Despite it being her first time in front of the camera, Jiang Chen appeared at ease. This method of handling fish is called bow fishing. Compared to traditional methods, fish processed this way can survive longer out of water, and the meat will be more flavorful, Jiang Chen explained while preparing the other fish. This method isn't just a random claim. It has been passed down for hundreds of years and has proven to be quite effective. At that moment, Lin Xiaojing spoke up with a question that had been on her mind. If the fish is bound like this, how can it survive out of water? Is the rope special? Jiang Chen shook his head. Actually, by bowing the fish, it cannot move, which reduces its energy and moisture consumption, while also ensuring that one side of its gills can still breathe oxygen, allowing it to survive longer. Before long, Jiang Chen had adeptly secured the other large fish. He then hung both fish, weighing over 200 pounds combined, on the ends of the bamboo pole. The 2 fish, now completely immobile, were lifted by Jiang Chen. When lifting like this, you mustn't use brute strength, especially when raising it. You need to rely on your legs, not just your back. Otherwise, you might easily injure yourself. Jiang Chen instructed as he carried the fish ahead, with Ergo bouncing excitedly behind him, as if it had discovered something extraordinary. Lin Xiaojing followed behind with her phone, increasingly impressed by Jiang Chen's rare knowledge and skills, and her admiration for him grew, although she wished to capture every moment of Jiang Chen. The dwindling battery forced her to stop recording. After posting the video she had filmed her live stream account, her phone finally ran out of power and shut down. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen carried the 2 large fish he had caught and led Lin Xiaojing back to Zhao Shui village. Chapter 6. Bringing a girlfriend back to the village. As Jiang Chen walked into the village with Lin Xiaojing, they encountered numerous villagers along the way, who were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing together. The first reason was the 2 large fish weighing over 100 pounds on his shoulders, something even the village's elderly had never witnessed. The second reason was Lin Xiaojing herself. Her demeanor and attire clearly indicated that she was a girl from the city. She possessed a tall and slender figure, with skin as fair and delicate as porcelain. Her shoulder-length hair framed her face, which bore a subtle touch of light makeup, accentuating her well-defined features. Throughout their journey, many of the village's young men found themselves entranced, unable to tear their eyes away. Jiang Chen was also frequently approached by villagers inquiring about the origins of the 2 sizable fish he carried, some hinting coyly whether he had found himself a girlfriend from the city. With a smile, Jiang Chen explained, and even invited several familiar families to join him that evening to share in the bounty of fish meat. After all, these 2 fish were so large that he could scarcely consume them alone within a month. Observing Jiang Chen's interactions with the villagers, Lin Xiaojing began to feel somewhat influenced herself. Initially hesitant to engage with strangers, she found herself warmly responding to the friendly villagers. Yet her mind lingered on the prospect of someone wishing to purchase Jiang Chen's remarkable fish, that if the price were reasonable, she might let it go, but the online offers were significantly higher. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intention to distribute the fish among the villagers, she promptly found a quiet spot and addressed him. Brother Jiang Chen, some online users are offering a staggering 100,000 for your prize fish, and another is also eager to buy at a high price. That wouldn't it be a pity to give them away like this? Jiang Chen, unfazed by her words, replied, "It's all right that I originally intended to share these fish with the villagers. I won't be selling them." These 2 fish were rare and commanded an exorbitant market price. Indeed, a once-in-a-thousand-years catch for the average person. However, for Jiang Chen, catching such fish was as effortless as casting a line. After all, he was known as the fishing koi, which granted him a certain edge over ordinary anglers. Thus, he resolved to gift the fish to the villagers to savor their freshness. Hearing his conviction, Lin Xiaojing began to question her perspective on life. It struck her as odd that Jiang Chen treated such rare fish as mere trifles. However, given his resolute demeanor, she refrained from pressing the matter further. The trio, a man, a woman, and a dog, strolled along the picturesque village path. As they passed by a household, Ergo, who had been trailing behind, suddenly darted to the entrance. With practiced ease, he lay down at the threshold, scratching at the door with his paws, announcing, "I have arrived, Aunt Wang. Open the door, for I am in dire need of bones." Witnessing this, Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to kick Ergo away. "I cannot reprimand him at Aunt Wang's door. She indulges him too much," he sighed, turning to Lin Xiaojing. She nodded in agreement, observing the door covered in scratches. The wooden surface nearly worn through by Ergo's persistent efforts. It seemed that Jiang Chen and Ergo were quite familiar with this household. Otherwise, a typical family would have scolded the dog long ago. Soon, a robust voice emerged from within. Coming, if you keep scratching, Ergo, and one will have to replace the door." As the woman's words faded, the door swung open, revealing a genuine rural woman, her complexion weathered yet her eyes sparkling with life. In her hand, she held a large pork bone, which she immediately offered to Ergo upon opening the door. "Ergo, your memory rivals that of your Uncle Wang. Just the other day, I told you there would be pork bones today. And you actually remembered." Aunt Wang chuckled, patting Ergo's head. That moment, the dog clutched the bone, its ears perked up in delight, as it ingratiated itself with Aunt Wang, conveying its gratitude with a look that said, "Thank you, Aunt. Be sure to call me next time." After a fond pat, Aunt Wang finally lifted her gaze to Jiang Chen. Surprise flickered in her eyes as she glanced at the two large fish he carried and then at Lin Xiaojing, who appeared distinctly urban. Jiang Chen, impressive. You caught such big fish today to entertain your girlfriend. Upon hearing Aunt Wang's words, Lin Xiaojing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lowering her gaze, though a barely perceptible smile crept onto her lips. In truth, she harbored fond feelings for Jiang Chen, captivated by both his striking appearance and his extraordinary eloquence. Noting Lin Xiaojing's rosy cheeks, Jiang Chen scratched his head in mild exasperation, smiling gently. Our village elders enjoy such banter. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Xiaojing bit her lip and nodded subtly. Aunt Wang, being experienced herself, quickly discerned Lin Xiaojing's feelings but chose to remain silent, respecting the young woman's modesty. Finally, the warm-hearted Aunt Wang handed Jiang Chen a large bag filled with red plastic, containing her specialty hometown delicacy. With the pork bone in his mouth, Ergo pranced along beside Lin Xiaojing and Jiang Chen, thinking to himself, what are a couple of large fish compared to the delicious bone I have? As they continued on their way, Jiang Chen encountered several more amiable villagers until he and Lin Xiaojing finally arrived at his home. That it was a spacious, quintessential farmhouse with a cement yard in front and an array of trees and bamboo in the back. To the right lay a small pond and a vegetable garden, where various vegetables flourished: spinach, sweet potatoes, lettuce, tomatoes, and some rare green plants. The left side featured a large open space, seemingly unused. Upon entering the yard, a large goose, which had been dozing in the corner, stirred at the commotion, warily opening its eyes. Spotting Jiang Chen, it began to honk indignantly. How dare you return, after what you did this morning? Lin Xiaojing, slightly intimidated by the goose that stood nearly half her height, inquired of Jiang Chen. Is it hungry? It honked as soon as it saw us. Jiang Chen reached the entrance and set the two large fish on the ground before responding. It's not hunger. It's holding a grudge against me for plucking its feathers this morning to make fishing floats. Lin Xiaojing couldn't help but burst into laughter at his words. That goose holds a grudge. How adorable! But you were quite cruel to pluck its feathers. After placing the fish down, Jiang Chen led Lin Xiaojing inside. The furnishings within the house bore the marks of time, most appearing somewhat aged. Observing Lin Xiaojing's curious exploration of the space, Jiang Chen remarked, the decor and items in this house have seen better days. My grandfather preferred to keep things as they were. After his passing, I simply continued to use them. As he spoke, he poured Lin Xiaojing a cup of tea. This is tea from our village. Do give it a try. Lin Xiaojing accepted the ceramic cup, which exuded an ancient charm, and was greeted by a refreshing aroma of tea. After taking a sip, she could only describe her experience with 8 words: sweet, fragrant, and utterly delightful. She had discovered that, apart from milk tea, ordinary tea leaves could also be remarkably delicious. Meanwhile, a short video had surged in popularity across major platforms, amassing millions of views. The star of this viral sensation was none other than Jiang Chen, whose looks eclipsed many of the entertainment industry's young heartthrobs. Chapter 7. Viral sensation. In this astonishing video, viewers were shocked to witness not one, but 2 exceptionally rare fish, the prize Yima Jian and Junyu, captured simultaneously. It is worth noting that catches of such fish, which are rare and highly sought after, had previously only been recorded a handful of times, with most weighing merely a few pounds. The fish showcased in the video, however, each tipped the scales at over 50 pounds, a truly unprecedented feat. Additionally, the nearly lost art of bow fishing captivated many descendants of fishing families, who marveled at the skill displayed. Most crucially, the young man who had skillfully caught these extraordinary fish and expertly processed them was blessed with striking good looks. The comment sections across various platforms that shared this video overflowed with thousands of remarks. What incredible luck! This guy caught 2 exceptional fish at once. He should head to the lottery. Besides luck, this guy clearly possesses remarkable skills. Only fishermen of my grandfather's generation could tie fish like that so expertly. Selling these 2 fish would suffice for this guy to live comfortably in the countryside for years. I'm in awe. What divine fortune! In under 10 minutes. I demand all the information on this brother. Honey, after waiting over 20 years, I finally found you. Many viewers, intrigued by Jiang Chen, began seeking the source of the video, eventually tracing it back to a user named Fat Cheese struggling life on Douyu. The originally popular video, already flooded with hundreds of comments, soon attracted thousands more. Honey, hurry and start a live stream. Buddy, I really want to see how you fish. To the one above, give it up. This account ISNT, that handsome guy from the video. I'm also coming clean. I've watched his live streams. And this is a beautiful misunderstanding, but I can only wait here for updates. In just half a day, Lin Xiaojing's previously modest streaming account, with only a handful of followers, skyrocketed to 10,000. Even as the internet buzzed with excitement, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing remained undisturbed. After charging her phone, Lin Xiaojing didn't wait for it to boot up before jumping in to assist Jiang Chen. They planned to share the fish with the villagers later that afternoon, and Jiang Chen had already begun processing them. This was his first time handling such large fish, and it took considerable effort to subdue the two massive creatures. As he started working, Ergo, having already devoured a pork bone, shifted its focus to the two fish, playfully mimicking Jiang Chen's actions. After Ergo had successfully knocked the fish from Jiang Chen's grasp twice, he scowled and kicked the dog away. If you keep causing trouble, I'll stew you along with the fish. Howl. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ergo let out a few sobs, his head and tail drooping despondently as he walked away with a look of utter dejection. However, just as he moved away, his attention was drawn to a nearby goose, which was stretching its neck to observe him. Howl. Since Master won't allow me to assist, I shall sacrifice myself to keep you company. Initially, the goose, which had been watching from a distance, felt an ominous premonition upon sensing Ergo's gaze. Honk, honk, honk. Hey, don't come over here. Ergo paid no heed to the goose's defiant glare and charged straight towards it. Honk, honk, honk. Jiang, you need to control your dog. Howl, howl. Don't be shy. Let us frolic together joyfully. In no time, Ergo and the goose had turned the courtyard into a chaotic mess, ultimately resulting in Jiang Chen shooing them both out. Ergo, Deche, you're both grounded. No dinner for you tonight. Honk, honk, honk. What business is that of mine? Howl, howl. Ha, since Master won't let me have dinner tonight. Does that mean I get to feast on those two big fellows instead? How delightful that would be. Once peace was restored, Jiang Chen, with Lin Xiaojing's assistance, quickly filleted two large fish. Each chunk of fish meat weighed around 7 or 8 pounds. Jiang Chen, being meticulous, after preparing the fish, threaded a hole through it and hung it up using handmade twine on a drying rack made of bamboo at the entrance. Before long, several children returning home from school came to Jiang Chen to help run errands, each taking a piece of fish meat back home. Brother Chen, you're amazing. How did you catch such big fish? Can I come along next time? Jiang Hai exclaimed, excitedly holding a hefty chunk of fish meat. He was the son of Aunt Wang and was currently in elementary school with an older sister in her senior year of high school. Sure, but only if Aunt agrees. Brother Chen, you're making it difficult for me. Jiang Hai scratched his head, looking displeased. Aunt Wang and Uncle Jiang were delighted to have Jiang Hai later in life and cherished him dearly, forbidding him from going to any place deemed dangerous, let alone the Tingxi Lake. After distributing the fish meat, Jiang Chen began preparing lunch to AT that moment. Ergo and Deche stealthily slipped back into the courtyard, cautiously engaging in playful antics. Lin Xiaojing returned to the house, where her phone, freshly charged, had automatically powered on, with the screen rapidly flashing notifications from the Douyu platform. Being a struggling small streamer, she had set up alerts to stay updated with the platform's back-end messages. However, after half a year of streaming, she had received only a handful of notifications, mostly official reminders. Now, the messages on her phone were refreshing at an alarming speed, every few seconds. Momentarily stunned, she picked up her phone to unlock it and opened the Douyu live streaming platform. Upon seeing her follower count surge to 10,000, along with thousands of comments on her latest update, Lin Xiaojing's mouth dropped open in astonishment. She covered her mouth in disbelief, trying to suppress an excited scream. So many fans and such popularity were beyond her wildest dreams. After browsing through the messages, her initial excitement turned complex. Not a single message pertained to her. They all revolved around Jiang Chen. I haven't seen my husband for several hours. I miss him. You Tai Su, I am still waiting to buy the young man's fish. Why haven't I heard anything yet? Lao Mao, hey. I am willing to pay a high price for the young man's fish. Don't try to outbid me. I'm confident I can secure it. Su Xiao, I am quite interested in the streamer's fishing rod. I wonder how much he'll sell it for. After all, I have plenty of money. Wow, the big shots above are all wealthy. Let us line up and pay homage to the wealthy big shots. Pay homage to the wealthy big shots. Pay homage to the wealthy big shots. Chapter 8. Embarking on a streaming career. After scrolling through the back-end messages for a while, Lin Xiaojing furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before pursing her lips and making a significant decision. She would no longer stream. Instead, she would transition to being an assistant, allowing Jiang Chen to take the helm of the streaming room. As an action-oriented individual, Lin Xiaojing made her decision and immediately headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Jiang Chen was busy preparing the fish, intending to make a pot of boiled fish slices. Seeing Lin Xiaojing enter the kitchen, he promptly said, "You just sit and rest. I'll handle the rest." Initially, Lin Xiaojing could be considered his guest, and he already felt somewhat guilty for her helping him with the fish. Now that she seemed intent on assisting again, Jiang Chen preferred not to burden her further. Moreover, given her apparent inexperience while handling the fish earlier, it was clear she had minimal kitchen experience. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Xiaojing felt a bit embarrassed. "Brother Jiang, I'm not here to help. I wanted to ask if you'd like to become a streamer." "Huh, a streamer?" Jiang Chen paused his fish cutting, taken aback by Lin Xiaojing's suggestion that he had never considered being a streamer. He recalled how his ex-girlfriend streamed for hours daily, playing games. Although she was beautiful, there were countless attractive women in that industry, leading to her streaming career being lukewarm at best. Even so, he held no grievances until the day she broke up with him, citing that their relationship affected her streaming career. Though that reason sounded absurd, he didn't press the issue. After their breakup, he returned to his hometown, spending time with his grandfather and leading a tranquil life until his grandfather passed away over 6 months ago. After which he had no intention of leaving, that he relished his current lifestyle, despite being occasionally mocked by former classmates in their group chats. Seeing Jiang Chen's silence, Lin Xiaojing felt anxious and unlocked her phone, presenting it to him. "Look, I streamed for 6 months with only a handful of followers, but today, by chance, after you streamed for just an hour or two, my follower count has soared past 10,000. As she finished that statement, Lin Xiaojing seemed to realize something was amiss and quickly corrected herself. "No, I meant your follower count has surpassed 10,000. Saying this, she opened the video of Jiang Chen using the bow fishing method to catch fish that she had posted earlier. See, this is the video from today, and it's been shared across various platforms, garnering considerable attention. Clearly, people adore you." As she spoke, Lin Xiaojing's tone grew urgent. She was uncertain whether Jiang Chen would agree. Observing the thousands of comments beneath the video, Jiang Chen felt somewhat swayed. He had merely gone fishing today, yet unexpectedly attracted such attention. Perhaps streaming wasn't as daunting as his ex had suggested. "Brother Jiang, you truly possess great potential, and streaming could bring in some extra income. Just today, after streaming for 2 hours, you've already earned 5,000 from gifts and tips. 5,000 yuan, even after being halved due to Lin Xiaojing not having a contract with the platform, was more than she had earned in her 6 months of streaming combined. Brother Jiang, you can definitely do it. If you agree, I'll quit being a streamer and become your assistant." Lin Xiaojing initially entered this field, hearing it was lucrative, wanting to prove herself to her elder siblings. However, after persevering for 6 months without a breakthrough, it was evident that Jiang Chen was more suited for this endeavor, that if he were willing, she would gladly transition to being his assistant. This decision was motivated partly by the prospect of earning money alongside Jiang Chen and partly by her own selfish desires. "You want to become my assistant? No longer a streamer?" Jiang Chen was somewhat astonished. His ex-girlfriend had ended their relationship over her streaming career, and now this young woman was willing to abandon her aspirations for him. Lin Xiaojing nodded. "Yes, if you don't mind, I'll shift to being your assistant. You just need to live your life as usual, and I believe the viewers would love to see the everyday life in the countryside." Lin Xiaojing's words were not mere platitudes. She genuinely felt this way. Since arriving in Zhao Shui village, she had been captivated by the serene and picturesque environment, the sweet air, and the warm villagers, experiences that were unattainable in big cities. Many were forced to toil in urban areas for their livelihoods. Yet deep down, they yearned for such rural existence. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully that he didn't particularly mind being in front of the camera and was willing to share his daily life. Streaming his life seemed straightforward, and he could earn some extra income in the process that he bore no deep-seated animosity towards money. Trying it out wouldn't hurt. With this in mind, Jiang Chen readily agreed. All right. Let us give it a try, but don't be overly optimistic. The streaming industry might not be as easy as it appears. To temper Lin Xiaojing's high hopes, Jiang Chen's agreement was accompanied by a splash of cold water. However, she seemed unfazed, a gleam of joy flashing across her face as she excitedly leaped up and enveloped Jiang Chen in a big hug. Wow, that is wonderful. Brother Jiang, you actually agreed. Suddenly embraced by Lin Xiaojing, Jiang Chen, still clutching the kitchen knife, dared not move, fearing that he might inadvertently harm this utterly oblivious woman that he hurriedly reminded her. I have a knife in my hand. Upon hearing his warning, Lin Xiaojing finally registered the situation and promptly released him. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she raked her fingers through her hair and immediately contemplated how she might assist Jiang Chen. However, considering that her level of help in the kitchen was akin to that of ergo, Jiang Chen decisively ushered her out of the kitchen. Once outside, Lin Xiaojing quickly pulled out her phone and posted an update on the Douyu live streaming platform. From now on, the owner of this account will be the young man from the previous video. Live streaming starts tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Striving. As soon as this update was posted, it was swiftly inundated by netizens. What? My husband is really going to live stream? Haha, it's clearly just a publicity stunt. The streamer must have a team. To the one above. Stop being so jealous. Why don't you try promoting something yourself? I don't think it's a publicity stunt. After all, the way the young man tied the fish shows he has at least a decade or two of practice. Regardless of whether it's a publicity stunt. Just based on my husband's looks, I'm already a fan, Yu Tai Su commented. Haha, I need to set an alarm to wake up early tomorrow to snag some fish. If I'm not mistaken. As soon as the stream starts, he'll be selling fish. This must be what it means to be wealthy. A fish worth 100,000 and needing an alarm to grab it. Lao Mao quipped. Yu Tai Su, don't even think about competing with me. I've already promised a fishing buddy 2 rare fish for his birthday. Damn it. Why am I so poor when I love fishing just as much? Chapter 9, Streamer. Hurry and prepare the bags for money after finishing breakfast. Jiang Chen prepared a room for Lin Xiaojing, then washed up and returned to his own room. Lying on the bed, he opened the box opening system. Today, he had one free box opening opportunity left. With a hint of anticipation, he began the process. Congratulations, host, you've obtained Earth Spirit Water. 1 drop. Earth Spirit Water. 1 drop can merge with a small pond, and the resulting water can provide a small amount of spiritual energy to flora and fauna, extending their lifespans. That a flash of white light illuminated the space, and a storage compartment appeared in the system, within which floated a drop of light blue water, encircled by a faint halo. Congratulations, host, you've opened the box for Earth Spirit Water. Activating the marketplace sales system. Jiang Chen closed the storage compartment and opened the sales panel to inspect it. It was filled with various gray selling slots containing a multitude of items. He opened the first selling slot, and the gray panel expanded before him. The price for nurturing or watering flora and fauna with a small amount of Earth Spirit Water was determined by their rarity. Closing the sales interface, Jiang Chen took out the Earth Spirit Water from the storage compartment, holding it in the palm of his hand while furrowing his brow that if he wanted to sell anything in the marketplace, he would need to use this water to nurture or cultivate some rare flora or fauna. After pondering for a moment, he quickly formulated a plan that he returned the Earth Spirit Water to the system's storage compartment, adjusted his pillow, and drifted off to sleep in a comfortable position. At 6:30 in the morning, Lin Xiaojing was still lost in her dreams when a buzzing noise abruptly shattered her peaceful slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching, she got up and headed to the yard. There, beside the pond on the right, sat a red machine, buzzing away, while the water level in the approximately 10-meter diameter pond gradually sank. Unlike city dwellers, most families in the countryside were already having breakfast, even though it was still not yet 7 o'clock. Quack, quack, quack. In the entire yard, apart from a large goose named Chui, there was no sign of Jiang Chen or ergo. Familiarity with the village eluded Lin Xiaojing, and unable to find Jiang Chen, she retreated indoors to prepare the equipment needed for today's live stream. Besides her phone, she also had a newly purchased drone in her backpack, which had cost her quite a bit of money. After a while, Jiang Chen finally returned home, carrying a hoe and a shovel. The ergo followed closely behind, a butterfly's wing stuck to its mouth. Wearing a mischievous grin, revealing its recent antics. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Xiaojing dashed out of the house. At that moment, Jiang Chen was placing the hoe and shovel on the ground. Seeing Lin Xiaojing emerge, he smiled warmly and said, "There are steamed sweet potatoes in the kitchen. I wasn't sure if you'd like them." Lin Xiaojing felt a slight flush of embarrassment and nervously raked her fingers through her hair. "Jiang Chen, I'm really sorry. I had promised to assist you. Yet here you were making breakfast for me." In truth, Lin Xiaojing had not expected Jiang Chen to rise so early. "It's no trouble at all. I am accustomed to waking up early. Today, I plan to renovate this fish pond to make it more spacious. The fish we catch in the future will be raised here." Early this morning, Jiang Chen had borrowed a water pump from Li Guizi in the village, intending to drain the pond's water. The earth spirit water he had obtained yesterday was just enough to nurture the fish in this pond. Once the pond was ready, he would head to the Tingxi Reservoir to procure some premium fish to raise, enabling him to sell them in the system's marketplace. Moreover, fish nurtured with earth spirit water would undoubtedly be of superior quality, allowing for good prices in the market. After finishing her breakfast, Lin Xiaojing officially commenced her assistant duties. She retrieved an electronic watch from her backpack and handed it to Jiang Chen. "This is the equipment we'll use for today's live stream. You can interact with the viewers through it." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that streaming equipment had advanced to the point where a mere watch sufficed. Nodding, he donned the watch on his wrist. Truth be told, it looked rather impressive. After putting on the watch, he began to prepare the tools he would need for digging the pond in the yard. Before long, he noticed a drone hovering not far ahead. Just a few minutes later, Lin Xiaojing was ready and turned on the live stream. This drone had been acquired at a significant expense, as she had asked a friend to help her snatch it for capturing scenic shots. The price tag was in the 5-digit range. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Watching the vividly clear footage from the drone on her phone made Lin Xiaojing feel that her investment was well worth it. Noticing Jiang Chen looking her way, she silently made a clap gesture to signal the start of the shoot and raised a fist in a gesture of determination. Observing this energetic girl, Jiang Chen smiled gently as the watch displayed a flurry of comments. Although it was only just past 7, the live stream attracted several viewers within moments. "I love punctual streamers. I just woke up and clicked in to see, only to find my husband streaming." Seeing the amusing comments from netizens, Jiang Chen naturally greeted the camera. "Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm planning to renovate our fish pond so we can raise fish here." As he spoke, he approached the pond, which was currently being drained, and assessed the water level. The water had dropped to halfway, and several larger fish were visibly agitated, occasionally leaping into the air to gauge their surroundings. "Can my husband really manage to renovate such a large pond on his own? I hope he doesn't overexert himself. It looks like there are quite a few fish in this pond. Are you planning to sell them, streamer? Why do I feel like making money is easy when watching the streamer? The fish in this pond must be worth thousands." To the one above, "First, you need a pond. Clearly, I'm not cut out for making money since I don't even own a pond." Hearing the comments from the viewers, Jiang Chen chuckled. "I want to be selling the fish in this pond. I plan to distribute them to the villagers." The fish here weren't particularly abundant, and most of the viewers lived in cities where the price of fish was 2 or 3 times higher than in the village. Thus, to them, a single fish seemed incredibly valuable in the village. However, these fish were hardly worth much, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to sell them, opting instead to give them directly to families in need. The streamer is truly generous. So many fish, and he is giving them away. To the one above, "You seem to forget that yesterday our streamer casually caught a big fish worth 100,000. The total value of this pond probably doesn't even match 1/10 of that fish. By the way, streamer, where's that big fish? Are you planning to raise them here?" "Streamer, don't dig. The fish you caught yesterday have probably been snatched up by some wealthy person overnight." Yu Tai Su chimed in, "Good thing I had to pee, streamer. Where are your fish? I'll pay 220,000 for 2 of them. Here he comes, he is bringing cash. Streamer, hurry and prepare the bags for money." Streamer, hurry and prepare the bags for money. Streamer, hurry and prepare the bags for money. I already have the bags ready. May I ask where the wealthy person will be? As the barrage of comments continued to flood in, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. To the user named Yu Tai Su, I am afraid I must apologize. The 2 fish I caught yesterday have already been eaten. As soon as Jiang Chen uttered these words, the entire live stream erupted into chaos. Chapter 10. The loss of hundreds of thousands. And the streamer doesn't even cry. Away is dead. What kind of appetite does the host have? Those were 200-pound fish, and they disappeared in a single night. By the time we arrived at the live broadcast room, not a single bone from those fish remained. It feels like the host has incurred a loss of several 100,000. My heart aches for them for a brief moment. Ha ha, the fish enthusiast. Yu Tai Su remarked, what a pity. Those 2 fish were truly a once-in-a-thousand-years encounter, and the host consumed them so effortlessly. Don't cry, host. Losing 20,000 means you'll never have the chance to stuff money into a sack like that again. Ha ha ha. Hey, are you some kind of devil? Jiang Chen chuckled, ruffling his hair, his expression far from the sorrow imagined by the online viewers. Honestly, although those fish were rather large, they were quite delectable. Jiang Chen not only showed no signs of regret, but even began sharing his experience of the fish's flavors from the previous day. Am I the only one who thinks the host is a bit infuriating? Not just a bit. I think it's downright infuriating. No wonder he's my husband, losing 20,000 and still maintaining such composure. I really admire the host's character, unburdened by the past, unafraid of the future. Heh, is the host just putting on a brave face? Yu Tai Su asked. Hey, if you catch any rare fish next time, could you sell them to me? My luck is terrible, and I'd love to touch a rare big fish, even if it's just 20 or 30 pounds. Upon seeing Yu Tai Su's request, Jiang Chen nodded seriously this time. Sure, if I catch any good fish next time, I'll notify you right away. Surprised by Jiang Chen's response, Yu Tai Su exclaimed, Great! I'll message you my contact information shortly, so make sure to let me know if you have good fish. All right. No worries. After the live stream, I'll save your contact details. After responding to Yu Tai Su, Jiang Chen noticed that the water in the pond had been nearly drained. He scanned the surroundings. He spotted Ergo being chased by Dechui from the back of the yard. That moment. Ergo was covered in goose feathers, desperately trying to escape Dechui's fierce pursuit. Egu! Enough playing around. Hurry and notify everyone to come catch the fish. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ergo didn't stop but quickly turned and dashed down another path like a gust of wind. Oh, whoa. Dechui, I'll play with you when I get back. Quack, quack. Please meet your end peacefully outside and don't return. Hearing Jiang Chen call Ergo's name, the online viewers immediately began searching the drone footage for Ergo's figure, only to see a large goose flapping its wings and cursing on the spot. Where's Ergo? I think I heard its voice earlier. Why can't we see the dog? Wow, that's a huge duck. Upstairs. That's a goose, okay. Huh? Is it really a goose? What a large goose. It seems to have quite the temper. At that moment, Dechui noticed the drone hovering above and began to tilt its head warily as it observed. Quack! Quack! What is this thing that can fly? It feels like there are many eyes watching me. Dechui felt quite uncomfortable under the drone's gaze. With Ergo gone, it swayed and waddled away towards the back of the yard. Heh! Why do I feel like it's embarrassed? Upstairs, are you overthinking? It's just a goose. Lao Mao remarked. Why did you start the broadcast early? Did I arrive late? Where are your fish? I'm willing to offer 250. 000 to buy them. And the fishing rod too. Name your price. Another wealthy patron appears. Let me worship you first. Yu Tai Su responded. Lao Mao, you're indeed late. The host already consumed the 2 fish yesterday. And we've been waiting in vain all night. Lao Mao, haha, is this what it feels like to have money but no place to spend it? Within less than an hour of the broadcast, Jiang Chen's live stream had attracted over 1,000 viewers, and it was still morning, the least traffic time of day on the platform. Jiang Chen's remarkable achievement made Lin Xiao Jing envious. Even when she had once made it onto the platform's popular recommendations, there weren't many viewers. Soon, several villagers began to arrive, mostly elderly individuals and school-aged children, as it was Saturday, and they were on holiday. Why does it seem like there are no young people in this village? Yeah, it's just the elderly and the kids. Where are the young adults? Wandering Awen commented, "They've probably all gone out to work. After all, rural development doesn't compare to urban life. Many have to leave their homes to provide for their families, just like me." Xiao Wen, one of the many who had migrated to the capital, lived a fast-paced life, working hard for 10 years in the city to afford a school district apartment. On this Saturday, he had taken a part-time job and hadn't left for work yet, so he decided to watch the live stream. Due to the immense pressure he faced, he could hardly imagine living such a leisurely rural life. With live streams being rare at this hour, he casually clicked to check one out and was instantly drawn in by Jiang Chen's demeanor and the rural scenery, deciding to stay in the live stream. Had he known he would lose over 20,000 this morning, he might have regretted it immensely, but Jiang Chen brushed it off with a smile, which genuinely impressed him. This moment, Jiang Chen, having turned off the water pump, noticed the comments in the live stream and surveyed the beautiful village. Owen was right. This village mainly consists of left-behind children and the elderly. The younger ones have all gone out to work. As he spoke, Jiang Chen held a plastic bucket in one hand and a fishing net in the other, stepping barefoot into the fish pond. The water had been nearly drained, with only enough left in the center to reach his calves. As many fish were darting about, stirring up the murky water and revealing some small, dry twigs that as Jiang Chen moved, Lin Xiaojing directed the drone overhead to capture the pond. "Wow, it looks like there are plenty of fish. Is the host going to catch them barehanded?" "Wow, the host actually went in barefoot. Isn't he worried about protection?" "Fish, I feel like danger is approaching." "Don't you?" "Fish, you're cheating. If you have the ability. Don't drain the water." Jiang Chen reached the center of the pond, set the bucket aside, and quickly spotted a fish. Without hesitation, he sprang forward and plunged the net into the murky water. A 6 to 7 pound grass carp was caught in his net that he then moved the net over the plastic bucket, preparing to shake the fish into it. The fish in this pond aren't particularly large. I haven't managed it specifically. As Jiang Chen spoke, he shook a fish nearly the length of a person's arm into the bucket, and due to the limited space, it began to struggle awkwardly after being tossed inside. "Wow, the host actually said this fish, isn't big. Fish, I never imagined I would be called small one day." Upstairs, I suspect you're exaggerating, but I have no evidence. Chapter 11. I plan to raise larger fish, around 100 pounds. Jiang Chen, I'm here. My mom asked me to bring you some sweet potato dumplings. I left them at your door. A voice called from the edge of the pond. Seeing Jiang Chen catching fish, Jiang Hai was thrilled, placing the items by the pond and hurriedly joining him. "Hi Z, be careful. Don't get hurt." Noticing Jiang Hai rushing down, Jiang Chen stood up to remind him. Jiang Hai spotted the plastic bucket Jiang Chen had set aside and excitedly approached it. "Jiang Chen, you're amazing. You caught so many big fish." Jiang Chen smiled back noncommittally. "It's nothing much. Take the biggest one home later. And let Annie stew it for you." "Thank you, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen then shook another fish he had just caught out of the net. "This is a base, but it seems rather pregnant." Lifting the base, Jiang Chen noticed its noticeably round belly. This fish weighed around 5 pounds and was clearly about to give birth that he dug a small pond nearby and released the bass into it. "Since this fish is pregnant, I won't kill it today. Once the pond is renovated, I'll return it." Today, he showed some compassion and spared this fish, and when it gave birth, it would provide enough food for the larger fish he intended to raise. This seemingly kind act from Jiang Chen sparked lively interactions among the viewers in the live stream. "A living being, big belly. I feel like it just ate too much, haha. Fish, truly a benevolent demon. Brothers, express your emotions in the comments. Tears, tears. What you sow, you shall reap next year. Haha, in the host's eyes, this fish is a sustainable development project. My mom just wants me to find such a kind husband." Before long, a dozen villagers gathered by the pond. Earlier in the morning, Jiang Chen had sent a few children to inform the villagers to come catch fish in the afternoon. Now, with Ergo going over to shout a few times, everyone understood and made their way over. Many individuals, in addition to carrying buckets for fish, are also laden with various dried goods from their homes. Once they deposited their items in Jiang Chen's yard, they greeted Lin Xiaojing warmly before descending one by one to the fish pond. Many were curious about the drone that Lin Xiaojing was maneuvering in the AI, or to alleviate any tension. Lin Xiaojing straightforwardly informed them that it was merely a machine for capturing scenic views. Most of the villagers present were children, and upon seeing Jiang Chen and Haizi fishing in the pond, they could hardly contain their excitement, abandoning the items their parents had brought for Jiang Chen, rolling up their sleeves, and rushing down to the water. The older villagers, however, approached the pond at a leisurely pace, greeting Jiang Chen as they made their way down. Jiang Chen is truly a good person. He always thinks of us when good things happen, that he caught such a large fish yesterday and shared it with us. Today, he invited us to come and catch fish again, remarked Li Gizi, limping as he approached the pond, a simple smile gracing his face. Indeed, and the taste of that fish was exceptional. I have never had such fine fish before, Zhang Bo chimed in, tossing a sizable fish into the bucket he had brought. Years of smoking had left him with a toothy grin that revealed a set of large yellowed teeth. Savoring the memory, the two began their discussion. Several others in the pond joined in, extolling the virtues of yesterday's catch, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Chen, ruffling his hair, smiled gently. "Ha! I too found the taste delightful. This type of fish must be enjoyed fresh." Did I hear correctly? The streamer actually gave away yesterday's large fish to the villagers? Just the day before, the villagers consumed 200,000. And now they are invited back to catch fish, if I am not mistaken. The streamer is either quite foolish or an extravagant person, Yu Taishi remarked. To be frank, I used to dislike rural life, but now I long to be a villager. If I were one, I might have had the fortune to see those 2 large fish yesterday. Lao Mao replied, Yu Taishi, when you have some free time, let's go visit that young man together. Yu Taishi responded, Lao Mao, I've been quite busy lately. It might be a while before I will arrange to meet you then. Taishu, you are too funny. One dares to call, and the other dares to respond. One dares to call, and the other dares to be bold. Hey, everyone watch your speed. Soon, the villagers had nearly caught all the fish in the pond, with most of them hurrying home to prepare lunch before the mealtime. Only Zhang Bo and Li Gizi remained, by this time. It was exactly 8 o'clock, and the live stream suddenly attracted a wave of viewers, with the online count skyrocketing to 3,000. Wow, seeing my husband so early in the day brings me such joy. Why does the fish pond below seem to have experienced a catastrophe? Did we miss something? When we opened the live stream, the fish had already vanished without a trace, and there are numerous footprints left at the scene. To the one above, I am a witness. Did you see that red machine at the bottom of the video? That is one of the murder weapons. I watched as the water in this pond was drained. You two above. How can you be so clever? Wow, there's an excavator coming this way. At that moment, the sound of creaking machinery grew louder as it approached. Has Zhou Weizi arrived? Hearing the familiar, heavy sound of the excavator, Zhang Bo, who was climbing toward the pond, stood up straight. The others also turned to look in the direction of the noise. They soon spotted an excavator slowly making its way down the path towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, having just brought fish to the edge of the pond, caught sight of Zhou Shuai's dark face through the excavator's window and smiled faintly. Zhou Shuai, why are you so late? The fish have all been caught. Zhou Shuai grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that contrasted sharply with his dark skin. You said you wanted to expand the pond today, so I brought this big guy over to help you dig a little as for the fish. The ones you gave me yesterday are still untouched. As he spoke, Zhou Shuai maneuvered the excavator to the pond's edge. It seems everyone has nearly caught all the fish, he remarked before jumping down from the excavator. After greeting Li Gizi and Zhang Bo, he began to inquire about how Jiang Chen envisioned expanding the pond, preparing for the work ahead. Since Zhou Shuai had come, Jiang Chen graciously accepted his offer. The two quickly began planning how to excavate around the pond, with Zhang Bo and Li Gizi occasionally sharing their thoughts. Jiang Chen was more than willing to listen, as these two were respected elders in the village, possessing greater experience in agricultural matters than he did. It seems the streamer has grand plans to go to such lengths to expand the pond. The fisherman remarked, I believe the streamer is underestimating the situation. This pond's water may not circulate enough, making it difficult to sustain pricier fish. The fisherman seems quite knowledgeable. It appears the streamer's fish farming endeavor may not succeed. Lao Mao added, Indeed, if this pond is truly to be expanded for specialized aquaculture. It would only support grass carp or bass. Without large-scale farming, it would be impossible to turn a profit. Yu Taishi concurred. Lao Mao makes a valid point. I agree. Streamer, don't waste your time. Let us get back to fishing. Is the streamer's first foray into aquaculture destined for failure? That would be quite disheartening, haha. At this moment, Zhou Shuai had already taken his seat in the excavator and commenced digging. Jiang Chen, noticing the barrage of comments in the live stream, did not feel angered, as the viewers were unaware that he held the secret to the land's vitality. Everyone, I do not intend to raise grass carp or bass. As Lao Mao mentioned, those fish require large-scale operations to be profitable. I plan to cultivate some rare large fish here, ones weighing around 100 pounds. As soon as Jiang Chen made this statement, the comment section erupted once more. Chapter 12. Betting in disguise. Streamer, what nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Not only does the fisherman not believe it, but I also find it hard to accept that a rare large fish could be raised in such an artificial pond. Would it still be considered rare? I think the streamer must be quite foolish. I can't help but laugh at the streamer. His tone suggests that rare large fish are as easy to catch as a cold. Oh, what a fine young man, though he seems a bit out of touch. Darling, please share your address with me. I don't mind at all. Let me come over and take care of you. I suspect the streamer hasn't fully woken up. Everyone should disperse. Jiang Chen was busy tidying up the water pump borrowed from Ligizi. Planning to have Zhou Shuai transport it back home, using the excavator on his way past, he placed the pump by the roadside, saying, Everyone, this is no idle talk. Once my pond renovation is complete and the fish are placed inside, you will see whether my words hold true. At this moment, Zhang Bo and Ligizi, having overheard Jiang Chen seemingly talking to himself, turned their attention toward him. Jiang Chen, what are you mumbling about over there? What kind of large fish are you planning to raise? Ligizi asked, tilting his head in confusion. Zhang Bo also scrutinized Jiang Chen with keen interest. Yes, what are you going on about? After putting away the water pump, Jiang Chen stood and pointed to the drone hovering above. Uncle Gizi, Uncle Zhang, I'm currently live streaming and speaking with the viewers online. Following Jiang Chen's gesture, Ligizi and Zhang Bo looked up at the drone, instinctively straightening their postures. The young lady just now said it was for capturing scenic views, and there are viewers watching, Ligizi said, appearing slightly bashful before the camera. Live streaming? I believe I heard my granddaughter mention that. Does that mean we're on television? Zhang Bo cheerfully waved at the drone, showcasing his endearing smile. That uncle is so adorable, ha 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 ha. The people here seem very easygoing. I'd love to visit this village. Rural folks are generally like this, warm and friendly, trying to lure me to the countryside again. I truly envy the streamer's life in the countryside, even if he seems a bit dim-witted. Observing the somewhat bashful Zhang Bo and Ligizi, Jiang Chen approached them with a smile. Uncles, you needn't be so reserved. Just be yourselves. The viewers online are very friendly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the two relaxed a bit. By the way, Jiang Chen, you mentioned raising some large fish earlier. Can you share your thoughts with us? We might offer you some advice, Ligizi inquired, recalling Jiang Chen's earlier statement. Zhang Bo nodded in agreement. Yes, I have a bit of knowledge about fish farming as well. Share your ideas, and I can provide some input. Seeing the enthusiasm from Zhang Bo and Uncle Gizi to assist him, Jiang Chen felt encouraged and opened up. Well, I plan to expand the pond and focus on raising the large fish I caught yesterday. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the previously confident expressions of the two turned to surprise as they exchanged glances before returning their attention to Jiang Chen. Zhang Bo's brow furrowed in concern as he reached out to feel Jiang Chen's forehead. Ouch, no fever. What on earth is this child talking about today? Ligizi also scrutinized Jiang Chen closely, shaking his head. Jiang Chen, what are you thinking? Do you believe that catching those large fish yesterday was a matter of mere luck? To catch two in one go is akin to winning the lottery. You ask, who in this world would believe in the lottery? Yesterday, Jiang Chen returned with two enormous fish, both over 100 pounds, a rare sight indeed. Zhang Bo and Li Guizi were taken aback, having never encountered such a species, let alone of this size. Thus, they dismissed Jiang Chen's words as mere nonsense. The viewers in the live stream, observing the duo's astonishment, began to chime in with their own jests. Ha ha ha. Don't just blame us. Even those beside the host are starting to question his intelligence. I can practically see the bewilderment on Zhang Bo and Guai Zi's faces. Ha ha. The most unfortunate is the excavator guy, who remains blissfully unaware of the host's absurdity, tirelessly digging in the fish pond. Excavator guy, tool man. I bet today the host is spouting nonsense that he couldn't possibly rear such large fish. If he manages to catch another one like that from yesterday, I'll immediately send him a rocket. Count me in. If the host truly accomplishes this, I'll reward him with 2 rockets, marking my first contribution. First, are you perhaps overreaching? Are you a boy or a girl? Facepalm. I'm a girl. But I meant my first gift. However, if the host is willing, damn, I'm feeling jealous. I wager 10 rockets. If the host fails, he must dress in women's clothes and dance for us. Wow, the person above truly knows how to play. I like this. Ha ha ha. This can be arranged. Images of the host in women's attire are already forming in my mind. Jiang Chen, observing the barrage of comments in the live chat, chuckled, sure, if I fail, I'll don women's clothing and dance on stream. However, you might not get the chance to see it. Jiang Chen, now bearing the title of fishing koi, harbored no concerns about catching large fish. Furthermore, he still possessed the earth spirit water he had drawn from the system yesterday. Once the pond was renovated and refilled, a single drop of that water would ensure that the fish raised in his pond would be anything but ordinary. Hearing Jiang Chen's wager with the viewers, Zhang Bo and Li Guaizi exchanged uneasy glances. How could a man wear women's clothing? The mere thought of Jiang Chen dancing in a skirt before the audience sent Zhang Bo's blood pressure soaring. Yet he was well aware of Jiang Chen's stubborn nature. Although he appeared affable, once he made a decision, it was as if 100 bulls couldn't drag him back, that a child like Jiang Chen would never give up until he hit a wall. Just as Li Guaizi was about to pull Jiang Chen aside to offer some counsel, Zhang Bo interrupted him. Guaizi, this kid is beyond the reach of his parents' persuasion. We shouldn't waste our breath. Let's save our energy for when he decides to wear women's clothing. Many viewers, fearing that Jiang Chen might later renege on his bet, shared the video of him wagering with the audience. With sharp titles such as, Young Man Boldly Claims He Will Cultivate Rare Fish Weighing 100 Pounds, Faces Skepticism from Viewers, and Threatens to Dress in Women's Clothing and Dance if he fails. Due to his stunning looks, the young man rose to fame for catching giant fish. Yet now his reputation is in jeopardy due to a single statement. Rebellious host betting live with viewers, openly declaring he will dress in women's clothing and dance if he loses. Soon a multitude of viewers were drawn to the live stream, causing the online count to soar to 20,000 and climbing. Chapter 13. A Precious Discovery. Live in women's clothing? By the way, this young man's looks are simply extraordinary. Why isn't he auditioning for an idol competition instead of raising fish in the countryside? I'm quite curious about the host's confidence in acquiring such rare fish, that isn't courage bestowed by Liang Jingru. Ha ha. I don't care. I'm here to witness the cross-dressing. Wow, the scenery in this village is quite beautiful. Which village is this? I'd love to visit. To the person above, can you honestly claim you aren't here for the host? Damn, I've even seen through. I confess, host, I'm quite fond of you. The live stream attracted a plethora of playful viewers, who immediately began flooding the chat. As noon approached, Jiang Chen lingered in the yard for a moment before retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Everyone, it's almost mealtime. I'll go make lunch. You can enjoy the scenery while you wait. He noticed that Lin Xiaojing was still somewhat inexperienced with operating the drone, struggling in the confined space. After greeting the viewers, Jiang Chen returned to the yard and entered the kitchen. Oh, what kind of host leaves us hanging here, treating us like dried meat? You want to make me laugh, don't you? Yet the host is indeed quite willful, while other hosts strive to maintain viewer interaction. Ours seems intent on being contrary, abandoning us at the slightest disagreement. Su Xiao remarked, I'm late to the party. Wow, the host's popularity is skyrocketing. Just yesterday, there were only a few thousand viewers. And today it has surged to 30,000. This is the rhythm of rising stardom. Yu Tai Su added, I've been watching all morning. The young man claimed he would raise exquisite giant fish in this pond. Su Xiao, do you think it's feasible? Lao Mao commented, Ultimately, the young man is still just that, a young man. Fishing is not as simple as it seems. Yesterday was merely a stroke of luck, and such fortune cannot be expected daily. The majority of viewers expressed skepticism towards Jiang Chen's previous claims, yet could not quell their curiosity, remaining glued to the live stream. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen finished preparing several home-style dishes and even brewed a pot of tea, chilling it with spring water in the kitchen basin. In the countryside, tea drinking is far less ceremonious than in the city. Typically, one simply boils a pot of water, tosses in a handful of tea leaves, and enjoys a unique flavor. The purple clay teapot Jiang Chen used was rather old, having been passed down from his grandfather. The tea brewed from it was genuinely fragrant. After setting the table in the yard, Jiang Chen brought out the dishes and called over Zhou Shuai and Lin Xiaojing for lunch, leaving the viewers in the live stream waiting outside. What? The host actually left us to eat? We must firmly oppose such behavior. Let us promptly exit the live stream to teach the host a lesson. Yes, the host has gone too far. Everyone should disperse, and those who need to eat should go eat. A wave of indignation swept through the viewers in the live stream, yet the viewer count continued to rise, each one epitomizing the principle of the more you push away, the more they cling. Oh dear, how peculiar. Once I entered this live stream, I found it hard to leave. In light of my husband's stunning looks, I've decided to stay and support him. You all can leave. To the person above, do you think I would grant you and my husband any opportunity for solitude? I want to be leaving. Considering the host may soon don women's clothing, let us forgive him for now. In truth, watching the live stream scenery while eating is quite delightful. It feels as though I too am in the host's yard. After the meal, Jiang Chen moved 3 wooden stools and a small table to the entrance of the yard. Lin Xiaojing followed behind, carrying the teapot, while Zhou Shuai held 3 teacups. The 3 settled at the entrance of the yard, enjoying the gentle breeze and sipping tea. After lunch, soaking in the beautiful village scenery, breathing in the fresh air, and savoring the tea brought immense joy to their hearts. The viewers in the live stream watched the trio enjoying tea and conversation, filled with envy. Wow, don't hold me back. I want to go to the countryside. I want tea, just let you go. I want to join you. It seems our tea looks so sweet. I long for a taste. I timidly ask. This tea set the host as appears quite aged. Could it be an antique? I'm laughing so hard. If it were truly an antique, would the host dare use it here? He'd have already displayed it. Haha, I see plenty of such purple clay cups and teapots at the supermarket downstairs. They're only a few bucks each, but the host teapot has a rather unique design. Jiang Chen noticed the comments in the live stream, took a sip from his cup, and remarked, I'm not sure how old this tea set is. It's definitely older than me. Most of the pots, bowls, and utensils in his home were inherited from his grandfather, who cherished them greatly and seldom bought new furniture. Thus, most of the furnishings were older than Jiang Chen himself, and he had grown accustomed to it over time. Antique enthusiast Lu commented, Host, I see your tea set is indeed not an ordinary one. Would you be interested in selling it? At the Tianfu City Antique Shop, a young man in his 20s sat at the counter. After typing in the live chat, he immediately opened his computer. His name was Lu Xin, and this antique shop had been passed down through his family for generations. He had accompanied his grandfather and parents on countless quests to acquire rare antiques since he was a child, making him quite knowledgeable in this field. After watching one outdoor live stream, he absent-mindedly slid into this one, initially intending to leave upon seeing the stunning host. However, he inadvertently noticed that the tea set in the hands of the trio seemed rather extraordinary. Lu Xin's hands trembled slightly as he opened his computer. If the tea set Jiang Chen possessed were genuine, its value would be unfathomably high. Due to the limitations of the mobile phone screen, Lu Xin was unable to discern accurately, so he was eager to rush to his computer to see whether the fish dragon transformation teapot on the table in the live stream was genuine. Dad, come over quickly. I think I've discovered something remarkable. At that moment in the antique shop, Lu Xin was not alone. His father, Lu, was nearby, carefully polishing a blue and white porcelain vase with a pair of white gloves. This was their store's prized possession. Hearing his son's excited call, Lu's expression turned displeased as he shot Lu Xin a glare. Why are you making such a fuss? Can you even discern anything from a phone? What if you startle me and accidentally knock this treasure over? As he spoke, he continued to polish the precious vase with utmost care. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's expression was gradually losing its composure as he watched the live stream, his heart racing erratically. Dad, hurry over. I've truly found something extraordinary. Chapter 14. The exceptional million yuan Zixia teapot. Lu Xian widened his eyes, scrutinizing the fish dragon Zixia teapot on Jiang Chen's table. The fluid lines and exquisite carving craftsmanship all exuded the aura of a renowned artifact. The fish dragon teapot, a traditional Zixia masterpiece, draws inspiration from mythological tales, symbolizing success in examinations, auspicious elevation, and soaring prosperity, imbued with good fortune and wealth. The carp leaps through the dragon gate, transforming into a magnificent dragon that roams the skies and earth. However, genuine fish dragon Zixia teapots are exceedingly rare amidst the plethora of imitations flooding the market. Over the years, Lu Xian had encountered countless replicas, to the point where he could easily discern authenticity at a glance. Though he was almost certain that the teapot in the video was the real deal, he dared not make a hasty conclusion. Thus, he sought assistance from his father, who had been engaged in the appraisal of treasures for decades and had honed a keen eye for authenticity. Crucially, he had once accompanied his father to appraise treasures, where he had the fortune of witnessing a genuine fish dragon Zixia teapot, a relic from the Qing dynasty. Seeing his son in such a state of excitement, Lu's displeasure deepened as he removed his gloves and approached the cash register, following the direction of Lu Xian's pointing finger. He was intrigued to see what had caused his son such a stir. Upon spotting the uniquely shaped fish dragon Zixia teapot on the screen, he focused intently, his eyes widening as he scanned the remarkable carving lines. This is indeed a renowned artifact. Previously standing far from the computer, Lu immediately leaned closer to the screen, his gaze fixated on the teapot. That moment, Jiang Chen, Lin Xiaojing, and Zhou Shuai were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to Lu Xian's enthusiastic bid to acquire the tea set. I can't believe not only is there a Zixia teapot, but even the matching teacups have been preserved. Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the teacups in their hands. That a genuine fish dragon Zixia teapot alone is exceedingly rare in the market. And here, not only did it come with a teapot, but also matching teacups. As Lu witnessed the priceless teacups being casually used by Jiang Chen and the others, his heart trembled. They were not merely sipping tea. They were literally consuming wealth. Observing his father's distressed expression only solidified Lu Xian's conviction. Dad, could this be a genuine fish dragon Zixia teapot? Lu nodded solemnly, his eyes glued to the rare sight on the screen, fearful that the individuals depicted might accidentally drop a priceless item. Just then, Jiang Chen was pouring tea from the Zixia teapot for Zhou Shuai, and Lu seized the opportunity to impart some wisdom to his son. Pay close attention to the regular waves on the body of the fish dragon teapot. The lines are smooth and flowing. One side features the fierce dragon's head emerging from the waves, while the other depicts the carp leaping out of the tumultuous waters. The lid resembles surging waves, with the dragon's head sculpted in 3 dimensions as the spout. The dragon head as the spout is retractable. When pouring tea, the dragon's head extends and simultaneously, a slender tongue emerges from the head. Once the tea has been poured and the teapot is held level, the dragon head retracts and the tongue disappears within. After witnessing Jiang Chen's pouring technique, both father and son nodded in synchrony. Lu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This fish dragon Zixia teapot exudes a lively tranquility, showcasing understated grandeur, truly breathtaking. Moreover, judging by the style, it likely dates back to the late Qing dynasty. Upon hearing his father's remarks, Lu Xian swallowed hard. Dad, have we stumbled upon a treasure of exceptional quality? Lu remained non-committal. Absolutely. I recall a few years ago, Baogu Zhai auctioned a set of modern Zixia teapots for 3 million. Lu Xian's expression turned to one of shock as he looked at his father. A set of modern Zixia teapots sold for 3 million. Surely the fish dragon Zixia teapot from the late Qing must fetch a price double that. Hearing his son's words, Lu shook his head. Not just double. Wealthy collectors, upon encountering something they adore, spare no expense. That a fish dragon Zixia teapot of this caliber is a true gem. You must contact the owner immediately. We need to act swiftly. Having encountered such a remarkable piece, And noticing that the individuals in the video seemed unaware of the exorbitant value of the tea set in their possession, both father and son realized they could acquire it at a bargain. Later reselling it for a considerable profit, as Lu spoke, Lu Xian was already recharging his Douyu account. The barrage of comments on the screen was overwhelming. If he attempted to contact Jiang Chen directly through the comments, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. Antique Xiao Lu sent 5 rockets and commented, "Anchor, this Zisha tea set looks splendid. I am interested in purchasing it for my collection. My offer is a flat 50,000. Wow, another tycoon has emerged in the live stream. Does this tea set even warrant a price of 50,000? What? My supermarket has plenty of such tea sets, tycoon. Leave your contact information, and I can deliver it to your doorstep." The sudden influx of donations caught Jiang Chen's attention that he was astonished that someone would offer 50,000 for his tea set. However, this was a treasured heirloom from his grandfather, and he cherished using it for brewing tea, so he had no intentions of selling. "Thank you to Antique Xiao Lu for the donation, but this tea set was left to me by my grandfather, and I don't intend to sell it." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, both Lu and Lu Xian were taken aback. Jiang Chen appeared to be an ordinary rural youth. 50,000 could sustain him comfortably for a year in the countryside. Yet he was unwilling to part with it. Nevertheless, Lu was determined to acquire the Zisha teapot at all costs and immediately instructed his son, "Offer him 500,000. We must secure this item quickly." With 40,000 viewers in the live stream, Lu Xian was aware that others would also take note of the tea set, so they needed to act promptly. Otherwise, a competitor might drive the price higher, diminishing their potential profit. Antique Xiao Lu sent 5 rockets and commented, "Anchor, will you sell for 500,000? Wow, a true tycoon upstairs. Away is dead. Mom asked me why I am kneeling. Last time, I threw away the same teapot my dad bought from the supermarket. Have I just lost tens of thousands?" Crying, "Anchor, what is this luck? Fishing for over 200,000, sipping tea for 500,000. Jealousy makes me feel like I'm falling apart. I'm coming clean. I'm actually the long-lost brother of the Anchor. Everyone, help me get to the top. I want to reunite with my brother." At this moment, Suja, hailing from a family of merchants, sensed an opportunity for profit through the screen. Although he lacked expertise in antiques, he had many friends within his circle who were well-versed in the field. Suja did not wish to take advantage of Jiang Chen. In fact, he admired him and hoped he wouldn't suffer a loss. Consequently, he immediately called a friend. "Brother Lin, it's Suja. I just sent you a link. You must enter this live stream right away. There might be a treasure you would love." Every day at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m., updates are released. Chapter 15. Could our anchor truly be a complete fool? In a high-end apartment in Kyoto, Lin Xian returned to his room from the living room and opened the link sent by his friend Suja. What the hell? Upon entering the live stream, a flurry of comments flooded his screen. After a brief moment of disdain, Lin Xian muted the comments. The sight of Jiang Chen and his companions enjoying tea and chatting appeared before him. Although Lin Xian was only 31 years old, he was utterly captivated by antiques. Thus, the instant he opened the live stream, his gaze lingered on Jiang Chen's extraordinarily handsome face for merely 2 seconds before being drawn to the Zisha teapot he held. What the hell? This kid is actually using such a rare item as an ordinary teapot. Just a fleeting glance was enough for Lin Xian to recognize that this tea set was no ordinary piece. At that moment, Jiang Chen also took note of Lu and Lu Xian's second bid of 500,000. Surprised, how had the price jumped from 50,000 to 500,000 so quickly? Nevertheless, even at 500,000, he had no intention of selling. "I'm sorry, Antique Xiao Lu, but this Zisha teapot was left to me by my grandfather. Whether you offer 5,000 or 500,000, I will not part with it." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Xian, who was infatuated with antiques, felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit, inexplicably harboring a greater fondness for Jiang Chen. However, upon hearing that someone had offered 50,000 and then 500,000 to purchase the set of tea utensils from Jiang Chen, Lin Xian could not help but feel disdain for such individuals. That it was evident that they viewed Jiang Chen, a mere rural lad, as an easy target, intending to acquire the items from him at a low price and subsequently sell them to genuine antique enthusiasts at a premium. Wanggu Tianxia. Brother, do not be deceived. This set of Yuhua long purple clay teapots is undoubtedly worth more than 500,000. Goodness, it seems another big shot has emerged. I am in awe. Wanggu Tianxia. Does the big shot imply that this teapot is indeed an antique? It appears so. Otherwise, how could that Xiao Lu suddenly jump to 500,000? Good grief, 500,000 is merely a deceived price. I am quite curious about the true value of this set of tea utensils. Wanggu Tianxia: This is a top-tier Yuhua long purple clay teapot. A few years ago, I purchased a regular purple clay teapot from Bao Guzhai for 3 million. I am awestruck. Now, this is a true tycoon. Ever since entering the host livestream, I feel as though money has lost its meaning. Upon witnessing the arrival of knowledgeable individuals in the livestream, Lu's father and son felt a surge of anxiety. They certainly did not wish to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. With determination, Lu's father resolved to call for 3 million. Even if he acquired it for 3 million, he could still profit several 100,000. Moreover, 3 million would be sufficient for this rural lad to buy a house, a car, and marry. Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. Antique Xiao Lu rewards the host with 10 rockets, leaving a message. 3 million. Host, will you sell? If so, I can come right away, cash in hand. Upon seeing someone offer 3 million, Lin Xian became somewhat apprehensive that Jiang Chen might falter. After all, he was merely a rural youth. Naturally, Lin Xian was fond of this set of purple clay teapots, thus he also wished to attempt persuading Jiang Chen to part with them for him. Wanggu Tianxia rewards with 50 rockets, leaving a message. Brother, I can tell you cherish your tea utensils. I adore them as well, that I can offer you 6 million to purchase this set. To gift my grandfather for his 80th birthday, that I hope the host will consider parting with it. The rewards from Lin Xian and the Lu family attracted a plethora of viewers to the livestream, and the comments from the audience erupted. Goodness, why do I feel like I have fallen into a den of tycoons? I think I should return to the countryside and ask my grandfather if he has any vintage cookware. I am in tears. A set of relocation housing left by my ancestors is worth less than a tea set. 6 million could buy a decent seaside property in a good city. I confess I am envious. Did you notice that Antique Xiao Lu first offered 50,000, then 500,000, and finally 3 million? Truly unscrupulous. Gosh, that is chilling to contemplate. Wow. Thankfully, Jiang Chen possesses composure. Otherwise, he could have lost millions. Jiang Chen was also taken aback by the unfolding scene in the livestream. Wasn't this merely a set of somewhat vintage tea utensils? Why were these wealthy individuals showering him with money? He could discern that Lin Xian genuinely cherished the tea set. However, Jiang Chen, being a principled individual, resolved not to sell, regardless of how high the offers climbed. After all, he was a chosen one with a system at his disposal. How could he compromise for 6 million? Furthermore, he was not lacking in funds and certainly could not part with the tea utensils that his grandfather had so dearly loved. Setting down his teacup, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, "To you, Wanggu Tianxia and Antique Xiao Lu, I must apologize. As I previously stated, I will not sell this tea set. I appreciate your admiration." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Zhou Shuai prepared to begin his work, and the two departed in succession. At this moment, Lin Xiaojing also opened the livestream, utterly astonished by the recent events. Could it be that someone had offered 6 million to purchase the tea set on the table? Contemplating this, Lin Xiaojing felt her hand tremble slightly as she set her teacup back on the table. She even felt a twinge of anxiety, grateful that her hands had not trembled in recent days. Otherwise, inadvertently dropping a cup would equate to costing Jiang Chen over 1 million. Goodness, is our host truly that Navi, refusing to sell for 6 million? I actually quite admire the host's character. He possesses strong principles. And it is evident that the tea set was a cherished gift from his grandfather, showcasing his deep sense of loyalty. I feel inferior. I initially thought my family's assets were in the tens of millions and that I could support Jiang Chen as my husband. But now it seems my father must work harder. Crying. Is the person above a little rich lady? Tens of millions would be more than enough to support me. Would you consider me? I am quite warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for cozying up shy. Wanggu Tianxia. Since the host is unwilling to part with it, I shall not press further. I truly appreciate the host's character and hope to befriend him someday. Antique Xiao Lu. I admire the host's composure. This is the first time I have been rejected in acquiring a rare item. Following this intense bidding war among the wealthy for the tea set, the popularity of the live stream reached an unprecedented high, boasting a total of 80,000 viewers. Jiang Chen, noticing the sudden surge in viewership, felt quite pleased. Having rested sufficiently, he hurried to prepare the fish pond, aiming to complete it today so that he could catch a few fish tomorrow to introduce them into the pond. After a brief period of activity, the long-absent ergo, who had been out for almost a day, finally returned. Spotting his busy master by the pond, ergo dashed towards Jiang Chen with exuberance, resembling a rocket. Woo! Today I felt like playing hide and seek with my master, having hidden all morning. He must have missed me dearly. Chapter 16. The Willful Host. Online teaching you how to conduct yourself. Woo! Upon returning from his wild escapade, ergo leapt towards Jiang Chen by the pond. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had gained experience in avoiding such enthusiastic surprises. Having reached a masterful level of skill in evading danger, ergo jumped onto him. He immediately crouched down to stabilize himself, lest he be sent flying into the fish pond. The host's dodging skills against ergo are so adept. It is almost heartbreaking. He must have been knocked down frequently in the past, haha. Finally, I can see my handsome ergo again. Does anyone else think the host and ergo together create such a harmonious scene? They both look so dashing. Hey there. Aren't you afraid the host will see your comment and give you a smack for comparing him to ergo? But you make a valid point, haha. Since you've chosen to do rural daily live streams, why are you raising a husky? Shouldn't you be raising a local dog instead? The host doesn't support rural dogs. Exactly. What is the point of raising a foreign dog? Aren't local dogs intelligent? The IQ of a local dog could outperform hundreds of huskies. It's precisely because you public figures raise foreign dogs that our local dogs are not favored. We must boycott the host. This host clearly has a persona. No wonder his popularity has skyrocketed. Hasn't anyone noticed that real content is hard to come by these days? Why are you being so bitter? Who asked you to watch? If you don't like it, just leave. What dogs the host raises is his own business. Those insulting comments must be from trolls from other live streams trying to stir up trouble. Perhaps they think our host is a newcomer and easy to bully. After all, Jiang Chen, as a new streamer, had experienced a meteoric rise in popularity over the past 2 days, which surely would incite jealousy. Additionally, as a newcomer, he had yet to sign a contract with the platform, making it an opportune time for suppression that a few waves of trolls could easily lead to a sharp decline in Jiang Chen's viewership. After being showered with affection by ergo, Jiang Chen, having brushed him off, noticed the sudden influx of malicious comments in the live stream and frowned slightly. First, I would like to thank everyone for coming to watch my live stream. I truly adore ergo and do not wish for anyone to speak ill of him. Furthermore, I want to reiterate that my affection for ergo is not based on his breed. Those who do not appreciate can leave my live stream immediately. Please refrain from malicious insults. Thank you. Ergo was not purchased by Jiang Chen, but rather rescued from a trash bin when he was only a few months old, suffering from parvovirus, a condition that could cost thousands to treat, often without guarantee of survival. This was likely the reason for his abandonment at that time. Jiang Chen was also accompanying his grandfather to visit a memorial hall for a general in the county. Jiang Chen's life was quite frugal, yet the dog persistently gazed at him with pleading eyes. Ultimately, Jiang Chen made a resolute decision and spent 6,000 to save him, though the treatment failed. Later, after discussing it with his grandfather, they decided to take him home. Jiang Chen's grandfather treated him using local remedies, eventually nursing him back to health, and he had been with them ever since. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of explaining ergo's origins to the detractors. They were intent on disparaging him regardless of the truth. What the host said makes sense. I support him, darling. Don't mind them. These trolls are surely sent by some envious beings. I've seen this happen many times. Indeed, everyone is streaming based on their merit. Our host's growing popularity is due to his own abilities, and resorting to such underhanded tactics is pointless. Even though Jiang Chen has said so, there are still quite a few newcomers in the live broadcast room, nitpicking and looking for trouble. Jiang Chen is not someone to be trifled with. He promptly appointed two of his more active die-hard fans as moderators. Anyone attempting to disrupt the atmosphere would be swiftly silenced and banned without hesitation. I don't care who you brought in as your trolls or how powerful your background is. But in my live stream, please speak respectfully. Jiang Chen's amiable nature does not mean he lacks temper. When his bottom line is crossed, he responds forcefully. Wow, I didn't expect the host to be so tough. I like it. What the host said is so satisfying. I'm all for it. Rebellious host, teaching you how to behave online. He shouldn't be called a host. He should be referred to as Lord Chen. In this society, it's Lord Chen, fierce, and few words. Lord Chen is magnificent. Such black fans deserve the silence and ban treatment. Following this wave of actions by Jiang Chen, the popularity of the live stream continued to rise, while the number of black fans dwindled, seemingly most of them turning into Jiang Chen supporters. I've revealed myself. I'm indeed a troll. But this host temper is just too spicy. I like it. I'm in love, turning from black to fan 10086. Seeing the netizens' antics left Jiang Chen quite bewildered. He glanced at the current viewership of the live stream. It had astonishingly reached 100,000 viewers. Various small gifs and glow sticks flooded in, creating quite the lively atmosphere. Everyone, take your time chatting. I need to get back to work, Jiang Chen declared, shouldering a hoe as he headed down to the fish pond. His movements skilled as he turned over the pond that Zhou Shuai had dug earlier that morning. Wow, the host actually left us to dig. This host is quite rebellious. I came to heckle him. Yet I find myself speechless. For those up front, this is how our Lord Chen operates. He often leaves his fans hanging, and soon you'll get used to it. Ha ha, for those who want to criticize my husband. Wait until he returns from digging. I'll make sure to post all your intended insults on the screen. That I adore how my husband confronts people, fan expression. Not long after Jiang Chen began digging in the pond, Ergo eagerly approached to help. However, the efficiency of the assistance was negligible, as the dog ended up completely covered in mud, even rubbing against Jiang Chen. Fearing he might accidentally hit Ergo with the hoe, Jiang Chen kicked him away. Come any closer, and I'll take your life. Startled by Jiang Chen's fierce demeanor, Ergo yelped a few complaints and turned back, hoping for Jiang Chen to comfort him. But upon reaching the pond's edge, Jiang Chen didn't even spare him a glance. Ha! Look at Ergo's pitiful, hurt little eyes. Wow, I really want to hug Ergo. My heart aches for him. Only Jiang Chen can ignore Ergo's attempts at affection. If it were me, I would have rushed over to comfort him immediately. Am I the only one who noticed that a pair of sympathetic eyes were watching Ergo from a distance? Wow, that duck has returned. For the record, I reiterate, that is a goose. Oh, got it. That duck seems to be really concerned about Ergo, constantly tilting its head to look at him. Calling it a duck again. I bow down to you. Meanwhile, Ergo also noticed the large hammer observing him from afar. Initially feeling aggrieved, his little heart seemed to receive a great comfort, and after shaking off the mud, he dashed towards it without a word. Arg! Big Hammer, you care about me. It's so hot. Let me help you pluck some feathers. Quack, quack. Oh no, so it's you, you dead dog. Get away from me. Oh no, I've been flagged for review. Chapter 17, The Miraculous Washing Elixir in the Fish Pond. Ergo and Big Hammer were engaged in a spirited frolic, while below, Jiang Chen was diligently turning over the soil, one shovel at a time. This labor continued until the sun set, leaving the fans in the live stream unattended for several hours. However, the netizens were not idle. After all, they had their own work and lives. Those with the means kept Jiang Chen's live stream open, occasionally glancing over when they felt tired, only to find renewed vigor. Su Xiao, how fascinating. I've been in this live stream for almost an entire day. Wangu Tianxia, Su Xiao, me too. If we have some free time, we should go experience it ourselves. I don't know why, but watching Jiang Chen work the fields makes me itch to try it. Su Xiao, Wangu Tianxia, sure. When the host has some time, we can message him and go together to try it out. I can't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the host could actually trick the rich into farming in the countryside. Ha! I'm inexplicably looking forward to the two wealthy individuals coming to help Jiang Chen dig. I can already picture it in my mind. Dressed in luxury brands, carrying hoes in the fields for Jiang Chen. Haha, it seems only Jiang Chen has the clout to get the rich to work for him. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Zhou Shuai also finished their work. After a full day's effort, the fish pond had been expanded and restored to a satisfactory state. The inlet and outlet had been completed, and Jiang Chen had diverted water from the nearby ditch into the pond. Once filled, the project would be deemed a success. Lord Chen's efficiency is astounding. In just one day, he has transformed the fish pond into a proper establishment. Fisherman, indeed, it has been well done. Raising some grass carp should pose no problem. But fish requiring high water quality cannot survive in this pond. The fisherman clearly knows his stuff, but our host is quite the fool. He not only wants to raise rare wild fish, but also 100 pounds of them. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. I'm already laughing. Ha ha. I still remember the host bet with the netizens about cross-dressing, if all goes well. We may see it tomorrow. I am waiting for tomorrow to see Lord Chen in women's clothing, so I can save the video. Perhaps posting it on Douyu will gain him quite a bit of popularity. With the host's stunning looks, I wonder if he'll also look breathtaking in women-esque clothing. Unexplainably looking forward to it, comedic. Observing the netizens making sarcastic comments, Jiang Chen was not upset. After all, for an average person, it would indeed be difficult to achieve, but Jiang Chen was an exception, as he had an advantage. Climbing to the edge of the fish pond, he smiled warmly. Everyone, today's live stream will end here. The pond has been taken care of, and tomorrow I can start fishing to stock it. See you tomorrow. After finishing, Jiang Chen turned off the live stream on the electronic watch on his wrist. Just like that. He ended the stream. It infuriates me. I swear I want to return to his live room tomorrow. Haha, don't fall for the tomorrow is a new day principle. I've already noted your username. Right, let us boycott the host. No one should return to the live stream tomorrow. Everyone disperse. Yes, we must have some backbone. Whoever goes to the live stream tomorrow is a little dog. After logging off, the day had grown late. Jiang Chen went to the kitchen to whip up a few quick dishes. After dinner, Zhou Shuai also returned. Having not been this busy in a long time, Jiang Chen felt a deep ache in his back. Lin Xiaojing noticed the fatigue etched on Jiang Chen's face and eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. After Lin Xiaojing went to wash the dishes, Jiang Chen remained busy, heading to the yard to give Ergo and Big Hammer a bath, if it weren't for the night chill in the river. Jiang Chen would have been tempted to take both the dog and the goose for a wash in the water. Big Hammer seemed indifferent, but Ergo, on the other hand, was prone to catching a cold, often sneezing and dripping snot. Feeling the cool water splashed on him, Ergo felt immensely refreshed, wearing an expression of enjoyment and affection, occasionally licking Jiang Chen, earning himself a gentle pat in return. Big Hammer, however, was quite resistant to Jiang Chen's touch, sensing something ominous in Jiang Chen's gaze that night. Something very sinister. Quack, quack. Jiang, what are you doing? Let me go. Sensing the danger, Big Hammer struggled fiercely, attempting to escape Jiang Chen's grip. Yet in the end, it was futile. After plucking a few soft tufts of down from Big Hammer, Jiang Chen released it. Satisfied. One must admit, Big Hammer's feathers were practically made for fishing floats, with tomorrow's big plans in mind. He plucked quite a few feathers. After bathing Ergo and Big Hammer, Jiang Chen took a quick shower himself, chatted with Lin Xiaojing for a bit, then returned to his room. Although he was exhausted today, there was still one important task he had to attend to before sleeping that he still had today's free unboxing opportunity to use. He couldn't sleep without opening the box. Opening the system. Jiang Chen wasted no time and began the unboxing. Congratulations, host. You have received Washing Elixir 1 piece. Washing Elixir. Upon consumption, it can strengthen the body, wash away impurities, and significantly enhance physical strength. This item seems rather impressive. Jiang Chen found it quite fascinating, and without hesitation, he took the Washing Elixir in one gulp. It tasted pleasant, with a subtle sweetness that as a warm sensation flowed into his abdomen. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming comfort, almost as if he were floating on air. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted within him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling it was many times stronger than before, almost as if he could break a wooden stake with a single punch. His body was undergoing changes. The fatigue from the day's labor vanished instantly, leaving him more vigorous than ever. How miraculous! Jiang Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. After laboring throughout the day, he had contemplated whether he would lack the energy to fish the next day. Now, however, he felt that he could effortlessly haul in several hundred pounds of large fish, moving with the agility of a sprightly youth. It's a pity there's only one. But once the fish I cultivate with the earth, spirit, water thrive, and I sell them in the marketplace, I can exchange the profits for points to enter the lottery. At that time, I should be able to obtain items like the cleansing elixir. After murmuring to himself, Jiang Chen closed the system and lay down on his bed. After calming his mind, he quickly drifted off to sleep. That night, his quality of sleep was extraordinarily high compared to his usual nights. Previously, he would occasionally suffer from insomnia, waking up once or twice throughout the night. But this time he slept soundly until dawn. When Jiang Chen awoke, he glanced at the clock and saw it was already 7 o'clock. Today, Lin Xiaojing had also risen early and had even cooked sweet potatoes first thing in the morning. Jiang Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, as Lin Xiaojing was technically his guest, yet she had prepared breakfast for him so early. Therefore, he wholeheartedly savored the sweet potato, consuming an entire one that, after all, overeating sweet potatoes could lead to stomach issues. And one was already his limit, as for ergo. He was more practical. After taking a bite of sweet potato, he placed it on the ground and sulked. "How could you serve me undercooked sweet potatoes? Do you think I am a fool?" Chapter 18. Instant Karma. Good morning, everyone. It is now exactly 7 o'clock, and I plan to go fishing at Tingshi Lake today. Yesterday, some of you doubted I could catch large fish. So today we shall put that to the test together. As Jiang Chen finished organizing his tools in the courtyard, Ergo eagerly emerged from his doghouse, leaping onto Jiang Chen and showering him with affectionate licks, prompting a few playful slaps from his master. "Get off me, you stinky dog!" Deche noticed Jiang Chen holding a feather from his back and pondered the implications. What could Jiang Chen, who had taken my noble plumage, possibly intend? Once prepared, Jiang Chen set off with Lin Xiaojing and Ergo. "Brother Jiang Chen, I'm here." At that moment, Jiang Hai came running over, calling out to Jiang Chen as he stepped outside. "Hai Zi, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He hoped the boy wasn't planning to join him at Tingshi Lake, as he genuinely feared Aunt Wang. Jiang Hai approached Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing, scratching his head and shyly smiled. "Brother Jiang Chen, I also want to go fishing at Tingshi Lake with you. Don't worry, my mom has already agreed." Looking at Jiang Hai's pleading expression, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then you must listen to me. If you misbehave, I will send you home immediately." "All right." Ergo, upon seeing Jiang Hai, became particularly enthusiastic, wagging his tail joyfully, especially since Aunt Wang often provided him with pork bones that it seemed there would be more bones to chew on tonight. Young Hai Zi carried a delightful aroma of meat, making him all the more appealing. Meanwhile, the live stream attracted a considerable influx of viewers. "Oh, Master Chen is going fishing today. That means the time for him to dress as a woman is drawing near. At the very least, if he's going to catch big fish, shouldn't the host upgrade his equipment? Why is he still using a homemade fishing rod? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't come back to this live stream? Why are you here so early?" "Ha ha ha, I couldn't resist. I have an inexplicable anticipation for the host's fishing mishaps, so I joined right away." "Same here, I didn't want to come in, but my hands betrayed me. It's Sunday today. In the past, I could sleep until noon, but I woke up naturally at 6. However, the host's equipment is quite basic. Just a machete, a fishing rod, and a bucket. Isn't it obvious he wants us to see him in women's clothing? Why doesn't the host skip fishing altogether and just dress as a woman?" "I am in a hurry." Jiang Chen and the others had arrived at Tingshi Lake, that he surveyed the area and noticed a prime fishing spot several hundred meters to his right, compared to his last visit. Several fishing spots had been cleared along the lakeshore. Jiang Chen led the group toward the spot he had just identified, clearing a path with his machete as he spoke to the viewers in the live stream. "Fishing indeed requires better equipment. But the tools I possess are not necessarily inferior. Though this rod is handmade, in terms of flexibility and detail, I can confidently say it is quite competent. You will soon see whether this rod can catch big fish." Jiang Chen's words were not mere bravado. The fishing rod was crafted using skills from a local artisan. A system reward of master-level craftsmanship. How could it possibly be subpar? Upon reaching the lakeside, Jiang Chen swiftly cleared a patch of ground. The wild grass here was taller than a person, and few dared to venture into this area. Ergo had already darted into the bushes to chase birds and rabbits, disappearing from sight. Xiaojing, hi Z, don't get too close to the water's edge. Just sit on that large stone over there, Jiang Chen instructed, pointing to a boulder just a meter away. After all, both Lin Xiaojing and Hai Zi were not adept swimmers, and Jiang Chen needed to ensure their safety. All right, we'll just watch from behind, Lin Xiaojing nodded, complying as she settled on the boulder to ask Jiang Chen's assistant. She couldn't afford to be a nuisance. Although Hai Zi wished to join Jiang Chen at the water's edge, he understood his brother's temperament. If he misbehaved, Jiang Chen would certainly send him home. Thus, the two obediently sat on the large stone not far behind Jiang Chen. The viewers in the live stream, noticing Jiang Chen's confidence, became intrigued. You haven't even started fishing, and you're already reeling one in? That fishing rod is so ordinary. Your previous big catch was sheer luck. Don't expect the same today. Ha! If you catch a fish over 3 pounds today, I'll immediately send you a rocket. I'll send 500 fish balls. If it's over 10 pounds, I'll send 10 rockets. Su Xiao chimed in. Haha, if you catch a fish over 20 pounds today, I'll send you 100 rockets. Yesterday, upon hearing Jiang Chen would be fishing today, Suja immediately turned on his computer to check if Jiang Chen was live, that a fishing enthusiast himself. He owned outrageously expensive equipment, but often returned empty-handed. Seeing Jiang Chen wielding a shabby fishing rod with such confidence piqued his interest. Wow, Su Xiao is impressive and magnificent. Su Xiao is generous. Wow. 100 rockets, that is a whopping 50,000. Su Xiao is amazing. But Master Chen probably won't catch anything today. Haha. Jiang Chen smiled. I suppose I should thank you all for the gifts in advance. With that, he baited his hook with a worm and cast his line into the water. As soon as the bait hit the surface, Jiang Chen noticed the tip of the rod quivering slightly. A subtle smile graced his handsome face. It seemed today's luck was even better than last time. Although it was barely past 8, 30,000 viewers were already watching live. Many were eager to witness Jiang Chen's female attire, afraid of missing a moment of his performance. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 young men in their 20s arrived at the lakeside, fully equipped for fishing. They noticed Jiang Chen from a distance and, while unable to discern the specifics of his rod, recognized it was homemade. Can't even afford a proper fishing rod, yet here he is trying to fish. The speaker, Sun Lei, was no stranger to trouble, having earned a reputation in the area for being a nuisance. He and his friends had heard rumors of 2 exceptional fish weighing over 100 pounds being caught here, prompting them to try their luck. That it wasn't so much a love for fishing, but the prospect of earning money from big catches. Sigh. We've already invested 2 or 3,000, and yesterday we spent the entire day without even catching a 5-pound fish. What can that rickety rod catch? It's just a pipe dream. The speaker, Lu Air, was an unemployed layabout who lived off his family to catch big fish. They had all invested heavily. Just as Lu Air finished speaking, Jiang Chen's fishing rod began to shake violently. Clearly, a large fish had taken the bait. The viewers in the live stream were astonished to witness this spectacle. Jiang Chen had barely cast his line, and already a fish was on the hook. Instant karma had arrived. The screen was flooded with exclamations of disbelief. What? My face feels hot. Is that rod going to snap? Didn't Master Chen say his rod has great flexibility? If it withstands this violent shaking, its resilience is truly extraordinary. The viewers were left in awe, unable to believe Jiang Chen had actually hooked a fish so quickly. What astounding luck, especially for the seasoned anglers in the live stream. This scene was enough to make their envy palpable. Behind Jiang Chen, Hai Zi and Lin Xiaojing craned their necks curiously to see what was unfolding. Under the imposing authority of Jiang Chen, the 2 individuals dared not hastily abandon their current position. I am about to commence the fishing, Jiang Chen declared with a smile, initiating the process. For such large fish, if one attempts to pull them in forcefully, it will undoubtedly result in a snapped line and a lost catch. The most effective method is to tighten the mainline rod, tap the rod, and flick the line to stimulate the fish into movement. If the fish suddenly ceases to move, one should slightly open the anti-reverse valve and patiently wait. The fish will eventually attempt to escape, at which point one can resume the fishing. Jiang Chen demonstrated while continuing to reel in the fish. When we are fishing, we must allow the fish to move in a horizontal figure-8 pattern within the water. If the fish goes left, you go right, and if it goes right, You go left, thus alternating as you reel it in. Master Chen is providing an online tutorial on catching large fish. I have already taken notes. Now all that remains is the luck akin to winning the lottery. My mind has grasped it, yet I fear my hands may not obey my commands when the time comes. Master Chen. Could you possibly send me your hands via express delivery for assistance? Goodness, Master Chen. Are you cheating? How is it that you hooked a fish the instant your line hit the water, and a large one at that? What is your secret? I have serious doubts that the streamer did not already bait this spot yesterday. What does baiting mean? Baiting refers to scattering a considerable amount of fish feed in this location. To achieve the level of instantly hooking large fish, one might require several tens of kilograms of bait. If it were 100 kilograms, that would necessitate an entire truckload of bait. After over 20 minutes, the large fish in the water finally exhausted its strength that a bizarre fish, approximately 90 centimeters long, with a greenish-blue back and a white belly, surfaced. Upon seeing the fish emerge, Jiang Chen's previously good mood was overshadowed by a cloud of disappointment. He promptly reeled in the line and swiftly brought the fish to shore. Setting aside his fishing rod, he gazed at the oddly shaped fish before him. His spirits instantly dampened. The fish was exceedingly unattractive, devoid of scales, with an exceptionally smooth exterior, and both its mouth and tail were triangular in shape. Jiang Chen extracted the hook from its mouth and weighed it by its gills. It was approximately 80 to 90 kilograms heavy. In stark contrast to Jiang Chen's now gloomy demeanor. The viewers in the live stream had erupted with excitement. Wow, Master Chen is truly formidable. Master Chen, please accept my admiration. This fish must be exceedingly rare, for I have never encountered such an ugly specimen. No questions asked. It is undoubtedly a rare 100-kilogram fish. Suspect rewarded with 1 rocket and commented, "May the best man win." Sent a knife to the streamer, rewarded with 5 rockets and commented, "May the best man win." Su Xiao, rewarded with 100 rockets and commented, "Streamer, are you selling that fishing rod? If so, name your price." Previously mocking and betting viewers began showering Jiang Chen with gifts. Despite receiving such a bounty of rewards, Jiang Chen's mood was somewhat sour upon encountering the fish. "Thank you all for your generosity. This fishing rod has already been used. But if Su Xiao is interested, I can craft a new one for you when I have time." Su Xiao replied, "Sounds good. Then it's settled. You shall determine the price later." Su Xiao was unafraid of being taken advantage of by Jiang Chen. For through their interactions over the past couple of days, he had come to realize that Jiang Chen was not that sort of person. "Agreed." Jiang Chen responded nonchalantly. "Why do I sense that the streamer does not appear particularly pleased? Indeed, could it be that he finds this fish too ugly? Or perhaps it is not large enough for his taste? To the one above, I suspect you might be joking, yet I lack evidence." Fisherman: the fish in the streamer's hand is an endangered species. There are only a few hundred left in the world. Do you think the streamer could be happy? So that means it is a protected species and cannot be consumed. Just look at Master Chen's expression to know. Ha. Finally, I've witnessed Master Chen face a setback. Ha. Ha ha. Today is a curious mix of luck and misfortune for Master Chen, catching an endangered fish in an instant. Jiang Chen sighed. "I never expected to be hooked by this large creature." Holding the sturgeon close to the drone, Jiang Chen said, "Everyone, behold, this is a sturgeon that has not yet reached maturity, likely around 13 years of age." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the screen was filled with question marks. Sounds utterly convincing, were it not for the fact that I could feel its substantial weight of 80 kilograms. I might have believed it. It seems like Master Chen is trying to pull a fast one on us. Fisherman: Actually, the streamer is correct. This is indeed a 13-year-old sturgeon. It appears that the fisherman possesses considerable knowledge. Could he also be a hidden expert? Fisherman: I wouldn't call myself an expert, but our family has been in the seafood business for 3 generations, so I do possess some understanding. The streamer's assessment was quite accurate. Many years ago, my grandfather encountered a sturgeon of a similar size. Also 13 years old. I am quite curious how the streamer came to know of such a rare fish. I rely on my family's 3 generations of experience in fish procurement for reference. Yet the streamer seems quite young, and it is surprising to see such knowledge. Wow, another big shot has appeared. 3 generations in business. Doesn't he that make him a third-generation rich kid? I too aspire to be a third-generation rich kid. But alas, my grandfather did not rise to the occasion. I will strive to become a first-generation rich individual instead. Tomorrow I have a date with my 70-year-old girlfriend, whose family is well off. If successful, I shall be a first-generation wealthy man. To the one above, that's impressive. If you succeed, do remember to shower Master Chen with gifts in our live stream. In a high-end hotel in Country M, a middle-aged man in his 30s named Zhang Hai sat in the living room of a VIP suite, watching the live stream while typing on his keyboard, currently on a business trip abroad to inspect their numerous seafood restaurants. Zhang Hai had developed a habit of watching live streams in his spare time, particularly those related to fishing. Sometimes, upon spotting excellent seafood products, he would promptly purchase them from the streamer. Initially, he had stumbled upon Jiang Chen's video of processing a 100-kilogram sesame swordfish, intending to visit the live stream to buy it, only to find himself outdone by the whimsical streamer. Later, he found Jiang Chen's live stream quite entertaining, and to his surprise, the streamer possessed an extraordinary stroke of luck, consistently catching either rare sesame swordfish or nearly extinct sturgeons. Not only did he catch a sturgeon, but he could also discern its age at a glance, showcasing knowledge of seafood that was nearly on par with his grandfather's. To Zhang Hai, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a treasure of a streamer, but he hopes that everyone continues to support this book with a stable daily update of 4,000 words, seeking prompts for updates, comments, and 5-star reviews. That if the 5-star reviews exceed 50, an additional 2,000 words will be added. Thank you all. Much appreciated. Chapter 20. Lured a city girl to the countryside to play in the mud. Upon seeing Jiang Chen holding the sturgeon, Haizi and Lin Xiaojing could not contain their curiosity and approached to take a closer look. Jiang Chen rotated the sturgeon's body and remarked, "This species of sturgeon can weigh up to 500 kilograms, and their age can reach 43 years. This one, however, is not particularly large. It could only be considered a baby. A fully grown 400-kilogram sturgeon can yield 40 kilograms of caviar. The fresh caviar from a sturgeon costs 1,800 yuan for just 10 grams. This is also the reason sturgeons are currently endangered. Many are captured before they reach maturity, and their stringent water quality requirements make artificial breeding exceedingly difficult." Wow! 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 Impressive, yet daunting. Master Chen is truly formidable. He knows so much. 1,800 yuan for 10 grams? I never anticipated that this ugly fish would be so valuable. I initially came here to watch Master Chen's fashion blunders. Yet I inadvertently acquired some knowledge. I bow before you. I bow before you. My knees are already worn out from bowing. Everyone, do you have any remedies for knee pain? After showcasing the sturgeon, Jiang Chen prepared to release it. However, upon placing the fish back into the water, it could only weakly flick its tail, and soon, crimson blood began to swirl in the water. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. It appeared the fish had sustained a severe injury. Noticing Jiang Chen's grave demeanor, the viewers also focused on the bleeding sturgeon in the water. Why is this fish bleeding? I did not see Master Chen do anything excessive to it. It looks as if it might not survive. It cannot even swim back. Jiang Chen gently touched the sturgeon's abdomen and, upon lifting it, discovered a palm-sized red mark oozing blood. "This fish seems to be injured," he stated. Zhang Hai leaned in for a closer look, confirming, "Indeed, it is bleeding from its belly." Lin Xiaojing, observing the fearsome-looking fish, hesitated. Is it really possible for such a fierce creature to be injured? Injured? Has Master Chen been scammed? Who would have thought that today Master Chen would be scammed by a protected fish? I wonder if he'll be invited for tea. Ha! We are all watching. Master Chen did nothing. It was the sturgeon that bit the hook first. Yes, the sturgeon initiated the contact. The fish merely stirred weakly in the water. Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Hai and said, "Haizi, help me dig a pond. I'll take it home and see if I can care for it back to health." Although this fish may not bring any benefits to Jiang Chen, he cannot simply stand by and watch it perish. He plans to take it back and place it in his fish pond to see if it can be nurtured back to health. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Hai responded eagerly, immediately joining him in action, while Lin Xiaojing also volunteered to assist. Didn't Chen say just now that this fish has extremely high water quality requirements, given its current state? Can your ordinary fish pond even sustain it? Why do I feel that Chen has ulterior motives? Could it be that he is tempted by its physique, claiming he wants to raise it, while secretly concocting 100 culinary methods for sturgeon in his mind? Humorous? Haha, I think the same. I believe the host genuinely wants to save this fish. After all, it is so unattractive that I wouldn't be able to eat it, nauseated. True. And being only 13 years old, there isn't much caviar to be had, right? Am I the only one who notices that Xiao Jing seems to be turning into quite the tomboy under Chen's influence? Goodness. I thought Xiao Jing was someone who never touched dirt, yet now she is digging in the mud with her bare hands. She's been led astray. The host has actually tricked a city girl into playing in the mud with him. Why do I inexplicably like this little fairy Xiao Jing? Those upstairs. Draw your swords. Before long, the three of them had dug out a temporary pond. After tossing the sturgeon into the water, Jiang Chen eagerly began to cast his fishing rod, standing at the water's edge. He proclaimed, "Everyone, I believe I will catch a large fish soon, likely a koi, and it should be about the same size as the sturgeon, if not slightly larger. Chen, your bravado is making me want to unfollow you. Aren't you afraid that your next catch might just be a tiny catfish that smacks you in the face? Sigh. Can't everyone see that Chen has begun to get carried away?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "I assure you, I am neither boasting nor exaggerating. This is based on sound reasoning. This sturgeon, you see, has a particular fondness for koi. So typically, wherever there is a sturgeon, koi can be found. And considering this sturgeon has sustained such severe injuries, it likely encountered a rival." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Chen observed a feather floating on the water surface suddenly being pulled beneath. "Ah! Here it comes!" Jiang Chen exclaimed, gently flicking his rod. Splash! A vibrant, red and white fish flickered just beneath the surface. What? Evit This is indeed a koi, a magnificent one. What miraculous technique is this? Truly astounding. Chen is simply magnificent. This is unacceptable. After watching Chen's stream, I feel as though catching rare fish is far too easy. I must hasten to gather my gear. Even if it means facing a fierce divorce from my wife, I must go fishing. I've already left the house. My wife even personally escorted me to the community entrance. Laughs. Upstairs. Are you certain your wife genuinely supports your fishing endeavors? I once had a fishing buddy whose wife prepared his gear daily for him until one day he forgot something and returned mid-fishing, only to find his wife with the neighbor Wang. That was when he realized he had been unfaithfully betrayed. Goodness. For those already out the door, shouldn't you hurry back to check? Compared to the injured sturgeon, this koi was undeniably powerful. Had it been Jiang Chen from the day before, he would have certainly been yanked along with his rod. Fortunately, after consuming a revitalizing elixir the night prior, Jiang Chen found it remarkably easy to reel in this large fish. Regardless of how vigorously the koi struggled beneath the surface, pulling and tugging, Jiang Chen remained steadfast, effortlessly maneuvering the fish. How could it possibly escape? I have triumphed over the formidable sturgeon, only to find myself ensnared by a mere human. Even through the screen, viewers could sense the immense force exerted by the koi, yet Jiang Chen remained unperturbed, allowing it to thrash about in the water while he leisurely guided it. My worldview has been once again reshaped by Chen. What incredible strength! My husband is truly exceptional. With unmatched looks and physical prowess, he is simply perfect. Infatuated expression, great koi damn. This kid must be cheating. I believe I can already sense the koi's despair. Ha ha ha. After a grueling struggle lasting over 30 minutes, the koi finally succumbed and was pulled onto the shore. Jiang Chen stood triumphantly, holding a stunning 90-centimeter long koi, its remarkable hues captivating the eye. The most breathtaking aspect was the koi's red and white patterns. With the white as pure as snow and the red reminiscent of deep rubies, the collision of these two exquisite colors delivered an overwhelming visual impact. Chapter 21, 16 million premium koi. I admit I am envious. Chen's luck is simply on par with winning the lottery. I have never seen such a large koi before. How is its coloration so exquisite? By the way, wasn't that wealthy fish enthusiast supposed to buy a fish from the host? Is he in the stream now? Indeed, such a rare fish would surely appeal to him. Fish enthusiast, come forth to purchase the koi. Old Mao. I can't believe it. Host, this koi. This koi is truly extraordinary. Fisherman. It is indeed remarkable. I can only say I have never acquired such a premium fish. However, we typically do not consume such fish, but rather keep them for admiration. And the symbolism of koi is excellent. The one in the host's possession is simply the epitome of koi. Damn, surely this isn't priced at over 100,000, is it? Is Chen truly planning to amass wealth through fishing? Old Mao. Fisherman, could you provide an estimate of its worth? Based on your reactions, I fear it may be worth over $1 million. Old Mao, let me put it this way. A few years ago, a premium red and white koi appeared abroad, which a wealthy merchant purchased for an astonishing price of $20 million. Damn. Are you suggesting that the host koi is valued at over $10 million? My poverty has limited my imagination. Jiang Chen had not anticipated his luck to be so extraordinary today. Catching this premium koi, compared to the sturgeon he had caught earlier, his mood could not be any better that he held the koi aloft, allowing Jiang Hai and Lin Xiaojing to examine it closely. If my judgment is correct, this should be a premium red and white koi, age 50 years. However, this 50-year-old koi is not particularly old, as these koi can live up to 223 years. Thus, this 50-year-old appears rather unremarkable. Old Mao. Unremarkable. Perhaps only Chen would dare to claim this koi is unremarkable? Fisherman. Exactly. Only Chen would make such a statement. Look at the koi's sheen. The white is pure and unblemished. The red is lustrous and vibrant. The red spots on its back are evenly distributed. Simply perfect. This is a classic premium red and white koi. If the host is willing to part with it, I am prepared to purchase it for $16 million. $16 million. Good heavens, I am fortunate to be in the same stream as such a wealthy individual. My mother just asked me why I was kneeling on the ground. Now she is kneeling beside me watching the stream. Does the wealthy gentleman require decorations for his legs? I once thought I would never cross paths with a wealthy individual. Yet here I am in the same stream with a super rich person. Jiang Chen also noticed the fisherman's comments and was slightly taken aback that he had not expected his stream to be filled with such hidden talents, having just caught a koi. Someone was already offering $16 million, however. He had previously promised fish enthusiasts that he would contact him first if he acquired any premium fish. I appreciate fisherman's interest, but I have already promised fish enthusiast that I would inform him of any good fish first. While I would love to keep this koi for my own enjoyment, if fish enthusiast is interested, I will sell it to him. Fisherman. Viewers. The host remains headstrong, faced with the temptation of $16 million. He still maintains his reason and integrity. At this moment, fish enthusiast, mentioned by Jiang Chen, surfaced in the comments. Fish enthusiast. Wow, a premium koi. I didn't expect the host to think of me. However, the price is too steep. While I adore it, I am financially constrained, so I must apologize. Ha ha ha, the host fish has even intimidated the wealthy. Fisherman, opportunity awaits. Hurry up. Fisherman, since fish enthusiasts cannot meet the price, I shall not hold back. Young man, I will buy it for $16 million. If you agree, I can transfer the funds immediately. Jiang Chen tossed the koi back into the pond and smiled. Since fish enthusiast is not purchasing, I shall keep this koi for my own enjoyment. This koi is indeed a premium one. And Jiang Chen is quite fond of it, that if he brings it back to the pond, he can admire it from time to time, that as for whether to sell it or not, that can be decided later. Fishermen, viewers, this host is undoubtedly a bit of a fool. Is the host family operating a mine? This is worth $16 million. How can there be such a headstrong streamer who dares to reject a temptation of $16 million? If it were me, I would snatch up even $160,000. Jiang Chen resumed his fishing endeavors, as today he had come specifically to fish, and the 2 catches he had so far were far from sufficient. Meanwhile, Ergo, who had wandered to another mountain, sensed a faint scent reminiscent of his kind. During Jiang Chen's fishing time, he had traversed a mountain following the scent. Upon reaching a secluded cave, he was captivated by a series of soft, plaintive howls. He slowly approached the source of the sounds, only to discover a small, round-bodied creature with silvery fur, calling out for its mother amidst the dry crevices of the rocks. Upon seeing this adorable little creature, Ergo's eyes widened, and a goofy smile spread across his face. This little one was simply too precious. He had to take it back to show his master, and to Che. The little creature, sensing a similar presence, instinctively crawled towards Ergo without a hint of wariness, nuzzling against his leg, which eased its earlier anxiety. The moment it brushed against him, Ergo's heart melted. And without a second thought, he gently grasped the little one's neck and exited the cave, bounding down the mountain. How adorable! Such a delightful little thing in this remote forest was far too perilous. He must protect it. Just minutes after Ergo departed, a mother wolf with gleaming silver fur, strong limbs, and piercing eyes, exuding an air of aloofness, arrived at the cave's entrance. Her keen nose detected an unfamiliar scent, prompting her to lower her body and cautiously venture inside. Upon discovering her cub was missing, the mother wolf dashed out of the cave, extending her neck to release a mournful howl. Oh! In an instant, the entire valley echoed with her haunting cries. The Wolf King, who had been foraging with a pack of 7 or 8 wolves, immediately altered course upon hearing his mate's wail, leading the pack swiftly towards her direction. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen also heard the wolf howls, startling the viewers in his live stream. Lin Xiaojing, by the lakeside, was especially pale with fright. However, Jiang Chen and Jiang Hai remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Although Jiang Hai appeared somewhat shy, he explained to Lin Xiaojing beside him, Sister Xiaojing, "Don't be afraid. There are indeed wolves on the adjacent mountain, but as long as we do not provoke them, they won't come down." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, judging by that sound, it seems something is amiss within the wolf pack, but it certainly has nothing to do with us. After all, there is a mountain separating us from them. Today's update concludes. Chapter 22, Master Chen. You have already been surrounded by me. That howl is so eerie. Streamer, you should hurry back. The wolves in the mountain seem quite fierce. Streamer, best to leave quickly. I can't believe I'm shivering behind the screen, covers face and laughs. At that moment, Jiang Chen's fishing rod twitched again. He effortlessly began to reel in the fish, chuckling, "Everyone, we often hear wolves howling in our village. It may feel a bit tense at first, but after a few times, you get used to it." However, the viewers had long since shifted their focus away from the wolves. Now astonished by Jiang Chen's extraordinary luck, the audience in the live stream momentarily bowed down in awe of him. My goodness, what kind of luck does Master Chen have? A bite so quickly. Are you even human? Su Xiao remarked. It feels like the millions I spent on fishing gear at home were wasted. I come back empty-handed every time. While Master Chen's rod is worth a fraction of that. And I'm already looking forward to the rod he'll make for me. Is this the world of the wealthy? Just a casual hobby can lead to equipment worth millions, Su Xiao added. Is a few million a lot? I bow down. Looks like yet another super rich person. Lao Mao commented. I see the streamer-s fishing rod is one aspect. But mainly it's this incredible luck that surpasses even my baiting efforts. As the viewers marveled, Jiang Chen had already reeled in the fish, bringing it to the shore. Not bad. Another sesame swordfish weighing around 90 pounds. And it's quite plump. Jiang Chen secured the fish by its gills with one hand, lifting it effortlessly. Jiang Hai and Lin Xiaojing, who had been admiring the grand koi, nearly dropped their jaws upon seeing the fish in Jiang Chen's grasp. My goodness! This fish must be worth at least 10,000. I seriously suspect the streamer is cheating. Did he secretly bait the area with tons of fish feed last night? Can an ordinary person really lift something weighing 90 pounds with one hand? Wow! How many years of being single does one need to build up the strength of Master Chen? I've been in awe of Master Chen since I started watching his live stream. If this continues, I might never stand up again. Master Chen is magnificent. It seems the wealthy will soon begin a live auction. Fish 2 Virtual chimed in. That's exactly my intention. This fish must be mine. 100,000. At that moment, Lin Xiaojing glanced at the live stream chat and was taken aback. The number of viewers had surged to 120,000. It wasn't even 10 o'clock in the morning yet, and the popularity had surpassed yesterday's peak by an additional 20,000, continuing to rise at a rapid pace. That it was no wonder. Every fish Jiang Chen caught today was a once-in-a-lifetime find, and this exquisite red and white koi alone could attract countless viewers to come and worship. Meanwhile, not far away, Sun Lei and others, who had been fishing while keeping an eye on Jiang Chen, could no longer sit still. In just over an hour, Jiang Chen had managed to catch 3 large fish. while they hadn't even caught a single shrimp. Sun lay through his fishing rod in frustration. Damn it. What is the point of fishing when all the big ones are caught by that kid? You are full of it, sweet. Tossing his rod aside. Brother Lay, we may not have his luck, but we have the means. If we just offer some money, he'll sell the fish to us, and we can turn a quick profit of several thousand. Upon hearing Lu Er's words, Sun Lay smiled faintly, having similar intentions. More than just a few thousand. The 3 fish combined must be worth at least over 100,000, right? Let us go buy fish from that kid. All right. I haven't caught a single thing in the past couple of days. I'm losing patience. The group of 5 or 6 headed towards Jiang Chen, just as Jiang Chen had tossed the sesame swordfish into the pond. He noticed Sun Lei and his companions approaching and frowned slightly. Sun Lei and Lu Er were notorious bullies in the area, often engaging in unscrupulous deeds alongside their gang. Therefore, seeing them approach him could only mean trouble. In the past, he might have felt intimidated by such characters, but after consuming the cleansing elixir yesterday, Jiang Chen felt capable of taking on 10 of them now. Meanwhile, the auction in the livestream was heating up. The sesame swordfish Jiang Chen had just caught had already been bid up to 150,000. Sun Lei and his companions reached Jiang Chen, and he and Lu Er immediately recognized him. After all, Jiang Chen was somewhat famous in Zhao Shui village, being the first college graduate from a prestigious university. However, that was all in the past. Now he was stuck in this mountain hollow just like them. At the same time, they also noticed Lin Xiaojing beside him, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Sensing their malicious intent, Lin Xiaojing instinctively pulled Jiang Hai closer to Jiang Chen. It seems someone is looking for trouble with Master Chen. Judging by their demeanor, they were definitely not here with good intentions. They look like the type to bully their neighbors. Surely they're not planning to rob the streamer of his fish. Though the streamer appears to have some strength, taking on 5 might be a bit much. Just then, Sun Lei approached Jiang Chen with a forced smile and said, Jiang Chen, you're quite lucky today, catching so many big fish that I'll offer you 3,000. Sell them to me. Upon hearing Sun Lei's words, Lin Xiaojing and Jiang Hai nearly spat blood in anger. Those 3 fish were worth far more than 3,000, right? Wasn't this akin to robbery? The chat in the live stream erupted in outrage. Damn, is this the power of evil? 3,000 from Master Chen's 3 fish. He must be dreaming. If they're gonna rob, at least don't make it sound so noble. If only we could somehow crawl through the screen to Master Chen's side. With over 100,000 viewers, we could drown them with spit. I fear Master Chen might have to concede. After all, these bullies are well-connected in rural areas, able to brazenly oppress others. Jiang Chen regarded Sun Lei and his group without a trace of fear, instead smiling. Did I hear you correctly? You want to buy my 3 fish for 3,000? Lu Er smirked, hands on his hips, looking at Jiang Chen with a swagger. What is the matter? What do you think is a fair price? Lu Er's words dripped with malice. He wasn't asking, but rather threatening. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then replied, How about this? If you truly want them, take all 3 for 30 million. Damn, Master Chen is bold, not afraid of authority, asking for such a high price. My worldview has been shattered again by Master Chen. He just casually throws out 30 million. Don't ask. Just demand 30 million. I encountered someone so weak yet audacious enough to confront a tyrannical lion for the first time. Master Chen, you are already surrounded by me. Humorous upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. The expressions on Sun Lei and the others' faces gradually spiraled out of control. That it was evident that Jiang Chen had no intention of selling them the fish. He was merely toying with them. It seems you are being disrespectful, daring to open your mouth for 30 million. It appears today we shall teach you a lesson in humility. As they spoke, the group rubbed their fists in anticipation, shaking their heads and approaching Jiang Chen and his companions with determination. Howl, howl. Simultaneously, a series of prolonged wolf howls echoed from afar, seemingly alarmingly close. Upon hearing those clear wolf howls, everyone's complexion drastically changed, their blood running cold as they froze, mechanically directing their gazes toward the source of the sound. The tall grass swayed without wind, a rustling noise rapidly approaching at lightning speed. The crowd held their breath, watching the swiftly closing distance until, A black-gray figure emerged at ergo, clutching a small wolf cub in its mouth. Burst forth from the thicket, bewildered by the numerous gazes fixated upon it. Chapter 23. Confrontation with the wolf pack. Seeing ergo emerge from the brush, Sun Lei and the others instinctively believed a wolf had sprung forth, causing their legs to weaken in fear. However, noticing that ergo remained motionless, coupled with its adorably silly dog eyes, they gradually realized this was merely a Siberian husky. The appearance of huskies closely resembles that of wolves, yet their temperament and demeanor differ vastly. Damn, I thought a wolf had come. Almost scared me to death. Turns out it's just a foolish dog. Sun Lei patted his chest, still visibly shaken. You gave me quite a fright. Tonight we should have dog meat hot pot. You remarked. Hands on his hips. Damn it, I thought a wolf was coming. This stupid dog. Once they recognized that the creature was a dog and not a wolf, the group reverted to their previous arrogant demeanor. Ergo, sensing the malice from the group, who typically exuded warmth towards humans, trotted over to Jiang Chen while still holding the small wolf cub. Jiang Chen gazed at the tiny creature in Ergo's mouth, and a shadow of gloom crept across his face that Ergo, oblivious to its owner's shifting mood, gently placed the small wolf cub at Jiang Chen's feet, lifting its head with a joyful expression, tail wagging with glee. Master, look at this adorable little one I brought back. Upon seeing Ergo's infuriatingly endearing face, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few hard slaps to its ears. Of all things to bring back, it had to be a wolf cub. Lin Xiaojing was instantly smitten by the little creature, exclaiming, "Wow, what a cute little dog! How strange. There are no nearby homes. Where could this little dog have come from?" Jiang Hai scratched his head, glancing around. Oh no! Could this be Ergo's illegitimate child? It looks far too much like him. Hey, be confident. Remove the word not. This is undoubtedly Ergo's offspring. He even brought it to meet the elders. I admit I'm envious. Even Ergo has a child now. And here I am, still single. The series of humans inferior to dogs. Jiang Chen looked at the wolf cub, furrowing his brow. This is not Ergo's illegitimate child. It is a wolf cub, although the cub bore a striking resemblance to a husky puppy. Anyone familiar with wolves could easily distinguish between the two. Huskies have rounder ears, with a narrower spacing between them, while wolves possess pointed ears that flare outward, allowing them to capture surrounding sounds more effectively. Additionally, huskies typically have tails that curl slightly upward, whereas wolves' tails hang down. This little wolf cub exhibited both of these characteristics, aligning perfectly with that of a wolf. As Jiang Chen spoke, the crowd and the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned. Lin Xiaojing hesitated, her hand hovering over the wolf cub before retracting it. Jiang Hai, too, was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the cub closely. How can such an adorable little one possibly be a wolf? Looking at Master Chun's expression, I feel like this situation isn't looking too good. Wow, this is the first time I've seen Master Chen display such a serious demeanor. He must not be joking. So, does this mean Ergo has abducted a wolf cub? In the society of dogs, Ergo managed to snatch a wolf cub from its den. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression, Sun Lei and the others began to feel anxious again. Wolves are pack animals, and if this cub truly belonged to a wolf, the pack might be drawing near. Lego, we should leave quickly. If real wolves do come, we might not make it out alive. Sun Lei nodded, and the group turned to leave. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Escaping the jaws of the wolf was the priority. Once Ergo set the wolf cub down, it sensed the unfamiliar scent surrounding it and immediately began to whine restlessly. Howl! Simultaneously, from within the waist-high thicket, a pack of wolves, drawn by the scent of Ergo and the wolf cub, picked up on the cub's cries and began to howl in response. Howl! Howl! The haunting wolf howls echoed, with rustling noises emanating from the nearby grass, as if something were approaching. Could it truly be wolves? The once arrogant Sun Lei and his companions immediately trembled in fear, huddling together, wide-eyed and terrified of their surroundings. Lin Xiaojing, too, was pale with fright, covering her mouth to stifle her voice. Jiang Hai was equally terrified, wondering if he would meet his demise today. In just a few breaths, several gray figures emerged from the thicket. Crouching low, baring their teeth to reveal sharp fangs. Leading the group was a robust male wolf, nearly 1.5 meters long, the alpha of the pack, whose piercing gaze fixated intently on the wolf cub at Jiang Chen's feet. Emitting a low growl as a warning that a female wolf followed closely, scrutinizing the cub for signs of life, Ergo, bewildered, glanced at the approaching wolves, opened its mouth, but refrained from making a sound. And in the next moment, it quickly cowered behind Jiang Chen. "Master, these creatures are terrifying. Please protect me." As Sun Lei and the others saw the wolves drawing nearer, they were terrified and prepared to flee. "If you wish to live, it is best not to run." Jiang Chen's voice was remarkably calm, in such a moment. Maintaining composure was crucial. The more frightened you appear, the more likely they are to attack you, if you choose to flee. They will undoubtedly pursue and kill you without hesitation. As Jiang Chen spoke, he lowered his body, observing the little wolf cub. The wolves were clearly testing the intentions of Jiang Chen and his companions. Thus, as long as they refrained from making any aggressive movements that might provoke the wolves, perhaps the situation would not spiral out of control. The immediate priority was to return the wolf cub to the alpha. Perhaps due to a prior instinctual connection among kin, upon seeing Ergo hiding behind Jiang Chen, the little wolf cub stood up unsteadily and wobbled toward it, rubbing against Ergo's leg and seeking comfort with a soft whine. Ergo, upon being nuzzled by the little wolf cub, was overcome with joy, showering it with affectionate licks. The distant wolves perceived this scene and momentarily appeared taken aback, especially the alpha wolf, whose previously sharp eyes now held a hint of confusion as it instinctively glanced at the female wolf nearby. The mother wolf, initially poised to attack, sensed the little cub's relaxed demeanor and gradually calmed down, unaware of the alpha's vexed gaze. Seeing an opportunity, Jiang Chen turned and gave Ergo a couple of light slaps on the rear. "Hurry and return it. This is someone else's child." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, Ergo grumbled a couple of times in protest, but, sensing its master's intense gaze, reluctantly picked up the little wolf to ensure Ergo's safety. Jiang Chen followed closely beside it, locking eyes with the alpha, displaying no signs of fear. With the enhancement of the cleansing elixir, he felt more than capable of handling a sudden attack from a wolf king. The ground was littered with stones, which could serve as makeshift weapons if needed. Wolves are also highly intelligent creatures with keen observational skills. If they sense fear, they would undoubtedly act on it. Ultimately, under Jiang Chen's imposing presence, Ergo begrudgingly placed the little wolf cub a short distance in front of the wolf pack, after Jiang Chen stepped back, bearing an expression of poignant farewell. The mother wolf immediately approached and took the little wolf cub. After reclaiming her cub, the alpha wolf scrutinized Jiang Chen and Ergo for a moment before leading the pack away. Had it not been for today's unexpected encounter, they would not have descended to interact with humans. Now that the cub was returned, there was no reason for conflict. Witnessing the wolf pack's departure, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed to over 20,000, igniting a frenzy of comments. Chapter 24. I'm completely kneeling. Is this how one behaves after narrowly escaping a wolf's jaws? Oh my, I actually witnessed someone begging for survival in front of wolves. Honestly, when the host encountered the wolves, I thought he was doomed. I even envisioned the gruesome fate of him being torn apart by the pack. Yet here he is alive. It's simply incredible. Seriously, can you not imagine things so vividly? As expected of Master Chen, even when surrounded by wolves, he remains so composed that if I were there, I would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Today, the host has demonstrated remarkable composure in handling such a situation. Had he not intervened to prevent those individuals from scattering, the scene could have unfolded quite differently. Another big shot has emerged. I dare not claim such a title. I am merely an aficionado of wilderness exploration. I have encountered similar predicaments before and managed to survive with the guidance of local villagers. Survive? It seems we have a traveler with quite a tale to tell. At this moment, calmness returned, and Jiang Chen turned back to cast his line once more. The still-shaken Lin Xiaojing and Jiang Hai, along with those who had earlier intended to confront Jiang Chen, were astonished to see him fishing so leisurely, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. He even began to educate the viewers in the live stream. If one finds oneself surrounded by a pack of wolves, fleeing will only hasten one's demise. Wolves can run at astonishing speeds, reaching up to 55 kilometers per hour and sustaining that pace for 20 minutes. Attempting to escape by running when confronted by a pack is utterly unrealistic. If targeted by wolves in the wild, one can ignite clothing with a lighter or sing loudly. Wolves are instinctively fearful of fire, light, and noise. One can also create a metallic sound by striking the ground with a sharp object. Upon hearing this, wolves may recall the traps that have ensnared their ancestors, and thus, they will remember the lesson. The purpose of today's wolf pack is not to engage in conflict with us as long as we refrain from any extreme actions that might provoke them. In return, the wolf cubs, we should be fine. Chun Yi 666. I bow down to you. What a treasure of a host. Not only knowledgeable about fish, but also about wolves. My knees are practically worn out. And you act as if you've just escaped from the jaws of a wolf. Wolves, do I have no dignity? Only someone like Chun Yi could leisurely fish and educate us after narrowly escaping from wolves. What the host says makes perfect sense. Could it be that you're also an outdoor enthusiast? Meanwhile, Sun Lei and the others listened intently, nodding subconsciously. I see now. We were fortunate not to run away earlier. Otherwise, we might have ended up as mere bones. Sun Lei seemed to have completely forgotten his initial purpose for coming, expressing his regret. Jiang Chen, observing the feather-like bobber being pulled underwater once more, smiled charmingly. I grew up in the countryside, where wild beasts occasionally roamed, so I am quite familiar with these matters. Hearing this, Zhang Hai began to question his own life choices, that he too had grown up in Zhao Shui village. Why was he completely oblivious to what Jiang Chen had just shared? Sun Lei and the others were similarly puzzled expressions. They had all lived in the same mountainous region for over 20 years. How could he be so exceptional? Look, it seems there's another fish biting. Damn, what extraordinary luck. I admit I'm envious. With this luck, a trip to Macau would be a waste. As Jiang Chen began to reel in the fish, the live stream was filled with a surge of envy. Upon lifting the rod, indeed, another hefty black fish weighing over 100 pounds was caught, prompting the 20,000 viewers in the live stream to kneel in awe. Even Sun Lei and the others standing on the shore struggled to control their knees, realizing the makeshift fish pond could no longer accommodate these four massive creatures. Jiang Chen reluctantly began to reel in his line. Afterward, he expertly employed the bow fishing technique to bind the fish, stating, "Let us take these four home for now. There's nothing to carry them in. Next time, when Chun Yi goes fishing, he should just bring a truck with a large water tank." With Chun Yi's prowess, is it not true that as long as he has something to carry them in, he could fish out all the premium fish in the lake? To those upstairs, be confident. Just remove the "is it not true" to. He is undoubtedly a wolf-slaying host. Chun Yi's fish-binding technique is impressive, frankly. My grandfather wouldn't be his skill. Over the course of the morning, the number of viewers in Jiang Chen's live stream soared to nearly 300,000, with a steady stream of gifts pouring in. Soon, he skillfully bound the four fish and ventured into the nearby woods to cut a thick branch to suspend the hefty fish from either end. But he patted the plump koi and remarked, "I lack the proper tools to carry these fish home. So the simplest method is to carry them on a pole." Carry? You intend to carry over 400 pounds of fish. Am I mistaken? Is Chun Yi actually planning to carry over 400 pounds of fish home alone? Surely not. The host can't be that foolish. 400 pounds would be a struggle for even a strong man. And while the host doesn't appear frail, he doesn't seem particularly robust either. Everyone place your bets. If not now, when? I wager 300 fish balls. The host will surely encounter a mishap with these four fish. I bet one rocket. If I lose, Chun Yi must don women's clothing. Ha ha, the thought of Chun Yi in women's clothing excites me. I'll bet 2 rockets. Women's clothing. Women's clothing. As a staunch heterosexual, why am I strangely looking forward to seeing Chun Yi in women's clothing? To the person ahead, you're finished. To the person ahead, you've bent. Ahem, mind the speed. Jiang Chen, observing the enthusiastic viewers, felt a shadow cross his handsome face. Why were they so fixated on his dressing as a woman? After warming up, he bent down to prepare to lift the fish-laden pole. Lin Xiaojing and Zhang Hai were apprehensive. carefully watching Jiang Chen. This wood is quite sturdy. You need not worry about it breaking. Before undertaking such heavy tasks, one must always warm up. Otherwise, it's easy to strain one's muscles. When lifting, one must use finesse, especially when rising. It requires leg strength, not just back strength. Otherwise, one risks injuring their back. As he spoke, Jiang Chen slightly crouched, shifting the weight of the pole to his shoulder. And with a powerful push from his legs, he stood tall with the 400-pound burden balanced on his shoulder. You see, just like this, it's quite effortless. Effortless, my foot. That is over 400 pounds. You see, Chen Yi is carrying 400 pounds without breaking a sweat while engaging us in conversation. Is he even human? To the person ahead, you're finished. How dare you say Chen Yi is not human? Just wait until he shows up with a 400-pound hammer to find you. Playing Ancient World, I can hardly believe I'm watching a host teach me how to carry a pole in a live stream. And I'm utterly engrossed. Su Xiao, same here. I've spent the entire morning in Chen Yi's live stream. After Su Zhi sent this message, some die-hard fans in Jiang Chen's live stream immediately began tagging him in a frenzy. Chapter 25, Can anyone with such extraordinary looks rival her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen? Truly amusing. I love Tuanja Su Xiao, come out and face the punishment. I caught you in another live stream. Opet big number ne Su Xiao. No wonder you've been so scarce in Tuan Tuan's live stream lately. Turns out you've taken a liking to someone else, and it's a man. Sarcasm. What? Su Xiao has abandoned Tuan Tuan for a man? Pet pig number 1, indeed. He spent the entire morning in that live stream. I have the screenshots. From now on, Tuan Tuan will be mine alone. Righteous. Ha ha. Su Xiao has been caught. It's fascinating how he used to be so devoted to Tuan Tuan's broadcasts. Yet now he is captivated by a male host. Curious, what kind of host could hold Su Xiao's attention for an entire morning, especially a male one? Sarcasm. I believe that apart from Tuan Tuan, none of the other hosts are worth mentioning. Agreed, Tuan Tuan reigns supreme. At noon, Tuan Tuan had just woken up not long ago and was enjoying breakfast prepared by her best friend. Out of boredom, she opened her phone and peeked at the lively discussions in the #1 fan group. Seeing the chat records between Su Xiao and the fans, Tuan Tuan furrowed her brows slightly. When did Douyu introduce a host of extraordinary beauty, and how is it that she remains unaware? No matter how stunning one might be, can they possibly compare to her ex-boyfriend, Jiang Chen? It is truly amusing. Apart from her former flame, Tuan Tuan has yet to encounter any man whose look surpasses. Furthermore, she harbors no interest in any man aside from Jiang Chen. Thus, even if that male anchor, Su Xiaojiang, were to extol his virtues, it wouldn't pique Tuan Tuan's curiosity. She simply has no desire to watch that eye in her eyes. Aside from Jiang Chen, other men are utterly inconsequential. By the banks of Tingxi Lake, Sun Lei and his companions observed Jiang Chen effortlessly shouldering 400-pound fish, striding away with remarkable agility, causing their lips to twitch in disbelief. What extraordinary strength is this? Is he even human? They were relieved they hadn't confronted him earlier, for otherwise, the outcome would have been quite dire. Reflecting on their previous arrogance, Sun Lei and his friends felt a pang of apprehension an hour later. Jiang Chen, along with Lin Xiaojing and Jiang Hai, accompanied by a despondent ergo, arrived at the village entrance. Jiang Chen showed no inclination to pause for rest, as home was within reach, and he saw no reason to squander time on the road. As they passed by the village's small shop, Li Gizi emerged just in time after purchasing cigarettes. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's brisk departure with 4 large fish, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. Did that rascal Jiang Chen truly catch big fish? 4 of them. Have I been limping for so long that I'm hallucinating? Can an ordinary person carry around 400 pounds and still walk so swiftly? Home at last. Upon returning to the yard by the pond, Jiang Chen set the fish down, untied the ropes binding them, and cast them into the pond in the expansive waters. 3 large fish swiftly descended to the bottom, while the lethargic sturgeon weakly flailed its tail at the surface. Soon, the large koi began to swim nearby. Observing the sturgeon from a distance, is it alive or dead? If it clings to life, this koi may need to pay it a visit. However, shortly thereafter, the koi seemed to realize its own vitality was waning. Swimming with evident difficulty, the online viewers, witnessing the sturgeon nearing its end, inexplicably found themselves intrigued. It appeared Jiang Chen was on the verge of a calamity. Haha, I can't shake the feeling that the sturgeon is about to kick the bucket. No, no, look at the bloated sesame sword. It seems ready to float to the surface as well. Haha, if these big fish end up dying under Jiang Chen's care, it would be such a tragedy. Shall we wager on which fish will meet its end first? I bet the koi will last the longest. Just look at how it's fixated on the sturgeon. I also keep fish. The black fish is the hardiest, and I wager will die by tomorrow. If all the fish in a single pond perish, won't the host suffer a loss of nearly 20 million? At that moment, the viewership in the live stream had surged to 400,000, surpassing many third-tier signed anchors on Douyu. The primary draw was the novelty of Jiang Chen's broadcast. As the simultaneous appearance of 4 extraordinary fish captured the attention of fans, generating a substantial influx of traffic. Observing the fervor of the audience's betting, Jiang Chen chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, I fear I must disappoint you. These 4 fish, aside from being consumed or sold by me, will not meet their demise. Master Chen, please refrain from boasting. Just look at your sesame sword. It's nearly following the sturgeon to the afterlife. Correction. As Master Chen has stated, this sturgeon is merely a 13-year-old baby. The koi seems to be faltering as well. The countdown to the host's loss of 16 million has begun. If even one of these fish survives, I will do a handstand and live stream my distress. The one in front is truly a daredevil. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaojing and Zhang Hai were discreetly anxious for Jiang Chen. Losing these 4 magnificent fish would be a tremendous waste. It would have been better to sell them initially. Today, after losing his cub, Ergo sought solace from Bichui, showing no concern for the fate of the fish. Jiang Chen concocted an excuse to return indoors, retrieving the earth spirit water from his system's backpack. Filling a basin with water from the kitchen and blending it before heading back to the pond. Chapter 26. If Master Chen's live stream isn't a hit, it would be a travesty. Everyone, when I say I will revive these fish, it's not mere bravado. Once I pour this basin of water, I assure you, every fish in this pond will be as lively as ever, Jiang Chen proclaimed, finding a suitable spot by the pond to prepare for the pour. Master Chen, wake up. What you hold is just a basin of water, not divine elixir. You should be more concerned about the fish's fate. I've already contacted the pallbearers. After all, these big fish are quite valuable and deserve a dignified farewell. Do you wish to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my Aunt Flower's shell? If your basin of water truly revives those fish, I will immediately reward you with 100 rockets. If they survive, I will offer you 150 rockets. The comments were a mix of skepticism and disbelief, with 90% convinced that Jiang Chen's basin of water could not possibly create a miracle. A basin of water saving 400-pound prize fish. It seemed utterly implausible. Standing by the pond, Jiang Chen made a motion to splash the water, tossing it into the air above the pond. With a splash, the water from the basin fell into the pond, producing a series of crisp sounds that he felt a twinge of anxiety. If the fish were to perish in front of so many viewers, it would be quite embarrassing. However, this earth spirit water was a product of the system. Surely it wouldn't fail him. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Chen's conviction solidified. Shortly after the earth spirit water was poured into the pond, the previously lethargic sesame sword suddenly sprang to life, as if it had been starved for ages, voraciously gulping the water from the pond. Nearby, the koi also began to regain vigor, its once dull eyes suddenly sparkling with life. As it greedily consumed the surrounding water, its tail joyfully thrashing. Goodness! After living for over 100 years in water, this was the first time it tasted such exquisite liquid. Simultaneously, the sturgeon, which had been languishing, began to flap its fins. Once feebly gasping for air, it too reacted to the infused water, appearing startled before feeling a renewed strength coursing through its body, as if its wounds had begun to mend. In mere moments, the fish in the pond came back to life, swimming energetically, their tails swishing about, exploring their surroundings. The koi, seemingly shy like the black fish, quickly dove to the bottom of the pond upon regaining its vitality. The revitalized koi displayed none of its previous grandeur, instead frolicking in the water with an endearing demeanor, reminiscent of a playful puppy. Suddenly, Without warning, the koi leapt gracefully from the water, creating a stunning arc in midair, splashing droplets in its wake. The midday sun glinted off its lustrous scales, casting a dazzling light that danced across the shimmering surface of the lake, creating an exquisite visual feast. Wow! The koi leaps over the dragon's gate. What a sign of good fortune! Wow! The koi leaps over the dragon's gate. What a sign of good fortune! Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. Never did I imagine that in my lifetime, I would witness a koi leaping over the dragon's gate. Especially such a rare and exquisite red and white koi. I am in awe. I am in awe. The viewers, witnessing this spectacle, offered their reverence. The comments flooded with cheers and admiration to AT that moment. The sturgeon seemed to refuse to be outdone. Having regained considerable strength, it flipped over and began to swim energetically in the pond that in just a few minutes, the once lethargic fish had transformed into lively creatures, happily swaying their tails as they darted about. Is there a master who could explain this? Did Master Chen truly revive 4 fish worth 20 million with a basin of water? 1 basin of water equals 20 million. I kneel. This is genuinely divine water. Master Chen is incredible. What kind of water is that? Same question, duh. The sinful demon rewarded with 2 rockets, commenting, a bet is a bet. I am the wildest, rewarded with 100 rockets, commenting, a bet is a bet. Master Chen, I bow to you. Playing Ancient World, rewarded with 150 rockets, commenting, Master Chen, may I come visit you for a couple of days? This surge prompted hundreds more to contribute, catapulting the entire livestream's viewership by another 10,000, reaching a total of 400,000 viewers online, propelling it to the trending list. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng, the technical director of the Douyu platform, was also watching Jiang Chen's livestream. Just yesterday, employees had reported that the data from this stream was extraordinarily abnormal. In a mere 2 days, the viewership had skyrocketed from a handful to tens of thousands. Thus, Lu Zheng entered the stream early that morning, becoming so engrossed that he lost track of time. After watching Jiang Chen's broadcast for the entire morning, one thought dominated Lu Zheng's mind. This Master Chen is truly a miraculous phenomenon. Your looks effortlessly overshadow the multitude of young idols in the entertainment industry. Your luck is simply extraordinary. It's unbelievable that you caught 4 rare and magnificent fish in one go. Is this even humanly possible? And to top it off, you're briskly striding with a weight of over 400 pounds? Now, a mere basin of water has rejuvenated 4 fish that are notoriously finicky about water quality, bringing them back to life. Each of these feats, taken individually, would be a miracle for any human. If Jiang Chen's livestream does not gain traction, it would be a grave injustice. After all, there is still much work to be done. Lu Zheng, after a prolonged internal struggle, finally closed Jiang Chen's livestream. Immediately after, he dialed the operations director. Director Zhou, I've discovered a treasure. Dear viewers, the water in this basin is just from the kitchen, not some mythical elixir, as you might think. It's about time. I must go prepare dinner. See you shortly. After bidding farewell to the audience, Jiang Chen exited the live stream and returned to the kitchen in the backyard at by the pond. Jiang Hai, Lin Xiaojing, and the 400,000 viewers in the live stream were all left in a state of utter bewilderment. A mere basin of water saved fish worth 20 million. Is this something an ordinary person could achieve? It's utterly inconceivable. In contrast to the stunned viewers in the live stream, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement as he entered the backyard kitchen. Just moments ago, he received a system notification. Detected sellable goods. Please choose whether to sell the item. The system notification echoed again in Jiang Chen's mind, prompting him to open the system that he found the sellable items listed, showcasing the information for the 4 magnificent fish. A 100-pound black fish nurtured with earth spirit water. Selling price, 300,000 system coins. A premium sesame sword. Selling price, 500,000 system coins. A premium sturgeon baby. Selling price, 800,000 system coins. A supreme red and white koi nurtured with earth spirit water. Selling price, 8,880,000 system coins. Chapter 27. What's the point of raising fish and shrimp? A true man should raise a dragon. Upon seeing the selling price of the koi, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, thankful that he resisted the temptation to sell it for 16 million back then. Now, the price of the red and white koi stands at 8,880,000 system coins, which can be converted into the same amount of points that he glanced at the point conversion. It takes 100,000 points to open a box. Selling this koi would allow him to open boxes 88 times and still have some left over. This creature is incredibly valuable. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. The sesame sword is heavily pregnant and should be near giving birth. Selling it to the system for 500,000 seems like a significant loss. If it were to give birth to 100 or so baby sesame swords, nurturing them could yield a substantial profit. The sturgeon baby is a protected species. If it were to perish in his pond, the authorities would likely intervene. As for the koi, to be honest, Jiang Chen has developed a fondness for it, so he decided to keep it for the night before selling it. Hence, Jiang Chen resolved to sell the black fish, which has been languishing at the bottom of the pond, in order to exchange it for some points to try his luck. After all, this fish has been reluctant to surface, and the viewers in the live stream would not notice its absence immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked on the selling option for the black fish and successfully sold it. Congratulations, host! Successfully sold a black fish nurtured with Earth Spirit water, earning 300,000 system coins. Congratulations, host! Completed the first sale of goods. Unlocking the Animal and Plant Evolution feature. The Animal and Plant Evolution feature. That sounds intriguing. Jiang Chen opened the newly added evolution option in the system, where a gray box displayed the evolution information for the koi. A supreme 100-year-old koi nurtured with Earth Spirit water can undergo a level 1 evolution, transforming into an arowana, the initial form of a dragon, with a fish head and body. Level 1 evolution into an arowana. If I evolve it further, won't it become a dragon? Jiang Chen felt a surge of enthusiasm. Raising fish and shrimp seems trivial. Real men should raise dragons. That he clicked the evolution button beneath the koi's information, and a prompt appeared. To complete the evolution of the supreme koi to level 1, 100,000 system coins required. Jiang Chen counted, and it was a staggering 9 zeros, needing 1 billion system coins. Well, it seems that evolving into a dragon is not so simple after all. It appears that the task of evolving this koi into a dragon will have to be put on hold. For now, the pressing matter is to open some boxes and see if any rare items might be revealed. Jiang Chen converted all 300,000 system coins into points, preparing to open boxes when Jiang Hai arrived at the kitchen door. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm here to help with dinner. Seeing Jiang Hai already entering the kitchen, Jiang Chen had no choice but to close the system for now. Great, please peel the potatoes. I'll stir-fry some green pepper and potato strips shortly. Sure, Jiang Hai replied eagerly, rolling up his sleeves to get to work. Once again, the host abandoned us outside. How frustrating. Indeed, he dismisses us without a second thought. I've never encountered such an arrogant host. Why don't we protest collectively and resist such behavior? Yes, let us go. Let us all turn off the live stream. The viewers in the live stream were all expressing their collective indignation. Yet the viewership continued to rise. Just then, the Chue, unable to withstand the persistent whining of Ergo, wobbled from the backyard to the front yard, and then exited the courtyard. Ergo followed closely behind, grumbling in frustration, feeling quite wronged that he was already missing the wolf cubs and even felt an urge to retrieve them. Lin Xiaojing, initially intending to help in the kitchen, noticed the dejected Ergo and felt a wave of compassion wash over her. She approached, squatting down beside him, gently stroking his head with her delicate hand. Ergo, don't be sad if you don't return the wolf cubs today. Those wolves might get angry, and we want to be able to come back. Finally receiving some comfort, the dramatic Ergo began to sob, burying his head in Lin Xiaojing's embrace, seeking solace. Seeing the pitiful state of Ergo, Lin Xiaojing felt her heart ache even more, soothing him incessantly. Witnessing this scene, the live stream was filled with expressions of envy. I admit I'm envious. I suddenly want to become Ergo in Xiaojing's arms. Truly, a person is no match for a dog. I've been single for over 20 years and have never even held a girl's hand. Xiaojing is mine. I will fight to the death with Ergo. Ergo, I can openly bury my head in the girl's arms. Can you do that? All right, I can't, cries. Soon, after Jiang Chen prepared a few signature dishes, he called Lin Xiaojing and Hai Zi to join him for lunch. After their meal, they enjoyed tea in the courtyard, Before long, several villagers began to arrive at Jiang Chen's home. After all, the large fish Jiang Chen caught today was a miracle for the villagers that so. After their lunch, they took advantage of their break to come and witness the event. I never imagined Jiang Chen was so skilled. He truly caught such a large fish. And it seems to be thriving, Uncle Zhang exclaimed, watching the large fish swim in the pond. Filled with excitement, that Li Guizi also expressed his amazement, saying, "Indeed, just yesterday we thought Jiang Chen was talking nonsense. But it turns out he really did it. It's simply miraculous." Jiang Chen stood by the pond, smiling at everyone. "I just had a bit of luck while fishing, that's all." "A bit of luck? What a joke, Master Chen. I just had a bit of luck. If I could have half of Master Chen's luck while fishing, I wouldn't still be struggling to pay the down payment for a house. By the way, has anyone noticed that the black fish hasn't moved since it was placed in the pond? It won't be stuck, right? Ha! If it gets stuck and escapes, would Master Chen cry in the bathroom? Ha! I don't think so. These fish seem to enjoy being in this pond. Perhaps when the time comes for Master Chen to release them, they might not want to leave. Master Chen will release them. Have you ever seen him release anything?" Finally, as night fell, the villagers who had come to witness the spectacle returned home one by one. Jiang Chen finished his live stream, exchanged pleasantries with Lin Xiaojing, and after washing up, he returned to bed and immediately began to open boxes. With 300,000 points and his daily opening opportunity, he could open boxes 4 times today. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Beast Tamer skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a portion of spiritual soil. Congratulations, host. You have obtained another portion of spiritual soil. Congratulations, host. You have received a washing marrow pill. Beast Tamer, capable of taming various wild animals. Becoming the king of beasts, Jiang Chen carefully felt the surge of immense power that had been added to his body and mind. That it seemed quite impressive that if he were to encounter a pack of wolves today. With this skill, he could have probably tamed the Wolf King by now. That he then examined the 2 portions of spiritual soil in his system backpack, each weighing 10 gene, totaling 20 gene. Plants grown in spiritual soil experience accelerated growth, with enhanced taste and efficacy. However, with only 20 gene of spiritual soil, it holds little value for now, so he decided to store it in the system backpack for the time being. As for the washing marrow pill, Jiang Chen wasted no time and consumed it immediately. After ingesting the pill, he felt that his body had become even stronger than before. Previously, he could take on 10 opponents. Now, he estimated he could handle 20. A night passed. Jiang Chen awoke early, feeling refreshed and full of vitality. That he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard and, after taking a deep breath of the refreshing morning air, suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Every morning upon his arrival, Ergo would rush over from his doghouse, lavishing him with enthusiastic licks, a routine that had remained unwavering for over a year. Yet today, there was not a sound to be heard. Thus, Jiang Chen approached Ergo's little villa, bending down to take a look, only to find an empty doghouse. A foreboding sensation arose within him. Could that dead dog have wandered off to the neighboring mountain? Chapter 28. Do not ask Master Chen why he knows so much. Simply inquire about his rural origins. Jiang Chen was somewhat familiar with Ergo's temperament, having observed its infatuation with a little wolf cub yesterday. He surmised that perhaps the dogs in the village, due to their breed, exhibited some disdain for Ergo. It could also be that Ergo was too boisterous, and the other dogs were unwilling to play with him. This lack of canine companionship likely made Ergo particularly fond of the little wolf cub's affection. However, given Ergo's timid nature, it would be reasonable to assume that after being frightened by the Wolf King yesterday, he would refrain from venturing back to the mountain. Howl! At that moment, a familiar bark resonated from the backyard. Jiang Chen turned to see Ergo's head peeking out from the right side of the house. Upon spotting Jiang Chen, Ergo joyfully dashed over, leaping onto him and licking him fervently, eliciting a few affectionate pats from Jiang Chen. "So you were in the backyard. You startled me. I thought you had gone to the neighboring mountain." How? I have already brought the little one back. She is currently sleeping with the big hammer. When she wakes up, I will show her to you," observing Ergo's exuberance after a night's rest. Jiang Chen affectionately patted its head. "Consider yourself a lucky fool. Ergo, you were just grumbling yesterday, and it seems you've already forgotten about the little wolf cub today." With Ergo present, Jiang Chen felt at ease. After preparing a light breakfast, he commenced his live streaming for the day. Good morning, everyone. Today, if time permits, I plan to craft a fishing rod from Master Su. As he spoke, Jiang Chen grabbed a hatchet from the courtyard and slung a backpack over his shoulder, preparing to head out. Brother Jiang Chen, let me carry the backpack. You focus on the live stream. Lin Xiaojing chimed in. Intrigued by the backpack behind Jiang Chen, in the city, one typically carries a bag, but in the countryside, it is customary to carry a wicker basket, and she was eager to try it out. Noticing Lin Xiaojing's eager expression, Jiang Chen readily handed it to her. If you wish to carry it, go ahead. Just let me know if you tire. In truth, Jiang Chen was merely being polite. The basket, woven from bamboo strips, was quite aged. Compared to a new one, this basket had completely dried out its moisture, making it light. Lin Xiaojing nodded eagerly, taking the basket and placing it on her back. Although Jiang Chen had just begun streaming and it was still before 7, over 3,000 viewers flooded into the live chat. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Lin Xiaojing carrying the basket for Jiang Chen, prompting a wave of playful jealousy. Is it now fashionable to lure dogs in before slaughtering them? I merely wanted to see what Master Chen does in the morning, but instead, I was ambushed by dog food. Truly, Master Chen can even deceive a city girl into coming to the countryside to carry his basket. Darling, where are you? Do you need someone to carry a basket, dig in the earth, or even bear children? I'm up for it. I can also carry a basket. As long as my husband doesn't mind, I'm willing to do anything. To the lady in front, I also have plenty of farm work back home. Would you consider me? Get lost. You think I want to do farm work? I'm just craving my husband's body. Today, I am heading up the mountain to gather some bamboo for making fishing rods, which I will send to Master Su later. Having prepared, Jiang Chen led Lin Xiaojing out the door. Master Chen, would you make me one as well? I actually enjoy fishing too. Would you consider crafting an additional rod for me? Do you think just because you have a fishing rod made by Master Chen, you'll catch 100-pound fish with every cast? Do you possess Master Chen's extraordinary luck? Clearly not. I'm in tears. Oddly enough, Ergo hasn't accompanied Master Chen. Perhaps he was frightened by the wolf yesterday. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I saw him at the door looking quite conflicted earlier, ultimately choosing to retreat to the courtyard. It seems he has developed a phobia from yesterday's scare and dares not return to the mountain. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing had now arrived at the bamboo grove on the back mountain, and Ergo's absence was a blessing. Otherwise, he would only hinder their efforts. Dear viewers, crafting a fishing rod isn't particularly challenging. Today, I will live stream a tutorial so that you can make your own in the future. Jiang Chen entered the bamboo grove and began selecting the bamboo he would need. For fishing rods, we must choose bamboo that is straight, long, with solid nodes and dense branches, and has thick walls, with a diameter of no more than 15 millimeters. Bamboo species such as striped bamboo, water bamboo, or bitter bamboo can all be utilized for the rod. Actually, the best season for making fishing rods is winter, as the bamboo is dormant during this time and absorbs little to no moisture. This type of bamboo is less prone to pests and possesses excellent resilience. However, since it is now spring, we must add an extra step which complicates matters. The viewers listened intently, becoming increasingly amazed with each detail. Wow, Master Chen can even provide such professional insights on crafting fishing rods. He truly is a walking encyclopedia. I am quite curious. What was Master Chen's field of study? I feel inexplicably impressed. It seems I have acquired another peculiar piece of knowledge. Knowledge of the unusual 1-inch 100686. Jiang Chen grasped a suitably sized piece of striped bamboo. Wielding the hatchet at an optimal angle, with a swift stroke, he felled the bamboo. He then began to remove the branches from the nodes, chuckling. I merely grew up in the countryside, so I happen to know a little. What a coincidence. I also hail from the countryside, yet I am utterly ignorant of the knowledge Master Chen has shared these past few days. Do not question why Master Chen knows so much. Simply inquire about his rural upbringing. Perhaps I should forego formal education and just live in the countryside. Maybe then I could achieve Master Chen's level of expertise upon my return. Humor, I too wish to spend some time in the countryside, perhaps to entice a girl to play in the mud with me. Before long, Jiang Chen had cut down several pieces of striped bamboo. Tying them together, and setting them aside before he began to gather bamboo shoots around him. Since I'm here, I might as well collect some bamboo shoots to take back. After all, it is the season for spring bamboo shoots. Skillfully snapping off a few shoots, Jiang Chen instructed Lin Xiaojing to place the basket on the ground and toss the shoots inside. Wow, how fascinating. Lin Xiaojing marveled at the bamboo shoots Jiang Chen had tossed into the basket. Her curiosity piqued. She attempted to pull one from beside her, but it wouldn't budge. Noticing her struggle, Jiang Chen's handsome face broke into a smile. Do you think you're pulling up radishes? Bamboo shoots are snapped off. Like this. As he spoke, Jiang Chen approached a bamboo shoot, grasped it, and with a swift motion, snapped it off with a sharp crack, holding it triumphantly. Lin Xiaojing, enlightened, nodded in understanding and imitated Jiang Chen's actions. With a crisp sound, she successfully snapped a bamboo shoot off. Gazing at the bamboo shoot in her hand, a sense of accomplishment washed over her. Previously someone who wouldn't eat even by vegetables. She never imagined she would one day gather bamboo shoots in the mountains. That it felt incredibly wonderful. I must go. Now I too wish to gather bamboo shoots. The streamer has successfully taught Lin Xiaojing a new skill. How to snap bamboo shoots. Does this mean that if I learn to snap bamboo shoots, a girl will accompany me to do the same? To be honest, I can also snap bamboo shoots. Is there any girl willing to accompany me back to the countryside? If so, please contact me. While Jiang Chen was engrossed in snapping bamboo shoots, unbeknownst to him, his courtyard had already caught the attention of a pack of wolves. Chapter 29. The fastest streamer to deliver himself to the wolf pack. Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing busied themselves in the bamboo grove for approximately 2 hours, filling the basket to the brim with bamboo shoots. Observing Lin Xiaojing, now glistening with perspiration, Jiang Chen led her to a nearby stream, intending to quench her thirst. The mountain spring water is quite refreshing. It will cool you down. Just do it like this, Jiang Chen said, kneeling by the stream, cupping his hands to drink deeply, water splashing onto his clothes. Seeing Jiang Chen gulping down the water, Lin Xiaojing unconsciously swallowed hard. That it was not just the sweetness of the mountain spring water that captivated her, but also the way his damp shirt clung to his chest, revealing a well-defined physique. She had not expected Jiang Chen to possess such an impressive build. Noticing Lin Xiaojing's apparent thirst, Jiang Chen stepped aside with a smile, saying, "You should give it a try." At his prompting, Lin Xiaojing snapped back to reality, hastily averting her gaze and mimicking Jiang Chen's actions, drinking from the stream with large gulps, compared to Jiang Chen's hearty swigs. Lin Xiaojing was more reserved, yet she still took significant sips. The cool, sweet mountain spring water was far superior to any bottled water from the city. It seems Lin Xiaojing's demeanor is shifting. I find myself increasingly drawn to her. To the person in front, draw your sword. Initially, I thought that the lovely girl, Xiaojing, had no distinct characteristics apart from her beauty. Yet after spending time with Chunyi, she seems to exude an increasing uniqueness. Indeed, playing the mud with Chunyi, carrying baskets and digging bamboo shoots while drinking spring water in large gulps. I genuinely envy her. Meanwhile, Zhou Jian, the vice president of operations at Douyu, had been fixated on Jiang Chen's live stream for over 2 hours. In just a short span of 2 hours since the broadcast commenced, Jiang Chen's live stream had attracted an impressive 100,000 viewers, despite it being a weekday when traffic is typically low. Thus, Jiang Chen's achievement is remarkably commendable. However, apart from being somewhat handsome, it seems that his live streaming content lacks distinctiveness. How could his popularity be so extraordinarily high? Zhou Jian mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the live stream. In the realm of rural outdoor broadcasts, Douyu boasted several popular streamers. As a newcomer, even with a girl accompanying him to gather bamboo shoots, such high levels of popularity seem abnormal. Yesterday, Lu Zheng had spoken highly of Jiang Chen, claiming he was quite impressive, prompting Zhou Jian to check out Jiang Chen's stream today. Although there were some unique aspects, it hardly warranted the exaggeration Lu Zheng had made. All right, everyone, it's about time. Let's gather these bamboo shoots and head back. Jiang Chen returned to the bamboo grove with Lin Xiaojing, shouldering a heightened basket filled with bamboo shoots. Dragging the previously cut bamboo poles, he began his journey back. Lin Xiaojing trailed behind, wielding the machete they had brought along, as well as the drone remote control. This is what Qingyi referred to as just a little bit. It feels as though an entire bamboo forest spring shoots are in your basket. Indeed, Chunyi is correct. This is merely a tad. Laughs. Wherever Chunyi goes, not a single shoot remains. The streamer mentioned he was making fishing rods for Su Xiao, but I can't help but feel that his primary aim was to gather bamboo shoots and, incidentally, cut some bamboo poles for the rods. To those above, you've arrived at the truth. I previously wondered why he needed to carry a basket. Lin Xiaojing maneuvered the drone into the sky, intending to showcase the picturesque scenery of Zhao Shui village to the viewers. After exiting the bamboo grove, Jiang Chen, considering Lin Xiaojing's stamina, decided to take a break. During this respite, Lin Xiaojing pulled out her phone to check the live stream status. Upon first meeting Jiang Chen, she found it hard to believe that in this day and age, someone could venture out without a phone. After spending 2 days here, Lin Xiaojing discovered that nothing could compare to the allure of rural life. Nevertheless, as Jiang Chen's assistant, although he could forego his phone, she needed to stay updated. Upon checking, Lin Xiaojing was immediately taken aback. The viewer count in the live stream had soared to 300,000, just half an hour ago. It was only 100,000. Then, glancing at the frantically scrolling comments and the live stream visuals, she was utterly shocked. At that moment, in the office, Zhou Jian had just briefed his assistant on several matters and instinctively turned his gaze toward the live stream on his computer screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. No way! There are wolves! The drone's footage captured Jiang Chen's yard perfectly. Unbeknownst to him, a pack of 7 or 8 wolves had encroached upon the vicinity, howling ominously outside. The comments in the live stream had already erupted. No way! No way, no way! That's Chunyi's house. How did it become surrounded by wolves? Chunyi, quickly check the live stream. The wolf pack has come to your home. Our crystal is under attack. Did Chunyi do something wrong for the wolves to come to his house? To the one above. Are you new here? I suspect it's not Chunyi who did something wrong, but rather his dog. Perhaps the Wolf King returned yesterday and discovered the wolf cubs weren't his own. Now coming to confront Ergo. Holy cow! Ergo is bold. How dare he cuckold the wolves? I knew that little wolf cub was particularly affectionate towards Ergo yesterday. It seems to be true. Otherwise, why has Ergo been hiding at home all day? Clearly feeling guilty. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Streamer, don't go back. Returning is tantamount to feeding the wolves. As the wolf pack surrounded Jiang Chen's home, the live stream's viewer count surged to 350,000 and continued to soar. Prompted by Lin Xiaojing, Jiang Chen glanced at the barrage of comments on his electronic watch, simultaneously bemused and exasperated. The wolf pack had indeed come to his home. Given their current demeanor, it appeared they intended to raid his house. Remembering that Ergo was still in the yard, Jiang Chen wasted no time. After informing Lin Xiaojing, he sprinted down the mountain, dragging the bamboo poles and carrying a basket brimming with bamboo shoots, his speed astonishing. Lin Xiaojing ran desperately for a while, but could not keep pace with Jiang Chen. It wasn't that she was slow, rather. Jiang Chen's speed was so remarkable it made her question reality. In the live stream, viewers saw a figure racing toward the wolves at an alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, they realized the figure belonged to Jiang Chen, who was sprinting down the rugged mountain path with a full basket of bamboo shoots, not a single shoot falling from his grasp, all while dragging the bundle of bamboo poles, his speed rivaling that of Lu Xiang. Holy moly! Am I seeing things? Is it even possible for a normal person to run like that with a load? I can't believe it. What kind of supernatural stamina is this? Holy cow! Is Chunyi really rushing into the wolf pack to meet his demise? Shouldn't he, a normal person, be fleeing for their life? Why is this streamer heading straight into danger? Facepalm laugh. To be honest, this is the fastest person I've seen running toward a wolf pack to offer himself up. Chapter 30. Taming the Wolf King soon enough. Jiang Chen arrived near his home. Fortunately, his residence was at the edge of the village, and the wolf pack showed no intention of advancing into the village, merely circling around the entrance to his yard, seemingly searching for a way in. Compared to his encounter with the Wolf King yesterday, Jiang Chen felt much more composed now. Moreover, having acquired the skill of a beast tamer, he could seize this opportunity to test whether he could tame the Wolf King. Taming the Wolf King would eliminate the threat posed by the entire pack. Of course, if the taming failed, Jiang Chen could always provoke the Wolf King and lead the pack back into the mountains. After all, he had consumed 2 cleansing pills. If he ran without any burden, he could reach speeds of at least 70 kilometers per hour for up to 40 minutes, easily exhausting the wolves in pursuit. At this moment, unable to catch up with Jiang Chen, Lin Xiaojing could only maneuver the drone above him to monitor the situation. Upon reaching a spot about 10 meters from the yard, Jiang Chen finally set down the basket and bamboo poles. The wolf pack had discovered the yard's entrance, and in rural areas, gates are rarely closed. Thus, the wolves cautiously approached, gradually entering the yard. After placing down his belongings, Jiang Chen followed suit, showing no signs of retreat or fear. "What are you doing, streamer? Run away. Going back is like walking into your own demise." Goodness, this streamer is incredibly brave. He must be mistaking wild wolves for huskies. Could this streamer be a bit simple-minded? Chunyi, listen up. Wolves inside. You are now surrounded. Observing the barrage of comments flooding the stream, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear, stating, "Dear viewers, do not be alarmed. These wolves won't attack recklessly. Moreover, I happen to possess some beast-taming skills. So since the wolf pack has come to my home, I can try to see if I can tame them." As Jiang Chen spoke, he made his way toward the backyard. "Streamer, wake up. Those are wolves, not huskies. Give it a shot." I can't stop laughing. This streamer dares to dream of taming wild wolves? It seems the black coffin bearers I contacted for the big fish yesterday will be needed for Chunyi today. Chunyi, travel safely. I'll send some rockets your way later. Su Xiao, will Chunyi be taking too great a risk today? These are wolves. If the streamer can tame this pack of wolves, I'll send him a rocket. Forget taming. If Chunyi can walk out of that yard on his own, I'll send him 100 rockets. The comments varied widely. 90% of the viewers doubted Jiang Chen's ability to tame the wolves. "These are wolves, not dogs that I in their eyes." His actions were tantamount to courting death. Jiang Chen had now reached the backyard, and what he witnessed left both him and the viewers momentarily speechless. Ergo and Che were surrounded by the wolf pack in a fan shape, with a dog and a goose in between them, as a soft and adorable little wolf cub snuggled under Ergo, oblivious to the dire situation. Seeking milk that Che, looking bewildered, was cawing loudly in fear as the wolf pack encroached. Simultaneously, both the wolves and Ergo noticed Jiang Chen's arrival in the backyard. The wolf king turned, lowering its body, baring its teeth as it glared at Jiang Chen with a ferocious expression. It seemed that at the slightest movement from Jiang Chen, they would pounce on him in a frenzy. Unlike the somewhat foolish Ergo, the wolf pack could easily discern that Jiang Chen posed a greater threat to them. Given that their ancestors had often fallen prey to humans that in the present moment within Jiang Chen's courtyard, the wolf pack evidently exhibited a palpable sense of insecurity, rendering them more prone to agitation. After all, they were of the same kind, and Ergo sensed the hostility emanating from the wolves towards Jiang Chen. Recognizing that his master was genuinely in peril, Ergo positioned the small wolf cub behind him, baring his teeth and growling softly with a low, buzzing sound. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback by Ergo's display today. However, having been domesticated by humans for many years, the innate wildness had long since dissipated. Thus, Ergo's low growl failed to exert much influence on the wolf pack. Observing the poised wolves, Jiang Chen did not reveal any signs of trepidation. Rather, he exuded an immense aura of goodwill, particularly towards the alpha wolf. The instant their eyes met, the Wolf King seemed to sense Jiang Chen's benevolence, appearing somewhat puzzled as it tilted its head, perceiving the confusion in the Wolf King's gaze. Jiang Chen extended his hand and gradually crouched down. "Come over here," he gently commanded. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's tender directive, the Wolf King hesitated for a few moments before cautiously approaching Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen crouched, the Wolf King stood before him, and he realized that at this close proximity, the Wolf King was nearly the same height as he was in his half-crouched position, a magnificent creature that presented a significant visual impact, radiating a potent sense of wildness while still scrutinizing Jiang Chen with a touch of wariness. Jiang Chen endeavored to steady his own emotions, reaching out a hand to gently stroke the Wolf King's head, instantly attuning to its nuanced feelings, unfamiliarity, vigilance, and curiosity. Why do I sense this person's goodwill, and why do I comply with his command? What is this pleasant sensation emanating from above my head? Noticing the Wolf King relaxing its guard, and beginning to accept him. Jiang Chen finally exhaled in relief, gently patting its head. Rest assured, I will not harm you, your companions, or your little cub. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Wolf King blinked twice and, to Jiang Chen's astonishment, nodded in acknowledgement. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily speechless, the comments frozen for several seconds. What is happening here? Can someone explain this to us? The host has tamed the Wolf King. I can't believe it. I kneel before Master Chen. Master Chen, what's the point of raising dogs and chickens? A true man should raise wolves. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling on the keyboard. Su Xiao gifted 50 rockets and commented, Master Chen, you are incredible. Wang Gu Tian Xia gifted 100 rockets with the comment, my worldview has been refreshed by Master Chen once again. Zero gifted 100 rockets and wrote, I accept my defeat, host, please take my knee. In an instant, the livestream chat exploded with a flurry of gifts. Zhou Jian from the DU office was nearly beside himself with excitement, nearly smashing his desk, that he hurriedly instructed his assistant, quick, get in touch with Master Chen. We must sign him as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Society. My Master Chen, teaching you how to coexist with wolves online. Upon hearing Zhou Jian's command, the assistant standing nearby hesitated momentarily. She cautiously inquired, Director Zhou, is the livestream's name really Master Chen? Realizing the assistant's question, Zhou Jian chuckled and patted his head. I got so excited. Let me check the name of Master Chen's livestream. After glancing at Jiang Chen's livestream account information, he remarked, it's called Jiang Chen's Rural Immortal Life. I'll send you his homepage. Hurry and contact him. We must secure him before other platforms discover him. On the night Jiang Chen agreed to stream, Lin Xiaojing had already changed the livestream name and user information to his, as her previous details did not match. Now, Jiang Chen's livestream had attracted an audience of several 100,000 and had yet to sign a contract, making it likely that other streaming platforms had their eyes on him. Therefore, DU had to act swiftly. Upon receiving the deputy director's orders, the assistant wasted no time. Responding promptly and leaving the office, as soon as the assistant exited, Zhou Jian opened a replay of Jiang Chen's livestream from 2 days ago. The office was filled with his ecstatic exclamations. Wow, 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 this is going to be huge. Ever since watching Jiang Chen's stream, this 985 graduate, the deputy director of the DU Platform's operations department, felt rendered speechless, only able to express his current feelings with wow. This treasure of a host is simply overflowing with brilliance. His looks are astonishingly captivating. Exceptional and rare fish are within reach. A casual tea set at home is worth millions. The vast knowledge he possesses leaves even this high achiever feeling inadequate. Zhou Jian finally understood why Jiang Chen's livestream attracted such extraordinary popularity, that it was as if the earlier phone call from Lu Jing rang true. If Master Chen doesn't become famous, it would be a grave injustice. Meanwhile, the video of Jiang Chen taming the Wolf King was shared by fans of the livestream, with eye-catching titles that were nothing short of sensational. Clearly the work of seasoned clickbaiters. Society. My Master Chen, teaching you how to coexist with wolves online. Raising dogs and chickens is nothing. A true man should raise a pack of wolves. I used to think that Bai Yi was the top of the food chain, but now I realize I was mistaken. Master Chen is the true apex. Through the enthusiastic self-promotion of numerous viewers, Jiang Chen's livestream continued to attract new followers. As new viewers entered, they found themselves rendered speechless, only able to utter 2 words. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Chen cast a fleeting glance at the number of viewers, which had surged to over 60,000. It turned out that streaming wasn't so difficult after all. Why had his ex-girlfriend struggled for 6 months without gaining traction? He wondered how she was doing now. After a brief moment of contemplation about his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Chen quickly redirected his focus to Ergo and the wolf pack. He approached Ergo, and the wolves that had been blocking his path instinctively parted to create a passage. Upon reaching Ergo, Jiang Chen flashed a mischievous smile and gave the lazy dog a good thrashing. If it weren't for his beast-taming skills today, the situation might have been very different. After dealing with Ergo, Jiang Chen gently swatted its rear and returned the little wolf cub to the mother wolf. You can take the cub back. I will keep an eye on Ergo. I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused. At that moment, the Wolf King stepped forward, exchanged a glance with the mother wolf, and submissively lowered its head, nudging the little cub towards Jiang Chen, observing the Wolf King's actions. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. "Are you leaving the cub with me?" The Wolf King and Mother Wolf nodded. Given that humans occasionally wandered the mountains and the mother wolf sometimes needed to forage for food, the Wolf King placed greater trust in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked down at the little cub, sniffing curiously at his feet, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately agreed, perhaps due to his beast-taming abilities. He could easily sense the Wolf King's intentions. Since the Wolf King trusted him so, he would care for it. Subsequently, the Wolf King and Ergo circled each other, sniffing each other's tails, and laid aside their previous misgivings to forge a new understanding. Thus, Ergo was naturally accepted by the Wolf King and became a member of the pack at this point. When Ergo drew near the little cub, neither the Wolf King nor the Queen exhibited any signs of previous rejection. The viewers in the live stream were at a loss for words, bombarding the chat with a flurry of question marks. Jiang Chen, observing the now harmonious interaction between the wolf pack and Ergo, proclaimed, "Just now, Ergo has been accepted by the Wolf King, and he is now one of the members of the pack. Every member of the wolf pack has the duty to care for the little cub, so it may stay with me for a while, and Ergo will be responsible for looking after it." As Jiang Chen spoke, he strode out of the courtyard, intending to fetch bamboo shoots and poles. The viewers in the live stream were astonished, nearly dropping their jaws. "What, did I hear that right? The husky has actually integrated into the wolf pack. I can't believe it. Master Chen tamed the Wolf King and is now raising a wolf cub. I kneel. I wonder how the little cub's demeanor will change being with Ergo. I wonder if having a husky in the wolf pack will alter their dynamics. At that moment, Lin Xiaojing finally caught up and, upon seeing Jiang Chen exit the courtyard unharmed, she began to process everything she had witnessed in the live stream. Breathless from her sprint, Lin Xiaojing waved her hands. No, it's my fault. I ran too slowly. I am just relieved you're okay." Jiang Chen scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry, I was a bit worried about Ergo and left you behind." With that, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing returned to the courtyard together. Jiang Chen, carrying a bamboo basket, stood on the cement ground at the entrance, tilted his body slightly, and expertly dumped the bamboo shoots onto the ground. Dear viewers, wait a moment. I will teach you how to peel bamboo shoots. Viewers, Lin Xiaojing, does it really look like there are a pack of wild wolves in the backyard right now? I don't care about the walls, I just respect you. My heart is still pounding. The host is casually joking while teaching us to peel bamboo shoots. Jiang Chen placed the backpack back in the corner of the yard and smiled. Now these wolves no longer harbor any malice. They will return to the mountains shortly. So there's no need for concern, everyone. As soon as his words fell, the Wolf King emerged from the backyard, leading the pack. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the Wolf King nodded in acknowledgement before departing with his companions. At that moment, Li Guai, who had just finished his farm work, happened to pass by Jiang Chen's house that he casually glanced in that direction and was immediately struck with terror, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed onto the ground. He witnessed 7 or 8 wolves exiting Jiang Chen's yard in an orderly fashion, following their leader towards the mountains. Sitting on the ground, Li Guai felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His expression was one of sheer horror, and he trembled uncontrollably. This is it. Jiang Chen's family has been invaded by wolves. He is likely in grave danger. Chapter 32. Mr. Chen, stop peeling bamboo shoots and prepare a sack for the money. After watching the wolves leave for several minutes, Li Guai remained seated on the ground, his mind flooded with images of Jiang Chen being devoured by wild wolves, sending chills down his spine. Once he regained enough strength to stand, he stumbled back towards the village. He couldn't bear the thought of going alone to Jiang Chen's house. He was worried there might still be wolves inside and feared the gruesome sight would be too much for his heart to handle. Li Guai rushed into old Zhang's yard, exclaiming, "Old Zhang, this is bad. Wolves have entered Chun Chen's home." In the kitchen, old Zhang paused mid-chop at the sound of Li Guai's panicked voice, his heart tightening as he gripped the knife in his hand and stepped into the front yard. "Guai, what are you saying? Wolves have entered Chun Chen's house." "Yes, I saw 7 or 8 wolves come out from his house, that if he's inside, he might not survive." Compared to Li Guai, old Zhang appeared much calmer. He quickly retrieved a hatchet from the house and handed it to Li Guai. Let us go. If those beasts have harmed Chun, I will fight them with my life. All right. Encouraged by old Zhang's resolve, Li Guai also found his courage. The two armed themselves, one with a gleaming kitchen knife, the other with a sharp hatchet, and headed towards Jiang Chen's home with fierce determination. Uncle Zhang, Li Guai, what are you two planning? Wolves have invaded Chen's house. We need to hurry and check. What the hell? Those beasts. Wait for me. I need to grab some tools. You two going alone is too dangerous. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, enthusiastically teaching his online audience how to peel bamboo shoots. Everyone, let me demonstrate once more. First, pinch the top of the bamboo shoot between your thumb and forefinger, leaving a 1 to 2 centimeter gap in the middle, then twist it left and right as I am doing. See? Now I have created a gap at the tip. Next, we split the bamboo leaves to either side, one hand holding the base of the shoot while the other wraps the leaves around. Then flip the shoot 360 degrees to peel the leaves off. Use the same method on the remaining leaves, and it will come off easily. With a few crisp tearing sounds, a tender bamboo shoot appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The entire peeling process took no more than 10 seconds, evoking an inexplicable sense of satisfaction among the viewers. Jiang Chen waved the freshly peeled bamboo shoot in front of the camera before tossing it into a nearby basket. Isn't it simple? Simple? If I hadn't seen how helpless Xiao Jing looked beside me, I would have truly believed you. Haha. I can almost feel Xiao Jing's confusion and despair. My eyes are moving, but my hands refuse to obey. I feel like I've acquired yet another useless skill. Laughs. Observing Lin Xiao Jing's bewilderment, Jiang Chen demonstrated once more, deliberately slowing his peeling to around 20 seconds. See? This way it's easy to peel. Lin Xiao Jing. Thus, Jiang Chen continued to engage with his viewers while teaching them how to peel bamboo shoots, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and ease in the live stream. Suddenly, an affluent viewer entered the scene, showering the stream with 10 rockets multiple times without any sign of stopping. It's your CC gifted 10 rockets and commented, "Host, check your private messages." It's your CC gifted 10 rockets and commented, "Host, please check your private messages." It's your CC gifted 10 rockets and commented, "Host, check your private messages," in the office of the National Treasure live streaming platform. Zhao CC, the director of the operations department, was fervently gifting Jiang Chen's stream using her account. She had stumbled upon a reposted video of Jiang Chen's live stream earlier and decided to join in. Before she knew it, time had flown by. Upon realizing that Jiang Chen had not yet become assigned host for Douyu, she was eager to take action and must act swiftly to recruit him for National Treasure Live. However, Jiang Chen's stream was currently on fire, especially when he tamed the Wolf King, causing the viewer count to surge dramatically. Jiang Chen, clearly preoccupied, had little time to monitor the stream, so she had to wait until now. Though the stream's popularity remained high, the viewers had calmed down significantly, appearing to learn how to peel bamboo shoots alongside Jiang Chen, creating a relatively quiet atmosphere. Zhao Ci's strategy was clearly effective. Her continuous gifting soon caught the attention of the viewers. Attention, a wealthy patron has appeared. Everyone, prepare your knees. Wow, this rich person is generous. They've gifted 100 rockets, totaling 50,000. Truly impressive. Mr. Chun, stop peeling shoots. Quickly prepare a sack for the money. Mr. Chun, stop peeling shoots. Quickly prepare a sack for the money. The quirky viewers echoed these phrases like parrots. Lin Xiaojing, who often followed the stream, also noticed the barrage of comments and the gifts from It's Your CC. Jiang Chen quickly checked the live stream. Seeing the string of gifts, Lin Xiaojing was even more excited than Jiang Chen himself. After all, during her time as a host, she had never received such a flurry of gifts, not even close to 100 rockets, let alone fish balls and glow sticks. Hearing Lin Xiaojing's reminder, Jiang Chen tossed the freshly peeled bamboo shoots into the basket and glanced at the live stream, flashing a charming smile. Thank you to It's Your CC for the generous gifts. Once I finish peeling the remaining bamboo shoots, I will check out your private messages right away. Zhao CC. The viewers. Mr. Chen seems to be in the late stages of straight man syndrome. There's no saving him. Just by looking at the rich person's ID, it's clear it's a young lady, a wealthy one at that. Host, can't you be a bit more proactive? Forget about Mr. Chen. Just give me your contact info, and I'll warm your heart. Lin Xiaojing set down the bamboo shoot, wiped her hands on her clothes, and picked up her phone to access Jiang Chen's live stream backend. Everyone, no need to worry. I'll take care of this. I am Jiang Chen's assistant and should handle such matters. However, just as she opened the backend and clicked on the private messages, a flood of messages erupted from the inbox, overwhelming her. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's live stream inexplicably filled with affluent viewers, continuously showering him with gifts, urging him to check his private messages. Explosive Help gifted 10 rockets and commented, "Host, check your private messages." I Love Oreos gifted 10 rockets and commented, "Host, check your private messages." Bitter Tongue gifted 10 rockets and commented, "Host, check your private messages." Among these affluent patrons, one stood out not only for the sheer amount of their gifts, but also for their blatantly revealing ID. Douyu Operations Deputy Director Zhou Jian gifted the host 100 rockets and commented, "Host, stop checking your private messages. I am the Deputy Director of Douyu's official platform, and we are willing to sign you with the utmost sincerity." At that moment, in the office, Zhou Jian, after delivering his line with a flourish, placed his hands on his hips and snorted. "Dream on if you think you can poach our Mr. Chen. They should consider whether their own company has that kind of strength." Chapter 33. The petrified villagers. Zhou Jian continued to shower Jiang Chen with hundreds of rockets, effectively suppressing the small accounts from other platforms. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe of Zhou Jian's audacious actions. "I can't believe the Deputy Director of Douyu has personally come to recruit our Mr. Chen. Such boldness is incomparable. No wonder so many wealthy patrons suddenly appeared. It turns out another platform is trying to poach the host. Seeing how sought-after Mr. Chen is makes me want to try my hand at being a host too. You, with that face, think you can compete with Mr. Chen? Can you catch a 100-pound fish with ease? Or tame wild wolves? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage?" "I can't do anything," cries. "Douyu's management values Mr. Chen so highly. I wonder if he will sign with them? Do we even need to ask? He will undoubtedly agree." At this moment, Jiang Chen remained focused on peeling the bamboo shoots. His goal was to finish the peeling process before noon. In just a few short minutes, he had already peeled a substantial amount of bamboo shoots. Thank you to the Deputy Director and everyone for your support of this live stream. After I finish peeling, I will check everyone's private messages and consider the signing matter then. After all, so many platforms have showered him with gifts, and others have come with genuine intentions. Jiang Chen indeed merits further exploration. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the multitude of netizens once again bowed in admiration. That my goodness. If it were me, I might have been unable to restrain myself from immediately accepting the invitation from the Douyu Vice President. Am I truly that indecisive? To the person ahead, you are not alone. I too am enamored by the domineering Douyu father. I hope Master Chen can sign with Douyu. However, let's respect Master Chen's wishes. Yet if he were to sign with Douyu, we wouldn't have to switch platforms to watch. In fact, Guobao Live is quite commendable as well. Before long, the netizens began earnestly deliberating on which live streaming room Jiang Chen should choose. Lin Xiaojing, standing nearby, secretly admired Jiang Chen's composure. Had she been in his position, she likely would have succumbed to the temptation of accepting Douyu's offer. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhou Jian wore a gloomy expression. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would remain unfazed by his temptations. After investing so much, he was astonished that Jiang Chen remained unmoved. Truly, it was as if he had encountered a ghost. At that moment, a furious phone call bombarded Zhou Jian's office that he glanced at the caller ID. Furrowing his brow, it was his superior, the operations director Sun Zichai. As soon as Zhou Jian answered the phone, a furious roar erupted from the other end. "Zhou Jian, have you lost your mind? How could you directly reward a small streamer in the name of the operations vice president? Your actions violate our platform's regulations. What will the other streamers think?" Sun Ji was not incorrect. Typically, only significant streamers like Xiao Tuan Tuan warrant such personal attention from a vice president, while a newcomer like Jiang Chen, who has yet to sign a contract, should be handled by the operations department. Yet, Zhou Jian believed that given Jiang Chen's streaming room's popularity, nurturing him could potentially elevate his status above even that of Xiao Tuan Tuan. Securing such a promising talent for Douyu would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Director Sun. This newcomer is unlike the others. I firmly believe that if our platform swiftly signs him, he may very well rank among the top 10 Douyu streamers in the future. Zhou Jian patiently articulated to Director Sunday. Upon hearing Zhou Jian's words, Sun Ji's expression flickered with disdain as he snorted, "What waves can a rural live streamer possibly make?" Douyu currently hosts numerous outdoor live streamers, many of whom have commendable achievements. Yet even those successes pale in comparison to Douyu's top streamers. Thus, in Sun Ji's eyes, a streamer like Jiang Chen hardly warranted the personal recruitment efforts of a vice president. Such streamers could go wherever they pleased. Zhou Jian was not surprised by Sun Ji's attitude towards Jiang Chen, as he had previously shared the same sentiment. Director Sun, trust me, once you take a look at the live stream of the streamer I rewarded, I assure you will be pleasantly surprised. Seeing Zhou Jian's stubbornness, Sun Ji cursed under his breath and hung up the phone, impatiently opening Jiang Chen's live stream. Jiang Chen was swiftly peeling bamboo shoots, and before long, he had nearly filled a basket at that moment. Ergo arrived with a few wolf cubs from the backyard, beginning to plan their future demolition projects. After pointing out the basket of bamboo shoots to the cubs, Ergo glanced towards Jiang Chen and trotted over. Observing that Jiang Chen still had a few bamboo shoots left to peel, he eagerly picked one up from the ground and lay down to gnaw on it. Seeing this, the little wolf cub mimicked him, picking up the largest remaining bamboo shoot to chew on as well. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to clean up, 5 or 6 figures suddenly surged into the yard. Instinctively, he looked up to see several villagers, led by Zhang Bo and Li Guozi, all wielding sharp weapons, their expressions shifting from righteous indignation to sheer astonishment upon seeing Jiang Chen unharmed. Jiang Chen, equally bewildered, looked at the weapons in their hands and inquired, "Uncle Guozi, Zhang Bo, what brings you here?" Li Guozi cautiously stepped forward, his face a mixture of joy and surprise. "Could it be that I am seeing things? I just saw several wild wolves leave your home." Upon hearing Li Guozi's words, Jiang Chen realized the misunderstanding and chuckled. "Oh, that is what it was. Those wolves have already left." The villagers exchanged glances, starting to question their reality. Was this truly the demeanor of someone who had just experienced a wolf invasion? Chen, are you saying that wolves entered the yard and then left on their own?" Zhang Bo asked, his aged eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Chen nodded at the puzzled expressions in the yard. Indeed, Ergo had a misunderstanding with the wolf pack, but that has been resolved, and they have returned to the mountains. As he spoke, Jiang Chen turned to go inside to find a bag. "Zhang Bo, Uncle Guozi, and the others, you arrived just in time. I gathered some bamboo shoots from the back mountain today, intending to bring them to you this afternoon. Now, I can give them to you to take home." The crowd was left speechless. Ha ha ha, Zhang Bo's expression now is utterly delightful. They resemble 5 petrified statues, ha. To be honest, I had the same expression when I saw Master Chen tame the Wolf King. Ha ha ha! Am I the only one who finds Zhang Bo and the others heartwarming? Knowing that wolves entered Master Chen's home, they rushed over to check on him. Perhaps this is the pure affection of rural life. I genuinely envy this. I genuinely envy this 1 inch. I genuinely envy this 10086, Chapter 34. This fishing rod must be worth more than 300,000 or 400,000 to Zhang Bo, and the others had initially come in a fury, prepared to wreak havoc, even having mentally prepared for revenge on Jiang Chen. However, they never anticipated that their ultimate outcome would be leaving with a bag of spring bamboo shoots, each on the way home. They glanced at the fresh bamboo shoots in their hands, feeling as though something was amiss. Was there something wrong with the wolves Jiang Chen encountered today? Are wolves today so easy to communicate with? After distributing a large bag of bamboo shoots to each of them, Jiang Chen boiled the remainder, drained the water, and laid them out to dry in the yard. Spotting the bamboo shoots drying outside, Ergo rushed over, tongue lolling, without a second thought. Jiang Chen, who was in the midst of organizing the dried shoots, felt Ergo's approach and shot him a fierce glare. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Ergo abruptly hit the brakes. The little wolf cub, which had been rushing behind, collided with Ergo's rear end, tumbling onto its back. Jiang Chen glared at the sprawled dog and wolf, feigning seriousness. "If these dried bamboo shoots are damaged today, I shall stew dog meat and brew wolf soup tonight." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ergo licked the little wolf cub to comfort it, growling a few times before hastily leading the cub away to the backyard. Just as the dog and wolf departed, the backyard erupted with the furious quacking of Deche. "Damn it, I finally got used to one silly dog, and now there's another one. Damn it, don't burrow under my exquisite goose feathers. I am not your mother. I have no milk for you to suck." Dear netizens, I am heading to the kitchen to cook. That I in the past, I would leave you hanging while cooking, and upon reflection, I realized that this was indeed inappropriate. Therefore, I shall end the stream now. Remember to join me this afternoon when I continue to teach you how to make fishing rods. After finishing, Jiang Chen promptly ended the live stream. What the hell? Does this streamer have to be so heartless? Damn, I'd rather be left hanging. Damn, after reflecting, I thought he would let us watch him cook, but he ended the stream instead. How arrogant. Everyone, let's definitely not visit his live stream this afternoon. Agreed with the previous comment. How dare he not leave us hanging? Despicable. Exactly, I won't be coming this afternoon. Whoever comes is a little dog. 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 In the DU director's office, Sun Ji was left utterly bewildered by Jiang Chen's abrupt end to the stream. This was remarkably capricious, to say the least. However, he had just heard the villagers mention that wolves had entered Jiang Chen's home. What could possibly have happened? With that thought, an intrigued Sun Ji opened the replay of Jiang Chen's live stream from earlier. Before long, exclamations of astonishment erupted from Sun Ji's office. What the hell? A genius! Master Chen is unbelievable. After watching the replay of Jiang Chen's stream, Sun Ji immediately called Zhou Jian. "Zhou Jian, I don't care what means you employ. You must secure Jiang Chen's contract. If you fail to do so, you will forfeit your annual bonus this year." "Zhou Jian, I have something to say, but am unsure if I should." Before he could respond, Sun Ji had already hung up, leaving him in the office with a dark expression. After ending the stream, Jiang Chen gathered some fresh bamboo shoots and picked a few seasonal fruits and vegetables from the garden before returning to the kitchen to begin cooking. At this time, Lin Xiaojing started managing the private messages in the live stream's backend. Upon seeing the various invitations for Jiang Chen to sign contracts with multiple streaming platforms, Lin Xiaojing was utterly astonished. Among the more than 10 streaming platforms, not only was there Douyu, but also major companies like Guobao Live and Penguin Live. After Lin Xiaojing recited the private messages from these companies to Jiang Chen, the two ultimately decided to negotiate with Zhao Sisi from Guobao Live and Zhou Jian, the operations director of Douyu. After all, both held significant positions on their respective live streaming platforms and were genuinely earnest. However, Jiang Chen could only choose to proceed with the negotiations after the afternoon broadcast, as he needed to utilize the time to complete Su Xiao's fishing rod. After finishing his meal and sipping some tea, Jiang Chen punctually opened his live streaming room. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'll continue teaching you how to make fishing rods," Jiang Chen announced, already preparing the tools and materials he would need in the courtyard. Although a multitude of viewers had expressed their dissatisfaction when he ended his previous broadcast, as soon as Jiang Chen commenced this session, 7,000 or 8,000 viewers flocked into his live stream. Wong, 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 wong. Those at the back, get in formation. Wong, wong, wong. Wong, wong, wong. Damn it, why can't I control my hands? I promised to come back as a little dog, yet here I am, to the one above. You are not alone. Laughing and crying, looking at the flood of Wong, Wong, Wong comments, Jiang Chen found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. These amusing viewers were indeed a talent. Jiang Chen had already set up a fire pit in the courtyard. Surrounded by tools and bamboo poles he had cut from the back mountain earlier that morning, that he held several bamboo poles, examining them before saying, "Now, let's choose the components for the fishing rod." Component selection refers to combining bamboo of varying diameters into a set of materials suitable for making a fishing rod under certain conditions. It could consist of 3, 4, 5, or even more poles. Several criteria must be satisfied. The size data must match, and the elasticity of the bamboo itself must be compatible. Only then will the resultant rod be of excellent quality. The striped bamboo I cut today has remarkable flexibility and bounce, Jiang Chen continued, already sawing off several sections suitable for assembling a complete fishing rod. Now we will process the raw materials. First, we need to clear away any excess debris from the nodes, then remove the bamboo oil under high temperatures and straighten it. As Jiang Chen focused intently on his task, he methodically explained to the viewers in the chat that in less than an hour, a perfectly functional and flexible fishing rod appeared in his hands. Everyone, isn't this quite simple? Incredibly simple. Looks easy, but doing it is a different story. Lao Mao commented, "This guy's fishing rod-making skills are extraordinary. The performance of this rod rivals that of the brand-name rods I have." Yu Tai Su added, "Before, I only enjoyed fishing, but now I feel I've fallen in love with making fishing rods that I'll come to this stream one day to learn from the host. With the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so exceptional, Chen Yi?" Su Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Chen Yi, for spending so much time making this fishing rod for me. I absolutely love it. Just name your price, and I'll transfer the money immediately." A fishing rod personally crafted by Chen Yi should definitely sell for at least 100,000 or 80,000. Right? Humorous. Haha, since the tycoons are saying so. Chen Yi, don't be shy. Feel free to quote a high price. If you quote a price of 300,000 to 400,000, will Su Xiao come through the internet to beat you up? Huh? Su Xiao exclaimed. Is 300,000 to 400,000 a lot? This fishing rod surely isn't worth just that. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Poverty limits my imagination. Su Xiao, do you still need a pendant for your thigh? Chapter 35. Host. Is your stomach a black hole? The viewers were fervently discussing the price of the fishing rod when Jiang Chen noticed Su Xiao's comment and chuckled. Su Xiao, you're overestimating me. The material of this fishing rod isn't top-notch. But I'm quite confident in the craftsmanship. How about this? A flat price of 1,350 yuan. Jiang Chen believed his pricing was quite reasonable. Although the materials weren't the finest, it was entirely handcrafted by him. Nowadays, handmade items often fetch prices in the thousands, so he felt this rod was reasonably priced. When the viewers heard Jiang Chen's quote, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Wow, 1,350. Why do I feel like Chen Ye's price is too low? Am I losing my mind? You're not losing it. Had I known it was this cheap, I would have had Chen Yi make one for me too, to be blunt. Reselling it could probably fetch over 10,000. Humorous. No. If Chen Yi engraves his name on it, the price might go even higher. I feel like I'm losing out on tens of thousands here. Su Xiao remarked. Chen Yi, this price feels a bit insulting to me. In a luxurious villa in Kyoto, Suja sat before his computer desk, looking utterly dejected. Was Jiang Chen looking down on him? No, that couldn't be right. Although he wasn't the most extravagant spender in Jiang Chen's live stream. He was among the top few wealthy patrons, wasn't he? As a standard second-generation rich kid, Suja felt genuinely insulted by the low price offered for the fishing rod, upon seeing Suja's comment. Jiang Chen laughed. My price is quite practical, and I can see that Su Xiao genuinely wants to collect my fishing rod, that if I set a higher price, wouldn't that make the rod feel less valuable? The host makes a valid point. It appears he is principled and won't take advantage of Su Xiao's fondness for the rod by asking for an exorbitant price. It's clear that Su Xiao truly loves the fishing rod in the host's hands, perhaps in Su Xiao's mind. Spending more money on something he loves signifies greater sincerity. Actually, I'm like Su Xiao too. The things I adore I tend to splurge on. Unfortunately, I don't have the money. Crying, I think Su Xiao has become self-conscious. But if Su Xiao finds the price too low, I could consider buying it from the host, as I also really like this fishing rod. I want to buy it too. Can you sell it to me? Ching. Me too. In no time, the live stream was inundated with requests from viewers eager to buy the fishing rod. Jiang Chen held that Suja immediately panicked. This was the fishing rod personally crafted by Chen Yi. How could he let others snatch it away? Su Xiao urged. No. Chen Yi, I want it. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Jiang Chen smiled. All right, it's settled then. Please send me your delivery address later, and I'll ship it to you tomorrow. After resolving the fishing rod matter, it was nearly time for dinner. Jiang Chen prepared to bid farewell to the audience, but a viewer suddenly pointed out an issue. Everyone, have you noticed that since the host threw the big black fish into the pond, it hasn't shown its face? I've been keeping an eye on the pond today. The other fish come out occasionally, but not a trace of the big black fish. Right, I noticed that too. Indeed. No matter how shy it is, it should at least show its face. Could it have died and sunk to the bottom? To the one above. Please have some common sense. If a fish dies, it floats to the surface that I suspect it might have been stolen at night. Considering these fish are quite valuable, it's likely been stolen. If the host sells it, we will definitely know right away. Chunyi, is your big black fish stolen? Chunyi, your big black fish is missing. Shouldn't you hurry to find it? Otherwise, you'll be losing tens of thousands. The viewers were all panicked, reminding Jiang Chen frantically in the chat. Jiang Chen, seeing the barrage of comments, scratched his head and chuckled. I forgot to tell you all. I cooked the big black fish for a midnight snack on the very first night after catching it. In response to the viewers' concerns, Jiang Chen could only answer this way. After all, he had sold that elusive big black fish to the system, and it was only a matter of time before the viewers discovered its absence. What the hell? Host, is your stomach a black hole? You devoured such a large fish in one midnight snack. No wonder you stand at the top of the food chain. That fish could easily fetch tens of thousands. And Chinyi just boiled it for a midnight snack? I admit I'm envious. With an annual income in the millions, my monthly food budget doesn't even match what Chinyi spends on a single midnight snack. Crying, hearing that Jiang Chen had consumed the big black fish worth approximately 1 to 200,000, the chat was filled with envy. Alright, everyone, today's live stream will end here. Don't stay up too late. And remember to eat on time. With that, Jiang Chen logged off directly. What a heartless man. He says he's signing off and actually does it. Chinyi has signed off. It feels like life has lost its joy. He signs off as soon as he says so. This host is quite capricious. And I like it. The very first minute after my husband signed off, I already miss him. Just as Jiang Chen logged off, Zhou Jian, who had been monitoring the live stream, called him directly. Jiang Chen was an assigned new host on Douyu. And if Douyu wanted to find his number, they could easily retrieve it from the registration data on the platform. This was the first time in history Douyu had sought out an assigned host in such a manner. Zhou Jian felt quite desperate. After all, his boss had issued strict orders that if Jiang Chen wasn't signed, his year-end bonus would be at stake. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jian felt aggrieved, initially. Director Sun had scolded him for being too proactive in contacting Jiang Chen. Now, he was being berated again for not signing Jiang Chen quickly enough. Truly, the higher-ups were suffocating. The call connected, and although Jiang Chen was not physically present, Zhou Jian displayed a remarkably cheerful smile, his tone exceedingly gentle. Is this Master Chen? Upon hearing Zhou Jian's address of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, covering his face with his hand. You can just call me Jiang Chen. The title of Master Chen was bestowed upon me by online acquaintances. To his surprise, Jiang Chen's amiable demeanor after logging off made Zhou Jian's previously taut nerves relax considerably. He then promptly delved into the crux of the matter, stating, Master Chen, should you agree to sign with our platform, we can offer you a direct special contract. Typically, new streamers are signed at a level 3, while those with slightly better performance start at level 2. It takes several years for a level 3 streamer to ascend to level 1. A direct special contract would be a historic first for our company. Zhou Jian exhibited utmost sincerity, his demeanor considerably more humble than the authoritative presence he maintained before his employees. Nevertheless, he was supremely confident that Jiang Chen would instantly accept his invitation. This opportunity was an unparalleled honor. Such a significant streaming platform as Douyu had never extended such generous treatment to a newcomer. For someone like Jiang Chen, a rural lad, to receive such attention from a vice president, along with such enticing terms, he could hardly refuse. However, what Zhou Jian did not anticipate was that Jiang Chen's subsequent response would leave him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 36. What is so appealing about pretty girls? Hurry back to unbox. Although Zhou Jian's proposal was indeed enticing, Jiang Chen had already indicated his intent to also communicate with Zhao Cixi from Guobao Live that he could not hastily accept Zhou Jian's offer without considering both options. He smiled and said, Thank you, President Zhou, for your consideration. However, I need to think it over, and we'll get back to you tomorrow, if that's all right. Zhou Jian's expression darkened, and his lips twitched slightly. Could he really say no? Despite feeling 100 frustrations brewing within, he masked his irritation with a forced smile, feigning nonchalance. Of course, it's important to deliberate. After hanging up, Zhou Jian ground his teeth in frustration. How could a vice president of Douyu repeatedly face setbacks with Jiang Chen? It was infuriating from this day forth. He vowed not to initiate any further calls to Jiang Chen. Yet he remained confident that Jiang Chen would reach out to him the following day. After all, Douyu offered the most generous treatment to its contracted streamers, and he had specifically opened the door for Jiang Chen with such favorable conditions. Surely, once Jiang Chen came to his senses, he would contact him. As soon as Jiang Chen concluded his call with Zhou Jian, Lin Xiaojing, who had been waiting nearby, promptly presented her phone to him. "Brother Jiang Chen, this is Zhao Cici, the director from Guobao Live. I've already communicated with her in my capacity as your assistant. They are willing to offer you a direct 80-20 profit split. 80 to you and 20 to the platform. .it sounds like a fantastic deal. Is that so?" "That is certainly worth considering," Jiang Chen replied, taking Lin Xiaojing's phone and reviewing the WeChat conversation between her and Zhao Cici. He frowned slightly and returned the phone to Lin Xiaojing. "It seems this director intends to have me crafted into a particular persona and branded. And the contract would be for a minimum of 3 years. That feels a bit constraining. I prefer to operate according to my own style." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Xiaojing realized she had been so focused on the profit-sharing ratio that she had overlooked these critical issues. Major platforms like Guobao Live often come with many stringent clauses. The stipulations set by Guobao Live might not necessarily be advantageous for Jiang Chen. "Then I'll promptly decline their offer," Lin Xiaojing declared, swiftly sending a message to Zhao Cici to reject the proposal. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in Kyoto, Zhao Cici was taken aback upon receiving Lin Xiaojing's message. She had not anticipated that despite extending such a generous offer, Jiang Chen would refuse to sign with their Panda Live platform. It was worth noting that their platform typically only offered new streamers a 50-50 split and a 5-year minimum contract. Offering Jiang Chen an 80-20 split with a 3-year minimum was already their maximum concession. Pondering this, Zhao Cici furrowed her brow. Jiang Chen's future was unpredictable, while some internet celebrities enjoyed fleeting fame. Only a select few maintained enduring popularity. Thus, she could not guarantee that Jiang Chen would retain his current level of notoriety, nor could she easily alter the company's policies to accommodate him. After concluding communications with both parties, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing unanimously decided to sign with the Douyu platform. After all, Jiang Chen had already established a stable fanbase on this streaming platform, and the benefits were relatively generous that he planned to call Zhou Jian the following day to discuss the contract. Jiang Chen collected the dried bamboo shoots he had laid out to sun-dry earlier and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. At that moment, Lin Xiaojing received a private message from Suja in the streaming room's backend. After adding him as a friend on WeChat, he promptly transferred 1350 to her, leaving a message: "If you could send over the fishing rod as soon as possible, that would be great. I can't wait to try my hand at fishing." After responding to Suja, Lin Xiaojing hurried to the kitchen to inform Jiang Chen, and soon joined him in preparing the meal. "Brother Jiang Chen, I happened to check the back-end earnings earlier. Can you guess how much you've made from your streams these past few days?" Lin Xiaojing inquired, her proficiency in washing fruits and vegetables having greatly improved over the past few days. After slicing the potatoes, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "The net earnings should have exceeded 100,000, right?" Despite the numerous wealthy fans showering gifts in his streams, Jiang Chen knew he had yet to sign a contract. At this stage, he was essentially a free agent, and the viewers' donations only allowed him to keep about 30 or 40. Thus, his estimate was rather conservative. Placing the washed green peppers in a colander, Lin Xiaojing turned to Jiang Chen and said, "You're seriously underestimating your own influence." Jiang Chen chuckled. "What? 200,000? Lin Xiaojing shook her head. 350,000. That's your net earnings after a 37 split with the platform. If you sign a special contract, that amount could skyrocket to 600,000 or even more." As she spoke, her gaze towards Jiang Chen brimmed with admiration. His accomplishments were truly remarkable. She recalled her own experience of streaming for 6 months, during which her total earnings barely surpassed 5,000. Jiang Chen achieved 350,000 in just a few days, all without a contract and without being promoted to the platform's popular section. If Jiang Chen were to secure a contract now and receive a few pushes from the platform, the potential popularity and earnings were beyond her imagination. Hearing Lin Xiaojing's words, Jiang Chen nodded and remarked, "It seems I should expedite the signing process. Otherwise, the losses would be quite significant." "Indeed," Lin Xiaojing agreed, and the two continued their culinary endeavors, whipping up several signature dishes. After enjoying their meal, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing discussed their future plans. That as night fell, they each retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Noticing Jiang Chen's seemingly eager expression whenever he went to his room, Lin Xiaojing began to question her own existence. Did he not enjoy spending time with her, hence the inexplicable joy on his face before retreating to his room? However, the reality was that every night brought the thrilling prospect of opening system boxes. What is so appealing about pretty girls? The real excitement lay in returning to unbox. Once back on his bed, Jiang Chen eagerly opened the system and began to unbox. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of Master Carpenter. Master Carpenter skill. In your hands, even a piece of rotting wood can be transformed into a splendid work of art. As Jiang Chen absorbed the vast influx of knowledge in his mind, he felt a wave of astonishment. Master Carpenter, this is quite splendid. I won't even need to buy furniture in the future. I can craft it myself. After completing the unboxing, Jiang Chen adjusted his pillow and drifted into a contented slumber. For humans, nighttime is the optimal period for rest and recuperation. Yet for wolves, their nocturnal activities were just beginning. As the lights in the village dimmed, a pack of 7 or 8 wild wolves, basking in the luminous moonlight, descended from the mountains towards Jiang Chen's home. Although they had entrusted the care of the wolf cubs to Jiang Chen, they could not neglect the essential survival training expected of a wolf. New members of the pack, typically lacking any hunting skills, needed to learn the ways of the wild. Thus, shortly after, a formidable wolf pack emerged from Jiang Chen's yard, accompanied by a rather out-of-place Siberian husky, making their way into the mountains. Chapter 37. How old is the streamer this year? In the early morning, the village was alive with vitality and exuberance, evoking a sense of comfort. After breakfast, Jiang Chen promptly began his live stream. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm heading to town to send Su Xiao his fishing rod, and I'll also take you on a tour of the beautiful sights around our Xiaoshui village. With that, Jiang Chen stepped outside, accompanied by Lin Xiaojing for Ergo. He had likely gone to the mountains and had yet to return. Now that Ergo had pledged allegiance to the Wolf King, Jiang Chen felt no concern for its safety in the mountains that they traveled. Lin Xiaojing found her eyes nearly overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery of Xiaoshui village. Over there on the mountain are a cluster of cherry blossom trees. In a month, they will bloom, creating a stunning landscape, Jiang Chen remarked, guiding Lin Xiaojing along the rural path while pointing towards the distant mountains. Lin Xiaojing inhaled the sweet-scented air surrounding her and gazed toward the direction indicated by Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes curving into 2 lovely arcs. It will surely be beautiful then. I can already envision it in my mind that I eagerly anticipated. Suddenly, she felt a strong desire to settle down in this village. Meanwhile, quite a number of netizens had already entered the live streaming room. Wow, is this the fresh morning of the countryside? It looks so refreshing, and the air seems incredibly sweet. Is Master Chen going to send a fishing rod to young Master Su? To me, it looks more like a date. Young Master Su's fishing rod is merely a secondary matter, haha. Seeing such a dog-abusing scene so early in the morning, it's no wonder that Ergo didn't follow them out. I must say, when Xiaojing walks alongside Master Chen, the scene is oddly harmonious. Hey, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Xiaojing is merely my husband's assistant. What nonsense are you spouting? Exactly. Xiaojing is my wife. Please refrain from your foolish talk. The two made their way to a household, where Jiang Chen intended to borrow a motorcycle from Zhou Shuai to conveniently ride to the town for mailing a package. If it were just Jiang Chen alone, he wouldn't mind, but Lin Xiaojing was a girl, and he couldn't allow her to accompany him on a long journey. Previously, Jiang Chen had considered whether to purchase a motorcycle, but he thought he rarely traveled far, and the village could provide for itself. So he chose not to buy one that otherwise he could afford an ordinary motorcycle. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was heading to the town, Zhou Shuai readily lent him the bike. Thus, Jiang Chen rode the motorcycle, taking Lin Xiaojing out of the village. After about 40 minutes, he arrived in town, handed the fishing rod to the Shunfeng delivery man, and personally watched as the man packaged it before paying and leaving. Meanwhile, Ergo and the little wolf cub, who had been frolicking all night, returned from the mountains. Perhaps having played too wildly the previous night, Both the dog and the wolf were covered in mud, with hardly a clean spot on them. Rather than rushing home, Ergo headed towards Aunt Wang's house, likely because he hadn't visited her in quite some time. Typically, in such situations, Ergo would find something to eat at Aunt Wang's, as she would save various bones for him to enjoy whenever he came by. Half an hour later, as Jiang Chen rode past Aunt Wang's house, he happened to stop, and just as he dismounted, he spotted two familiar figures. There were the filthy Ergo and the little wolf cub happily gnawing on bones in Aunt Wang's yard. As Jiang Chen got off the motorcycle, Ergo immediately recognized him and rushed over, only to be playfully swatted away by Jiang Chen. Although he had anticipated that Ergo would mingle with the wolf pack, he hadn't expected the dog to return from the mountains in such a muddy state. Seeing his owner look at him with disdain, Ergo lowered his head and grumbled a few words before returning to gnawing on his bone. Wow! Where did Ergo and the little wolf cub go wild? I almost didn't recognize them. Haha, I was wondering why Ergo didn't accompany Master Chen today. Turns out he was at someone else's house, gnawing on big bones. I can't help but feel that after spending a few days with Ergo, the little wolf cub has started to resemble him. Even the way they gnaw on bones is remarkably similar. Ha ha. If the Wolf King finds out that the little wolf cub has been led astray by Ergo, would he faint in the mountains? Am I the only one who notices the battered state of this household's door? Goodness, how did this door get so damaged? If I'm not mistaken, this must be Ergo's handiwork. Right? Jiang Chen looked at Aunt Wang's door and chuckled. Indeed, it was Ergo. I suppose it's a reflection of my poor discipline. At that moment, Aunt Wang returned from the vegetable patch with a basket of vegetables. Having overheard Jiang Chen's remark, she immediately interjected, "This isn't Jiang Chen's fault. I didn't allow him to discipline Ergo. How could a mere dog comprehend so much?" As she spoke, she approached Ergo and the little wolf cub, saying, Chen, this little pup you've recently taken and looks quite spirited." Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Aunt, this isn't a dog. It's a wolf." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang displayed a peculiar expression. "Are you saying I haven't seen a wolf? Do you think I can't tell whether it's a wolf or not? And do you think wolves are easy to raise? Since when did you start telling lies, Chen?" Jiang Chen, seeing Aunt Wang's disbelief, Lin Xiaojing chimed in, "What Jiang Chen says is true. This really is a wolf cub." Observing Lin Xiaojing's earnest explanation, Aunt Wang shot a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen and chose not to pursue the matter further. Little did she expect that Jiang Chen was capable of deceiving a young girl. "All right then, if Jiang Chen says it's a wolf cub, I suppose it is. Little wolf cub, you should come to Aunt's house to play often. I'll save you an extra bone." As Aunt Wang spoke, she affectionately patted the little wolf cub's head. Noting Aunt Wang's dismissive tone, Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly. However, his purpose for being there today was not to introduce this little creature to Aunt Wang. He retrieved a measuring tape from the motorcycle's trunk and approached the nearly ruined door of Aunt Wang's house, pretending to take measurements. Chen, what are you measuring this for?" Aunt Wang set the vegetables aside and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Having finished measuring, Jiang Chen put away the tape, touched the battered door, and said, "Aunt, I plan to make you a better door." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang felt touched, yet she believed Jiang Chen's statement was quite unrealistic. After all, he was a university student. How could he possibly undertake carpentry work? Chen, I appreciate your kind intentions, but there's no need to make a door. This one was made by Lu, the carpenter in our village. It took over a week to complete." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Aunt, rest assured, I will definitely make you a door far superior to this one, that I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Aunt Wang opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. This was quite out of character for Jiang Chen. Lin Xiaojing, standing nearby, was also slightly taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Chen was a carpenter as well? Wow! Is Master Chen venturing into a new field? Minji at home, Little Yin : I believe the streamer is bound to fail this time. Making a door in one day is something only an experienced craftsman like my grandfather could manage. May I ask how old you are this year, streamer? The girl ahead is truly amusing, but judging by her ID, she seems to be an expert herself. Since she has said so, let us make a bet. I'll start. If Master Chen can indeed make a door in a day, I'll send 10 rockets. I don't have much money, but if Master Chen succeeds, I'll send 50 rockets. If he fails, he should don women-esque clothing and dance on the stream. The wealthy person upstairs is quite low-key. Even without money, you can still send 25,000 bucks. I'm in awe. Wow, another chance to see Master Chen dress as a woman and dance. Count me in. I'll bet 50 rockets too. The group of amusing netizens, sensing another opportunity to witness Jiang Chen in women-esque attire dancing, immediately engaged in fervent betting. Chapter 38. Accepting Jiang Chen as an apprentice, observing the enthusiasm of the netizens as they wagered vigorously. Jiang Chen felt somewhat speechless. These folks were far too obsessed with the idea of him dressing as a woman and dancing. However, it was not entirely surprising, given the intricate craftsmanship required to make a door. A regular carpenter would indeed struggle to finish one in a day. Yet, with the mastery of a seasoned carpenter at his disposal, Jiang Chen could genuinely attempt the challenge. Everyone, today I will take you through the process of crafting a door while simultaneously challenging myself to complete it within a day. If I fail, I shall dress as a woman and dance, Jiang Chen said, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him. Hearing this, Aunt Wang looked puzzled. Jiang Chen, who are you talking to? Who are you dancing for? And why wear women-esque clothing? Aunt Wang had assumed Jiang Chen was conversing with Lin Xiaojing, only to realize now that it was not the case. In response to Aunt Wang's inquiry, Jiang Chen pointed to the drone hovering above the courtyard and smiled. Aunt, I am live streaming. What? Live streaming? Is it like news broadcasting? Aunt Wang instinctively straightened her posture and brushed off the paw prints from her clothes. Jiang Chen patiently explained, No, it's just a casual stream to showcase our daily rural life. Oh, what is so interesting about rural life? How many people would want to watch? Aunt Wang asked, visibly surprised. Having lived most of her life in the countryside, she never imagined anyone would find it interesting. Was there something wrong with them? Jiang Chen glanced at his electronic watch and smiled. Not many. Currently, there are only over 50,000 viewers. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Aunt Wang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that so many people were watching. She forced a stiff smile. I didn't expect that people in big cities would be so cultured. Lin Xiaojing chimed in. Indeed, many people yearn for rural life these days. Noticing Aunt Wang's sudden shyness, Jiang Chen decided not to linger. After bidding her farewell, he left with Lin saying, Ergo had nearly finished gnawing on the bone, and as he saw Jiang Chen preparing to leave, he leapt onto Aunt Wang, licking her a few times, then barked at the little wolf cub before chasing after Jiang Chen. The little wolf cub, imitating Ergo, pounced on Aunt Wang's feet, licked them a couple of times, and then let out a howl before racing off together. However, in comparison to Ergo's long legs, its short little legs rendered it significantly slower. After departing from Aunt Wang's home, Jiang Chen took Lin Xiaojing to the entrance of a wooden house in the village. The large gate at the entrance was ajar. Uncle Lu, are you home? Jiang Chen called out as he stepped inside. Meanwhile, Ergo and the little wolf cub were still on their way, for the little wolf cub's short legs limited its speed, forcing Ergo to slow down and wait for it. Upon spotting Jiang Chen's parked vehicle from a distance, Ergo decided to take a shortcut to catch up. Signaled to the little wolf cub and then leaped towards the adjacent field. Conveniently, there was a half-meter-long ditch between the field and the road, which was not deep. This ditch was negligible for Ergo, who could easily leap over it. Seeing Ergo jump over with such ease, the little wolf cub thought nothing of it and confidently attempted the same, only to land squarely in the ditch. That moment, Ergo, having run quite far, did not hear the commotion behind it. Instinctively, it turned its head, scanning for the little wolf cub's figure, only to be met with confusion. Oh, whoa, where's the little one? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing had already entered Uncle Lu's yard. The yard was piled high with various types of timber. Jiang Chen quickly selected several sturdy pieces of wood, intending to purchase them for Uncle Lu. He patted a solid cedar beam and remarked, Today, I plan to buy some timber from Uncle Lu and borrow some tools to start working on it right away. TSK. Everyone take a look at the confident expression on young Master Chen's face. Minjia Home Decor Xiao Yin : If it weren't for my grandpa and my dad also saying it's impossible, I might have believed it myself. Rolls eyes. Minjia Home Decor Xiao Yin, please send my regards to grandpa and father-in-law. Hey, have some self-respect. Xiao Yin is clearly my wife. You there, draw your sword. Haha, Xiao Yan belongs to you. But the cross-dressing young Master Chen belongs to me. You there, weren't you a man? Indeed. Upon further reflection, quite terrifying, at that moment, a man in his 40s with an elongated face emerged from the house, greeting Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing with a warm smile. Ah, Jiang Chen, are you looking to furnish something? Lu Er was the only carpenter in the village, with nearly every household's furniture crafted by his hands. Upon hearing Lu Er's words, Jiang Chen replied, Uncle, I want to make a door for Aunt Wang's house, so I came to buy some wood and borrow some tools. Lu Er appeared quite surprised at Jiang Chen's request. Jiang Chen, I'm not trying to discourage you, but making that door is not as simple as you think. There are numerous processes involved. A university student like Jiang Chen could hardly be expected to undertake carpentry work. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Chen said, I understand a door requires at least 20 processes that I've researched this before, and I want to take this opportunity to see if I can complete a door in a single day. Lu Er looked at him incredulously. What did you say? Finish a door in one day? How could that be possible? Not only the netizens in the live broadcast doubted Jiang Chen's capabilities, but even Lu Er, who had been in the trade for 30 years, found it hard to believe. Hearing Lu Er's skepticism, Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly. Uncle, just trust me this once. I'll pick out a few pieces of wood to buy, and if you lend me a set of tools, I'll return them to you by this time tomorrow. If it had been anyone else asking to borrow tools, Lu Er might have outright refused. However, since Jiang Chen often thought of him when it came to good food and useful items, Lu Er pondered for a moment before agreeing. It wasn't that he was unwilling to lend his tools. Rather, he simply doubted Jiang Chen could truly finish a door in a day. Besides, Jiang Chen's statement was undeniably audacious, and Lu Er saw this as an opportunity to help him face reality. I'll give you a set of tools, and you can choose any wood from the yard. If you really succeed, the wood is on me. Upon hearing Lu Er's offer, Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That wouldn't be right, Uncle. You paid for this wood that I can't just accept it. Lu Er's lips twitched slightly. Just make the door first. If you can't manage it, you will, of course, owe me for the wasted wood. Though Lu Er said this, he nonetheless felt a sense of gratification, seeing Jiang Chen so interested in carpentry that he had yet to take on a disciple and feared that this craft might be lost with him. Thus, Lu Er contemplated asking Jiang Chen tomorrow if he had any interest in becoming his apprentice if the door failed to materialize. However, given Jiang Chen's evident enthusiasm, he was likely to agree. Lu Er even envisioned the moment Jiang Chen would kneel to him as his master, a smile of contentment gradually spreading across his face. Chapter 39. The soul's doubt in a 3-generation carpentry family after selecting several pieces of timber in the yard. Lu Er enthusiastically delivered the tools and wood to Jiang Chen's home using a tricycle. Once home, Jiang Chen and Lu Er unloaded the timber, sensing that Lu Er kept casting him peculiar glances. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen was wholly focused on the task of making the door and paid no mind. Lu Er regarded Jiang Chen, his prospective apprentice, with growing fondness, feeling that the time-honored craft would finally have a successor. Before departing, Lu Er glanced at the few pieces of wood Jiang Chen had chosen, feeling a pang of reluctance that it must be said that Jiang Chen had quite the discerning eye. He seemed to know a fair bit about timber. The types of wood he selected were indeed top-grade materials for furniture. After Lu Er drove away with the tractor, Jiang Chen returned Zhou Shuai's motorcycle, had lunch, rested a bit, and then began preparing for the task ahead. He had gathered all the necessary tools and planned to start working right in the yard. Young Master Chen has prepared his tools quite thoroughly. It looks like he has got a complete set. Let us hope young Master Chen doesn't crash and burn too soon. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to this professional set of tools. Haha. What do tools matter? I just want to see young Master Chen in women's clothing dancing. I'm just waiting for him to fail. Just waiting for young Master Chen to fail. Just waiting for young Master Chen to fail. Seeing the wave of comments from netizens, Jiang Chen could only smile wryly that he arranged the tools neatly, selected a fine piece of cedar, and began his work. Not all types of wood are suitable for making a door. When selecting materials, one must choose wood like this, not free, straight, and free from deformation or cracks. Now, let us proceed to cut the wood according to the measured dimensions. As he spoke, Jiang Chen took out a tape measure to check the necessary dimensions, and then picked up a saw from the tools. Beginning to saw away, producing a rhythmic creaking sound. Observing Jiang Chen's actions, Minjia home decor Xiao Yin posed a soul-searching question. Has the host forgotten a step? If you're making a door, shouldn't you draw a rough sketch first? Yuri just diving right in. Even my dad, a seasoned carpenter, always draws up a plan beforehand to avoid mistakes. Oh, now I see why I felt something was off. Young Master Chen actually forgot the first step. Are you sure you can handle this? Young Master Chen. If not, just don't push it. Go for the women's outfit. My wife makes a valid point. Indeed, a rough sketch should be done first. Even my master insists on having a plan before starting. Ha ha ha. Is this considered young Master Chun's first misstep? He probably didn't expect so many knowledgeable experts in his live stream. Clang. Jiang Chen had already sawed off one end of the cedar wood. He then switched to the other end to saw, all the while explaining. As Xiao Yin mentioned, generally speaking, regardless of what one is making, a rough sketch should be drawn beforehand. However, I don't require one. So, I won't waste time on that. Saying this, Jiang Chen sawed off the corner of the other end of the cedar wood. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Xiaoyin, along with her father and grandfather, were left dumbfounded, their expressions darkening. Their family was, after all, a lineage of carpenters, yet they had never encountered someone as audacious as Jiang Chen. Unless one was exceptionally skilled and experienced, it was impossible to produce a quality product without a plan. How could a young man in his 20s possibly compare to seasoned masters with decades of experience? Even if he had been involved in carpentry since birth, his qualifications could only be regarded as that of a novice. Soon, Lu Xiaoyin typed rapidly on her keyboard. If you can make a door without drawing a sketch, I'll immediately send you 100 rockets. I mean it. Haha. Young Master Chen's boasting has angered my wife. Xiao Yin is truly generous. But today, it seems young Master Chen is genuinely in for a rough time. Let us not say anything else. I'm just waiting for the host to don a dress and dance. Jiang Chen busied himself with his task. Chuckling, sure, but you might be disappointed, as I don't undertake endeavors without confidence. With the mastery of a carpenter in his skill set, he could envision the finished door taking shape in his mind just by looking at the wood in his hands. Before long, Jiang Chen completed the cutting process, placing one of the cut wooden blocks on two long benches that he had fashioned into a makeshift seat. With deftness, he grasped the planer and commenced his work. Now, let us smooth the wood, as the surface produced by the saw is quite coarse, necessitating the use of this planer in my hand for the next step of processing. When planing long pieces like this, my left foot should be positioned forward, followed by my right heel. There are various techniques for hand planing. The method I am employing now is known as the push plane, that we extend our index fingers of both hands forward to press down on the body of the planer, while our thumbs hold the rear part of the blade, and the remaining fingers and palms grip the handle firmly. The plane must be held flat, with both hands applying even pressure as we push the plane forward. The thumbs should exert greater force, while the index fingers apply slight pressure. Upon reaching the front end, the pressure should gradually decrease until it is no longer needed. When retracting, lift the rear part of the plane slightly to avoid dragging the blade across the wood surface, which could dull it, as I am doing now. Even when planing long pieces, it should not appear laborious. Jiang Chen remarked while planing the wood. Lin Xiaojing aimed the camera at him, allowing everyone to clearly witness Jiang Chen's remarkably professional demeanor. Wow! It seems Brother Chen truly possesses exceptional skills, articulating everything so coherently. To be honest, I have been in this trade for 7 or 8 years, and my wood planing skills do not even measure up to 1/10 of Brother Chen's. Goodness! I never realized my husband was so talented, and watching him plane wood is surprisingly delightful. To the one ahead, you are not alone. I couldn't help but drool a little just now, covers face. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan, seated in front of the computer desk, was also taken aback, watching Jiang Chen's movements with furrowed brows. She had to admit that Jiang Chen's wood planing skills rivaled those of seasoned carpenters with decades of experience. Yet, she still found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen could conjure a door from thin AI or data in our past, and Jiang Chen had rendered the wood he needed for later exceptionally smooth. The several pieces of wood had transformed in his hands into a dozen smooth planks of varying lengths. The next steps involved drilling holes and cutting grooves, lacking a mortising machine or a drill. Jiang Chen selected a chisel from his tools to carve out the necessary cuts. Once we complete the drilling and grooving and smooth the surfaces, we can begin the assembly. Jiang Chen swiftly finished the grooves and holes. Witnessing Jiang Chen use the chisel to create such precise cuts, the carpenter with 7 to 8 years of experience in the live stream was already kneeling in admiration. The young carpenter exclaimed, "Host, please accept my utmost respect. In this day and age, to carve out such standard grooves and holes with a chisel is exceedingly rare." Even Lu Xiaoyan, who had been watching Jiang Chen with skepticism, couldn't help but express her astonishment. Minjia Home Xiaoyan commented, "Indeed, only carpenters from my grandfather's generation possess such skills." Chapter 40. Has the host been a carpenter from the moment he was born? Even the expert who had constantly doubted Jiang Chen, Minjia Home Xiaoyan, was now awed by his expertise. With Jiang Chen's remarkably professional movements, viewers flooded the comments with their admiration. "Brother Chen is incredible, effortlessly impressing us with his skills. Damn, my face hurts. I never anticipated Brother Chen's prowess in carpentry to be this profound. Watching my husband work as a carpenter is truly a delight. Whether it be his fluid, professional movements or that strikingly handsome face, it is a feast for the eyes. To the one ahead, draw your sword. Jiang Chen is mine." Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now create the mortise and tenon joint. There are many types of joints, but for the wooden door we are assembling, we will be crafting a cross tenon, which refers to the joints within this door. As Jiang Chen spoke, he placed one of the prepared square timbers for the cross tenon onto the workbench, aligning the other piece vertically atop it, and proceeded to mark the width lines for the joint with a pencil. After completing some preparatory work, Jiang Chen began to saw the notches with a handsaw. We now need to use the handsaw to cut the notches. Viewers wishing to learn should pay close attention. First, we place the workpiece on the workbench, gripping the handsaw with our right hand, while the fingers of our left hand clutch the outer side of the workpiece, with the thumb pressing against the inner side, and the fingertips slightly raised just like this. Jiang Chen explained each step in detail as he worked. Next, we apply our fingertips to the top of the saw teeth, ensuring the saw body is snug against our fingers, allowing the teeth to precisely align with the marked line before gently pulling the handsaw. After a series of meticulous and professional maneuvers, Jiang Chen had successfully crafted the crucial joint for the door. Minjia Home Xiaoyan remarked, "I must concede, the host technique is remarkably professional, employing numerous subtle tricks that are truly admirable." Gradually, Lu Xiaoyan transitioned from skepticism towards Jiang Chen to a sense of admiration. Just as Lu Xiaoyan sent her comment, the old carpenter Lu Lao squeezed her aside from the computer desk. Observing Jiang Chen's professional actions, Lu Lao's eyes reddened with emotion. "I once feared that the true craftsmanship of carpenters was fading, but now it seems there is indeed a new generation rising." Hearing Lu Lao's words, Lu Fu and Lu Xiaoyan felt a twinge of discomfort. Lu Fu cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Dad, what are you saying? There is still me and Xiaoyan here." Lu Lao shot a glare at his son and his innocent granddaughter, his blood pressure rising. "How dare you say that? Just look at the skills displayed by that young man on the screen. Even if you studied for another decade, you might not achieve such excellence." Lu Lao exclaimed, pointing at the computer screen, where Jiang Chen was now assembling the pieces. "Here, we have left lines for the mortise. During assembly, it may be a bit tight." Jiang Chen first laid one of the workpieces flat on the workbench, aligning the other piece with a notch above it, but he then pressed down with his hand and took a nearby hammer to gently tap. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the mortises had locked together tightly, and the joint was perfectly seamless. Though this is a simple mortise structure, the interlocking force is quite strong, so we need not worry about the stability of this wooden door. Jiang Chen remarked as he began to assemble the other pieces. The young carpenter commented, "Earlier, my master asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Now, he is kneeling alongside me to watch Brother Chen." Minjia Home Xiaoyan added, "I never expected the host's skills in creating mortise and tenon joints to be this impressive. I am in awe. Could the two esteemed carpenters and provide a detailed evaluation of Brother Chen's technique? Although Brother Chen has explained everything in great detail, I still cannot grasp those professional terms," the young carpenter replied. In Brother Chen's live stream, please do not refer to me as an esteemed carpenter. I cannot bear it. Let me clarify, the term sun mao he mentioned refers to mortise and tenon. If you don't understand, you can look it up. The type of joint he is making today is called a cross tenon, which is most commonly used for doors. Minjia Home Xiaoyan concurred. The young carpenter is correct, and honestly, the host's mortise and tenon skills have surpassed those of my father. Just look at how seamlessly he has connected the joints. It is nothing short of perfection. Observing Lu Xiaoyan's commentary, Lin Xiaojing skillfully adjusted the camera to focus on the precisely assembled joints, presenting a clearer view to the audience. Lu Xiaoyan, mesmerized by the flawless joints, couldn't help but exclaim. Minjia Home Xiaoyan elaborated, in the creation of mortise and tenon joints. If the tenon is too small or the mortise too large, any joint structure will appear loose. However, a mortise and tenon joint should not be excessively tight. If too tight, changes in external temperature and humidity may cause the joint to crack. In summary, before crafting a mortise and tenon structure, one must first ascertain the design requirements, understand the wood properties and tools, and tailor the mortise and tenon structure to the specific wood and techniques to ensure success. Thus, the host's mortise and tenon skills have indeed surpassed many seasoned carpenters that I am now genuinely curious if the host has been engaged in carpentry since birth. Wow, I can't help but feel a sense of awe. Brother Chen is truly magnificent. I've been heartbroken. It seems my wife Xiaoyan is starting to idolize Brother Chen. What should I do? I'm anxious. Heartbroken 1. Heartbroken 1. Heartbroken 10086. You all ended before you even began. Just now, my girlfriend scolded me for grinning at my phone, so I showed her 2 minutes of the stream. Now she is ignoring me and calling Brother Chen hubby instead. I genuinely feel like I'm about to be heartbroken. The one ahead, you're truly in a dire situation, ha ha. After several hours of meticulous craftsmanship, Jiang Chen had assembled a wooden door so seamlessly that it appeared as if it had been conjured from thin air. Furthermore, he had also created the accompanying door frame. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the semi-finished product in the courtyard, did not wait for Lu Xiaoyan or the young carpenter to lead. They collectively knelt in reverence to Jiang Chen. Goodness, it's barely midnight, and Brother Chen has crafted a door in an afternoon. And not just any door. The complexity rivals that of high-end furniture store doors. Brother Chen, am I kneeling correctly from now on when I watch your live stream? ILL, simply kneel in advance. This is simply astonishing. I have witnessed the birth of an entire door with my own eyes. Having observed Master Chen's process of crafting doors, I find that my current 9-to-5 job with a 6-figure salary holds no significance whatsoever. I yearn to return to my hometown and learn the art of carpentry. Goodness, Master Chen is truly magnificent. He has managed to entice another elite white-collar worker to the countryside to become a carpenter. Chapter 41. Do you still consider me a mere puppy? I have been here for a month and a day that I witnessed Jiang Chen create an impressive wooden door in just an afternoon. Not only has that 6-figure salary netizen expressed a desire to return home to learn carpentry, but many others in the live chat have also felt a twinge of inspiration. It seems making a door is quite simple. Perhaps I could attempt it in a few days when I have some free time. The little carpenter replied, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Just because Master Chen makes it look easy does not mean you can do the same. If it were you, I suspect you would struggle with even the initial step of cutting the materials. When I was a child, I once attempted to saw a piece of wood, but I ended up cutting it crookedly. And since then, I have not touched a saw. I once tried to build a stool, only to find it was better suited for the fire. Smiles. Jiang Chen chuckled at the amusing comments from the viewers, saying, to be honest, I haven't done this in a long time either, which is why I've been busy until now, and I'm just about finished. Even with the system's assistance, this is still Jiang Chen's first attempt, so his speed has yet to reach its peak. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan and her family fell silent, that to them. Jiang Chen's performance today was nothing short of a visual feast. It had been ages since they had witnessed such a seamless woodcrafting process. Minjia Home Xiaoyan remarked, You need not be modest, dear host. Your skills are truly admirable, and I apologize for my previous doubts. The little carpenter added, After witnessing Master Chen's craftsmanship, my master has gone into seclusion, returning to the workshop, declaring he will challenge himself to create a door in a single day, that I must take my leave to assist him. It seems I am not only heartbroken, but also destined to lose this bet, as I cannot bear to watch Master Chen perform in women's clothing and dance sobs. It appears Master Chen is determined to avoid cross-dressing at all costs. It's almost midnight, and he still hasn't slept. Does he plan to work through the night? I am thoroughly engrossed. I wonder how Master Chen will process this door next. Anticipating. Engrossed 1. Engrossed 10086. Just as the viewers were fixated on the live broadcast. Eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's next move, he set down his tools and said with a smile, "Oh, it's nearly midnight. Time to rest. We shall continue at 7 tomorrow. Please remember to arrive on time for my live stream." Today, he had become so engrossed in his work that he had lost track of time. With that, Jiang Chen ended the live stream. The screen suddenly going dark left the viewers in a state of discontent, and they could only grumble as they exited the chat room. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in Kyoto, Zhou Jian sat anxiously by his computer desk, his heart racing inexplicably. Jiang Chen's live stream today had been quite thrilling, and he realized with some reluctance that he was not ready for it to end. Nevertheless, Zhou Jian had not forgotten his primary objective, to wait for Jiang Chen to call him to finalize the contract. He would never again call Jiang Chen. It was a promise he intended to keep that a minute passed. The phone remained silent, and no worries. He had just ended the stream. Surely, Jiang Chen needed a moment to rest. Zhou Jian reassured himself. 5 minutes passed. The phone still lay quietly on the desk. Zhou Jian made an effort to maintain a smile. No worries. After a busy afternoon, he likely needed a bit more time to recuperate. At that moment, Jiang Chen had returned to his room and, just before midnight, opened the system to initiate a treasure box opening that he was uncertain if this daily opportunity would accumulate, but he dared not risk it, knowing how precious each chance was. System, open the box. Congratulations, host. You have received a drop of Earth Spirit Water. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen felt a mix of amusement and disappointment, having hoped for a more formidable skill akin to that of a master carpenter. Nevertheless, the Earth Spirit Water was better than nothing. After completing the box opening, Jiang Chen exited his room, intending to prepare something to eat in the kitchen, but he had become so absorbed in his work that not only had he neglected his own hunger, but he had also left Lin Xiaojing hungry. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma that he strode in to find Lin Xiaojing expertly stir-frying, preparing the bamboo shoots with meat that Jiang Chen had made a few days prior. Through her recent practice, Lin Xiaojing had become quite adept at cooking. "Brother Jiang Chen, you needn't worry. I can cook now." Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, Lin Xiaojing promptly pushed him out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand. "While you were live streaming, I prepared all the ingredients. It will be ready shortly." Being shooed from the kitchen, Jiang Chen decided not to protest further and headed to the courtyard to take a shower first. As he approached the yard, 2 figures entered from outside. Earlier that morning, after discovering the little wolf cub had fallen into a ditch, Ergo had jumped in as well. They soon found the cool water in the ditch quite refreshing and spent the entire afternoon lounging. Now, as nighttime fell, the water had grown increasingly chilly, prompting their return. Upon seeing the drenched dog and wolf, Jiang Chen felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Before he could react, Ergo and the little wolf cub simultaneously sneezed. As he approached, he noticed they were both dripping with mucus and breathing heavily. It was evident they had played too hard and caught a cold. Seeing Jiang Chen's concerned expression, Ergo leaned his head against his leg, seeking comfort, while the little wolf cub followed suit, rubbing its nose against Jiang Chen's pant leg. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the nearby fish pond. The water in the pond had been infused with the Earth Spirit Water, if it could revive injured sturgeon. Perhaps it could also help treat the cold afflicting these two. With that thought, Jiang Chen nudged Ergo and the little wolf cub aside, grabbed Ergo's food bowl, and filled it with water from the pond. Placing it in front of them, Ergo looked at the water Jiang Chen had fetched, sniffled, and then gazed up at him. "Woof! After a long day of hard work, you present me with water?" The little wolf cub also sniffled. "Woof! Shouldn't I be drinking milk? Do you think I can't tell this is just water? Do you still consider me a 1-month-old puppy? I'm already 1 month and a day old." Observing the discontented expressions of the dog and wolf, Jiang Chen wasted no time and pressed Ergo's head into the bowl. "Who told you to be so reckless? You should be grateful to drink some water." initially resistant to being pushed into the water. Ergo tasted the sweet liquid and immediately began to drink heartily. Oh my, this water is exquisite. Splashing sounds echoed as the little wolf cub, startled by Jiang Chen's actions, watched Ergo gulping down the water and instinctively licked its lips, eager to try it. Noticing the little wolf cub's interest, Jiang Chen crouched down, scooping some water from Ergo's bowl and offering it to the cub. Surprised for a moment, the little wolf cub lowered its head to drink from Jiang Chen's palm. As the sweet water entered its mouth, it was taken aback before eagerly gulping it down. What kind of water is this? It rivals mother's milk in taste. Soon, the little wolf cub finished the water from Jiang Chen's hand and joined Ergo at the bowl. Drinking together. Chapter 42. A stunning display of skill. After both the dog and wolf had consumed a large bowl of water, they licked their lips in satisfaction, savoring the flavor. As Jiang Chen pondered whether their colds had improved. The system's notification chimed in his mind. New items detected for sale. Would you like to proceed with the sale? Jiang Chen's interest was piqued as he opened the system, revealing new entries for the sale of Ergo and the little wolf cub. Earth Spirit Water-Fed Arctic Wolf Cub, price 200,000 system coins. Earth Spirit Water-Fed Ordinary Husky, price 50,000 system coins. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Ergo was valued less than the 1-month-old wolf cub, leaving him in a state of amusement. However, he had no intention of selling the wolf cub, as it was a favor he owed to the wolf king. Selling it would not sit well with him. Glancing at the sale information for the other 3 fish, he noted that their prices had increased by 1,000 or 2. However, the sturgeon baby could not be sold, or it might attract unwelcome attention. The grand koi was waiting for its evolution into a dragon, so it too must be kept safe. As for the round-bellied sesame swordfish, Jiang Chen was waiting for it to give birth to hundreds of offspring for long-term investment. So that was also off the table. After some consideration, Jiang Chen decided to wait a while before gathering more fish. After all, he planned to release the sturgeon baby, and he could take the opportunity to catch some fish on the way. Regrettably, the road to Tingxi Lake was mostly rugged mountain paths, making it impossible to drive in. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have rented a large truck to haul back a dozen or so fish. After spending a while in the yard, Ergo and the little wolf cub appear to have regained some energy. It appears that the effects of the earth spirit water are indeed remarkable. At this moment, Lin Xiaojing has also prepared the meal. After dining, the two engaged in conversation for a while before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. As the night deepened, a pack of wolves returned to Jiang Chen's doorstep, taking away Ergo and the little wolf cub. Perhaps due to the consumption of the marrow-cleansing elixir, the labor of the previous day did not significantly affect Jiang Chen. Rising early in the morning, he felt invigorated, and after having a light breakfast, he prepared to continue his work. At precisely 7 o'clock, Jiang Chen opened his live streaming session. Good morning, everyone. Let us resume the work that we did not complete last night. He brandished a carving knife from the toolbox beside him. This door was roughly shaped yesterday. Now, we shall carve some patterns that I shall engrave a lotus design. Jiang Chen positioned the door correctly and began sculpting from top to bottom. What? Master Chen, you know how to carve? Goodness, Master Chen, please don't act impulsively. What will you do if it doesn't turn out well? Wait, carving a lotus design? To be honest, it would take me a couple of days to paint a lotus. Have you forgotten about your bet with everyone? Why are you bringing that up? Master Chen said he would carve. So he shall carve. This indicates his aspirations, and I admire that. I'm laughing so hard. The one saying Master Chen has aspirations is secretly hoping to see him cross-dress. Right? After all, carving out a lotus would certainly take a week or 2. Ha! You saw right through me. I just want to see Master Chen cross-dress and dance, humorously. Minjia Holmes, Xiao Yin remarked, host. You can carve? That's impossible. Even a seasoned carpenter with 30 to 40 years of experience would hesitate to carve. Typically, only those with 50 years of mastery can do so. Please don't overextend yourself and ruin that door. My wife is so anxious, she came out to intervene. Master Chen. Please reconsider. Reconsider what? It's clear Master Chen is eager to cross-dress and provide benefits to everyone. Before long, Jiang Chen was already grasping the carving knife, having roughly shaped a form on the wooden door. For Jiang Chen, who possessed the skills of a master carpenter, carving this lotus design felt effortless. As soon as he made a cut, He could envision the next steps in his mind, and his hands moved with practiced fluidity. The viewers could only witness Jiang Chen's rapid movements on the door, unable to discern the specifics of his actions. Wow, is Master Chen operating at 1.5 times speed? I thought the live stream could be adjusted to 1.5 times viewing speed. Regardless of whether Master Chen can carve a flower, I must commend his speed. His hand movements outpace my 2 decades of being single. Can he even drive? Ha! The seasoned driver is everywhere. At this moment, sitting at his computer desk, the elderly Lu, who had risen early to have his granddaughter open Jiang Chen's live stream, was observing Jiang Chen's every action through his reading glasses. While the viewers could not discern it, Lu, with decades of experience in the field, recognized the expertise immediately. Jiang Chen's fluid movements, with each cut, demonstrated perfect control of force and angle, his carving technique rivaling that of this seasoned carpenter. This young master's skills are truly impressive, Lu exclaimed. Captivated by the screen, Lu Xiaoyan beside him swallowed hard. Having just claimed Jiang Chen would ruin the door, she was now facing embarrassment that an hour swiftly passed, and Jiang Chen's live stream had attracted 70 to 80,000 viewers. Observing Jiang Chen's graceful movements while carving, despite their ignorance of the craft, they felt inexplicably pleased, also harboring a subtle anticipation for the completed work. The door was covered in wood shavings, obscuring the design, leaving many viewers eager and anxious for Jiang Chen to finish that moment. Lin Xiaojing had just awoken, and upon discovering Jiang Chen diligently carving in the courtyard, quietly retreated indoors. Not daring to interrupt, but watching from a distance. After another half hour, once Jiang Chen set down the final carving knife, a smile graced his handsome face. Done. He tilted the door slightly and blew forcefully, sending the wood shavings flying. That a pure, elegant, and gracefully poised lotus design came into view for everyone. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's carved lotus, Lu was utterly astonished, leaning closer to the computer screen. This skill is remarkable. Lu Xiaoyan, equally shocked, widened her beautiful eyes, staring at the lotus design on the screen, her heart filled with awe. Wow. Although I don't understand, I am inexplicably moved by Master Chen's carved lotus. Holy cow, this is simply lifelike. Master, you are incredible. This lotus design rivals that of a national painting master, embodying the beauty of stillness and motion, merging two opposing aesthetics, exuding an ethereal quality, and fully reflecting the lotus purity. Jiang Chen leaned the wooden door against a bench, taking a step back to admire his work, the patterns clear, and the colors pleasing to the eye. If I apply varnish, it might spoil this beauty. Perhaps I shall forego it, Jiang Chen pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, a wealthy patron suddenly appeared in the live stream, by Yi Tang, gifting 20 rocket emojis and commenting, Master Chen, this is undoubtedly a fragrant rosewood. I'm not trying to deceive you. It's a flat price of 100,000. The viewers. Chapter 43, Apologies. I had a tremor. This wealthy patron's sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the live stream chat. A wealthy patron has appeared in Master Chen's live stream once again. By Yi Tang. I believe I have heard of that. Could someone knowledgeable enlighten us? Minjia Holmes Xiao Yin remarked, if it truly is by Yi Tang, that is the largest wood art company in Kyoto. This company also collaborates with Lu Xiaoyan's family, being their biggest partner, so she recognized it immediately. Wow, the background is indeed extraordinary. To buy a door and casually dish out 100 rocket emojis. That's impressive. Just in donations alone, that's 50,000. This wealthy patron might be looking to purchase Master Chen's door at a high price. Bai Yitang commented, my apologies, accidentally added an extra zero due to a tremor. However, considering the host's craftsmanship, I believe a donation of 50,000 is warranted. The viewers. At that moment, in a high-end wood carving shop decorated in a traditional Chinese style, a young man appearing to be in his mid-20s, named Su Mu, was typing away at a computer. Today, he was summoned by his father to familiarize himself with the family business at this branch store. Before watching Jiang Chen's live stream, he was merely a rich second generation who understood wood carving. But after witnessing Jiang Chen's artistry, He was completely in awe of Jiang Chen's exquisite skills that he now wished to acquire the door Jiang Chen had crafted to show his father. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had engraved the lotus design onto the door, and the material was merely ordinary cedar. Had it been carved into a more aesthetically pleasing object, this piece of art could easily fetch over 600,000. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had also noticed the donations and comments from by Yi Ting. He was surprised that his live stream attracted so many wealthy patrons willing to purchase even a simple door. However, he had promised to gift this door to Aunt Wang, so Jiang Chen had no intention of selling it. Thus, he politely replied, "Thank you for the generous donation, but this door is made for my aunt, and I cannot sell it." "Not for sale." Su Mu was taken aback. Bai Yitang replied, "Host, you want to even ask about my offer before deciding not to sell? I assure you, I am quite sincere. How about 200,000? This 200,000 was a price reflecting Jiang Chen's remarkable craftsmanship. Su Mu genuinely appreciated Jiang Chen's skills and wished to befriend him. To him, 200,000 was merely the cost of a meal. Observing Jiang Chen's ordinary attire and the surrounding environment, which clearly indicated a rural setting, Su Mu felt confident that his offer of 200,000 would surely persuade Jiang Chen. After all, that amount could likely provide for Jiang Chen to marry and start a family in the countryside. The viewers were astonished by Su Mu's offer. Is money no longer of value? Can a door be worth 200,000? Tears of frustration are streaming down my face. Don't hold me back. I'm returning to my hometown tomorrow to learn carpentry. I'm only 30 years old. I still have 50 years ahead of me. I will surely become a master carpenter like Master Chun by the age of 80. Everyone, my 75-year-old girlfriend just called me. I'm about to propose that if successful, I will be another wealthy patron in Master Chen's live stream. Oh my! IVE made it. I encountered a wealthy patron in Master Chen's live stream. At the same time, Jiang Chen was equally bewildered by the price offered by Yi Tang, that he knew the door had some value. But surely not to the extent of 200,000. Jiang Chen examined the finished product in front of him, slightly furrowing his brow, and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Bai Yitang, but this door is truly made for my aunt. I really cannot sell it. My apologies." Jiang Chen had already promised Aunt Wang he would deliver the door this morning, and this was a heartfelt gesture that could not be measured in monetary terms. Oh my! Only Master Chen can remain so resolute in the face of money. I truly admire Master Chen. It is rare to find someone who can uphold their principles in the presence of self-interest. Master Chen is so commanding. I like him. I sincerely wish to befriend someone like Master Chen, who does not prioritize profit above all else. Interactions with him would undoubtedly be lighthearted and joyous. Su Xiao. This move is so Master Chen. By the way, my fishing rod has arrived and I absolutely love it. I plan to go out and test it this afternoon. Wangu Tianxia. So quickly. I'm free this afternoon too. Shall we go fishing together? Wangu Tianxia. Do you genuinely wish to go fishing? Or are you merely coveting Su Xiao's fishing rod? Wangu Tianxia. Ha! You've seen through me. Alright, I admit it. I want to try the fishing rod that Master Chen crafted with his own hands. Su Xiao. Friendship over? The host is truly impressive. It doesn't matter if you don't sell. My primary goal is to make a friend. Jiang Chen's indifference to the 200,000 he offered left Su Mu quite taken aback, stirring a sense of reverence within him. Due to his family's background, Su Mu, a wealthy second generation, has few genuine friends. Thus he resolved to forge a friendship with Jiang Chen. After tidying up the courtyard, Jiang Chen prepared to borrow a tricycle from Lu Air to transport it to Aunt Wang, that he also noticed Su Xiao's comments in the chat, smiling as he said, "As long as Su Xiao is happy." Everyone, I'll first head to Uncle Lu Air's to borrow a tricycle, and I'll be back shortly. After informing Lin Xiaojing, Jiang Chen left the courtyard. Upon his departure, Lin Xiaojing did not remain idle. After greeting the viewers in the live stream, she began to gather some vegetables from the garden to prepare lunch. Oh no, he has left us hanging in the live stream again. You should be grateful. It's better than him ending the stream abruptly. Viewing the scenery and seeing Xiaojing is quite pleasant. I've noticed she has been trained into a professional assistant by Master Chen. Have you ever seen such a beautiful assistant? She is just diligent. True, even if Master Chen isn't in the live stream, watching my wife Xiaojing is still delightful. Step aside. Xiaojing is mine. I can't stop laughing. Weren't you all saying yesterday that Xiao Yin is your wife? Two scoundrels exposed. Jiang Chen's home was not far from Lu Er's. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at Lu Er's courtyard. Lu Er, who had been peeking out the door, could hardly contain his joy upon seeing Jiang Chen. Today was destined to be a significant day, as he would take Jiang Chen as his apprentice. Jiang Chen greeted Lu Er with a smile. "Uncle, you seem to be in quite a good mood today. By the way, I've finished the door. Could I borrow your tricycle to deliver it to Aunt Wang?" Lu Er's smile instantly froze and gradually vanished. What did you say? Chapter 44. Before my husband crashes. Let us quickly eat something to replenish our vitality. Seeing Lu Er's face change so dramatically, Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss, frowning slightly as he said, "Uncle, I said I finished the door and need to take it to Aunt Wang. I'd like to borrow your tricycle." In Jiang Chen's eyes, although Lu Er was not very talkative, he was quite warm-hearted and surely wouldn't he refuse to lend him the vehicle. However, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Er's expression grew grim. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had actually completed the door. In such a short time, could a novice truly produce a satisfactory piece? Lu Er expressed his skepticism. Jiang Chen, are you certain it's a door? It wouldn't just be a few wooden planks haphazardly thrown together. Would it? That wouldn't suffice. Lu Er could not fathom that Jiang Chen, in just one night, could craft a door. Even if he did, it would likely just be a collection of poorly assembled boards, certainly not presentable. Jiang Chen, noticing Lu Er's doubtful demeanor, chuckled. "I put a lot of effort into it, and even carved some designs. The viewers said my carving is quite good." At Jiang Chen's words, Lu Er's mouth twitched. Were these viewers taking advantage of Jiang Chen's naivety? What could he possibly carve? "I'll come with you to take a look, if it's truly inadequate, I can help refine it. After all, it's a gift for your aunt, so it can't be too shabby." As Lu Er spoke, he hopped onto the tricycle, efficiently starting the engine. Seeing Lu Er's enthusiasm, Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle." Jiang Chen also climbed onto the tricycle, sitting in the back. The two set off, their journey to Jiang Chen's home, beginning with a gentle sway. After about 10 minutes, the tricycle arrived at Jiang Chen's doorstep, and he leaped off with agility. Lu Er also dismounted leisurely, calculating privately. Even if Jiang Chen's work turned out to be subpar, he could offer his professional guidance, leading to Jiang Chen naturally becoming his apprentice. The two walked into the courtyard where, aside from the tools borrowed from Lu Er, there was an object leaning against a bench covered with a sheet. Jiang Chen strode into the yard, slightly puzzled as to why Lin Xiaojing had covered his door with a sheet. At that moment, Lin Xiaojing heard the tricycle's noise and came from the back kitchen to the front yard, spotting Jiang Chen's puzzled expression. "Brother Jiang Chen, I noticed it might rain soon, and since I couldn't move this door, I just covered it with something." Hearing Lin Xiaojing's words, Jiang Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did she not realize that covering the door with a sheet wouldn't prevent it from getting wet? "Ha ha ha! My wife is too adorable. I feel so touched. In fact, Xiaojing is truly wonderful. She is quite considerate. I want a girlfriend like Xiaojing." Cry. Jiang Chen pulled the sheet off the door with a grin, saying, "You needn't worry about it getting wet. This cedar wood is perfect for doors and can withstand a bit of wind and rain." Lin Xiaojing took the sheet from Jiang Chen, gazing at the exquisite carvings on the door. "The main concern is that the carvings you made are so precious. It would be a shame if they got rained on." Although Lin Xiaojing didn't fully understand, she was indeed captivated by the lotus design carved by Jiang Chen. That moment, Jiang Chen noticed that Lu Er had fallen silent, instinctively turning to look at him. Lu Er appeared as if he had been petrified, his face etched with shock. Feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Lu Er slowly turned his head and pointed at the door, asking Jiang Chen, Did you make this?" Jiang Chen smiled in reply, "Yes, it's my first attempt. If there are areas needing improvement, I do appreciate your guidance, Uncle." This was no mere formality. After all, Lu Er had years of carpentry experience and was a skilled craftsman. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Er managed a strained smile. You've done very well, especially the carvings. They're remarkable. Lu Er could find no words to express his astonishment that he had been contemplating taking Jiang Chen as his apprentice. But now he felt utterly embarrassed. When compared, his own skills seemed inferior to Jiang Chen's. Just the carvings on the door, smooth lines, rich and grand content, were clearly the work of a master craftsman. If he hadn't seen that the material for the door came from the cedar which Jiang Chen had taken yesterday, he would hardly believe it was crafted by Jiang Chen's own hands. Jiang Chen's craftsmanship truly left him feeling inadequate at this point. Not only was Lu Er hesitant to take Jiang Chen as his apprentice, but he also wished to learn from Jiang Chen. After pondering for a long while, Lu Er still couldn't voice his thoughts, feeling it strange to seek apprenticeship from someone so much younger. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already positioned the door horizontally on the tricycle. Leaving enough space for 2 more passengers, he eagerly hopped on the vehicle, calling out to Lu Er and Lin Xiaojing. "It's about to rain. Uncle, Xiaojing, hop on." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's invitation, both quickly boarded the tricycle, particularly Lin Xiaojing, whose face radiated excitement. It was her first time riding a tricycle in over 20 years, and it felt wonderfully novel. "Hold on tight," Jiang Chen said, steering the tricycle as they began to sway away. "Look, old carpenter Lu Er has been completely stunned by Master Chen's skills. We should concede. Who would have thought Master Chen possessed such talent? ILL, accept my loss. Rocket incoming. In all these days, I've hardly seen Master Chen stumble. Yet, I've lost plenty of rockets, cry. Insufficient permissions to view. Sent 5 rockets and commented. I'll accept my loss. Host. Please do us a favor and crash once, so we can see you dressed as a girl dancing. Little Milk Dog sent 10 rockets and commented. I'll accept my loss. This is the 4th bet where the host has failed. Minjia Homeshan sent 100 rockets and commented. I'll accept my loss. The host's skills are indeed admirable. Baitang sent 100 rockets and commented. Let us stir up some fun. Ha ha. Numerous viewers. Jiang Chen observed a flurry of donations in the live stream and cheerfully said, "Thank you all for your generous gifts and support. In the future, please refrain from betting against me lightly, or you may end up with nothing left to wear. Oh no, why is this host so infuriating? Let us go. The host is too arrogant. We must boycott his live stream. I too wish to depart. Yet my hand refuses to obey my commands, sobbing. Let us not speak too soon. There is ample time ahead that in the future, when we wager, let us forego the notion of morning master dressing as a woman and simply have him remove his clothing instead. Indeed, let us have him strip down completely and see who is left in nothing but their undergarments. Haha. Oh dear, the mere thought of my husband undressing makes my heart race. What should I do? Shy, to those in front, while our husbands have not yet stumbled in their undressing, let us quickly consume something to replenish our blood. Otherwise, we might find ourselves faint from blood loss. That makes sense. Let me ask my mother to prepare something to replenish my blood. I must tell her that her daughter is in love. I am truly envious. I too would not mind disrobing. Are there any young ladies willing to add me? Get lost. Get lost. Chapter 45, Why is there no girl accompanying me in the rain? Is it because I'm not good enough? On the way to Aunt Wang's house. We passed by Lu Er's home. As we approached Lu Er's doorstep, he greeted Jiang Chen, mentioning he had goods to deliver, and then stepped off the tricycle. Uncle, I'll return your tricycle after I finish delivering. Jiang Chen called out to Lu Er, who turned back momentarily before hastily entering his home. Jiang Chen restarted the tricycle and explained to Lin Xiaojing behind him. Uncle is like that. He is generally quiet and not fond of engaging in conversation. He is the kind of person who appears cold but has a warm heart. Lin Xiaojing nodded slightly in understanding. Back in the courtyard, Lu Er let out a heavy sigh, realizing that after decades of honing his carpentry skills, he had been surpassed by this impudent young man. Jiang Chen, it seemed his foundation was not deep enough. With this thought, Lu Er immersed himself in the workshop, beginning to hammer and shape wood. Boom! Just as Jiang Chen passed by Zhang Bo's house, a clap of thunder echoed from the not-so-distant sky. It seems rain is imminent. We must hurry, Jiang Chen said, accelerating towards Aunt Wang's residence. Noticing the darkening sky, Aunt Wang was collecting clothes from the line when she suddenly heard the sound of the tricycle approaching. Instinctively, she looked up to see Jiang Chen riding towards her. What brings this boy to my home so early in the morning? Aunt Wang had entirely forgotten about Jiang Chen's promise from the previous day. For his words, it seemed far too unrealistic to her. "Aunt, I have completed your door," Jiang Chen called out to Aunt Wang at the gate. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Wang paused in her actions, remembering yesterday's conversation. Really completed it. By then, Jiang Chen had parked the tricycle at her doorstep and without further ado, carried the door towards her. Lin Xiaojing followed closely behind, cautious not to let him strain his back. She truly admired Jiang Chen's strength. The door was something she had intended to move herself, but found immovable. When Aunt Wang saw Jiang Chen approaching with the door, she hurriedly put down the clothes and rushed to assist him. As she got closer and beheld the craftsmanship of the door, her eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, did you truly make this? You didn't spend a fortune in the city to buy it, did you?" The door Jiang Chen crafted rivaled those seen in television dramas, complete with intricate carvings that left Aunt Wang in a it was her first time seeing a door adorned with such exquisite patterns. "Aunt, I made this with my own hands. That my mischievous dog had damaged your door, and I felt quite embarrassed, so I made a new one to compensate," Jiang Chen said as he leaned the door against the wall of the house. At that moment, Uncle Jiang, hearing the commotion outside, limped out. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, a simple smile spread across his face. "Chen Chen, you've come. Come inside and sit," Uncle Jiang remarked, noticing the wooden door beside the house. Is this door brought by you? It must have cost quite a bit." Jiang Chen scratched his head, chuckling. "No, it didn't cost anything. I made it myself." Jiang Chen then glanced at Uncle Jiang's leg. "Uncle, is your rheumatism acting up again?" Momentarily lost in thought, Uncle Jiang snapped back to reality at Jiang Chen's inquiry, sighing. "Yes, it tends to flare up whenever it rains." Jiang Chen sighed in sympathy. "Rheumatism can indeed be troublesome. My grandfather used to suffer from it as well." After chatting for a while, with the assistance of Aunt Wang and Uncle Jiang, Jiang Chen successfully installed the newly crafted door. "Wow, I didn't expect Chen Chen to possess such skills. He rivals even Lu Er," Aunt Wang remarked, admiring the work. Uncle Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, who would have thought Chen would learn carpentry? Truly, university students are exceptional. Jiang Chen could only smile modestly. "I merely have a cursory understanding. I wouldn't dare compare myself to Uncle Lu. As long as you and Aunt are pleased, that's enough. Come on, Master Chen. You need not be so humble. You've left Lu Er speechless. Do you not have any self-awareness? Humility is a virtue, but Master Chen, your humility is mere pretense," another voice chimed in. "There's no helping it. My husband is simply multi-talented. Ha!" After chatting with Aunt Wang and Uncle Jiang for a while, Jiang Chen prepared to return home with Lin Xiaojing. Before heading home, he needed to return Lu Er's tricycle. After bidding farewell to Aunt Wang and Uncle Jiang, he rode the tricycle with Lin Xiaojing towards Lu Er's house. Just after leaving Aunt Wang's doorstep, a light drizzle began to fall. With nowhere nearby to seek shelter, Jiang Chen glanced back at Lin Xiaojing in the rear compartment. "There's no place to hide from the rain. I'll ride faster. So hold on tight." Lin Xiaojing seemed unaffected by the sudden rain, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Don't worry, I'm holding on tight, but Jiang Chen, there's no need to rush. Getting a little wet isn't so bad." Hearing Lin Xiaojing's words, Jiang Chen looked at her with newfound respect. Although she had mentioned her background, seemingly having grown up in a big city, Jiang Chen discovered over time that she was far from the delicate and pretentious girls often found in urban settings. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream began to express their envy. "Why is there no girl willing to accompany me in the rain? Is it because I am not good enough? I truly admire girls like Xiaojing. Even the girls around me refuse to ride a tricycle, let alone get wet in the rain. Master Chen is indeed fortunate to have found such a wonderful girlfriend in Xiaojing." "Hey, get lost. I've said it before, Lin Xiaojing is Jiang Chen's assistant. Stop trying to pair them up." "Exactly. Not only can I accompany my husband in the rain, but I can also bear him children." As the viewers in the live stream continued their lively discussion, Jiang Chen rode the tricycle through the rain. Soon he spotted a familiar figure moving through the curtain of rain. As he approached, he realized it was Zhang Bo. He brought the tricycle alongside Zhang Bo and stopped. "Zhang Bo, I need to return this tricycle to Lu Er's house. It's on my way. Hop on. I'll give you a ride." Zhang Bo, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, did not decline, and thanked him before climbing onto the tricycle. Rural folk often share rides when they are headed in the same direction. Once aboard, Zhang Bo greeted Lin Xiaojing and the viewers in the live stream before engaging Jiang Chen in conversation. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had crafted a door for Aunt Wang, he gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're a university student. Even carpentry skills you possess, unlike me, who can only grow a few crops to sell at the market. Jiang Chen chuckled at Zhang Bo's words. Farming is quite good too. You can grow whatever you enjoy eating. By the way, what are you selling today? Zhang Bo patted his pants pocket with a grin, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. I've brought a bag of peanuts to sell today. I made over $300. Jiang Chen nodded. Impressed. That's great. Before long, they arrived at Zhang Bo's doorstep, and the rain began to pour more heavily. At Zhang Bo's warm invitation, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing decided to take shelter in his home. After parking the tricycle at Zhang Bo's gate, the three of them entered the courtyard. As soon as they stepped into the yard, Jiang Chen caught a whiff of a faint but pleasant aroma. Approaching under the eaves of Zhang Bo's house, the fragrance became even more pronounced. Jiang Chen's curiosity piqued. He turned to Zhang Bo and asked, Zhang Bo, have you recently brought back any wood from the mountains? Chapter 46, 3,000 per pound for wood. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Zhang Bo looked puzzled, furrowing his brow in thought. Wood. I did collect 2 large pieces from the mountain last week. They burned very well, and I still have over 1 left. Jiang Chen's heart raced at Zhang Bo's words. Zhang Bo, could you take me to see the remaining wood? If Jiang Chen's instincts were correct, the delightful aroma he detected was indeed emanating from the wood Zhang Bo had mentioned. Seeing Jiang Chen's suddenly serious demeanor, Zhang Bo felt a twinge of nervousness and promptly led Jiang Chen towards the backyard. Lin Xiaojing followed closely behind, maneuvering her drone, which fortunately had waterproof capabilities, ensuring it would not be damaged by the rain. As long as it remained under the eaves, her view would remain unobstructed. That a few individuals gathered at the entrance of the backyard kitchen, sheltered under the eaves. Uncle Zhang pointed to a wooden stump standing about 20 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters in diameter, along with a piece of wood leaning against the wall, which was as tall as a person. That he turned to Jiang Chen and inquired, is it possible that these pieces of wood are toxic? Jiang Chen crouched down, gently caressing the cut surface of the stump before him, and immediately felt a smooth and delicate texture beneath his fingertips. He then brought his fingers to his nose, inhaling deeply, his expression shifting. Uncle Zhang, this wood is quite remarkable, he remarked as he gradually stood up, glancing at both Uncle Zhang and the ordinary piece of wood nearby, before shaking his head with a wry smile. What a pity! If you had burned the other piece of wood first, you could have made a fortune. Uncle Zhang appeared momentarily perplexed by Jiang Chen's words. That he looked back and forth between the 2 pieces of wood, then turned to Jiang Chen, puzzled. What do you mean, Chen? Jiang Chen picked up the stump from the ground, weighing it in his hand. Uncle Zhang, this is an exceedingly rare species known as Dalbergia odorifera, which is worth around 3,000 yuan per pound in the market. The piece you have left should weigh about 15 pounds, which amounts to roughly 45,000 yuan. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's assertion, not only Uncle Zhang but also Lin Xiaojing beside him, along with the viewers in the live stream, were left in stunned silence. What? A piece of seemingly ordinary wood is actually worth 45,000. Chen, I have plenty of wood in my home. Would you like to come and take a look? I could sell it to you for 30 yuan per pound. I think Chen has lost his mind after touching wood yesterday. He believes any random piece of wood could be worth thousands. We've burned firewood for over a decade. Have we lost hundreds of thousands? No, perhaps even millions. My husband has gone mad trying to make doors. Everyone, don't take this seriously. He should be fine in a bit. Lin Xiaojing gazed at the wood in Jiang Chen's hands, still finding it hard to believe. Is this piece of wood truly worth that much? Uncle Zhang, feeling embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Chen, don't joke around. That I might believe you if you said something like ginseng or lingji is 3,000 per pound. But I've never heard of wood costing that much. Uncle Zhang's skepticism did not surprise Jiang Chen in the slightest. The remote location of Chaoshui village meant that only a few young people ventured out, and few outsiders were willing to come to reach Chaoshui village. One must endure several hours of winding, steep mountain roads, with cliffs hundreds of meters high that deter many. It takes a foolhardy person like Lin Xiaojing to venture boldly into these mountains. Because of the scarcity of visitors, the mountains still harbor many pristine forests, undoubtedly home to rare timber. If Jiang Chen did not possess the skill of a master in botany, he might not have discovered the unique qualities of this wood today. As Jiang Chen held the stump, turning it over to inspect it, his appreciation for the wood deepened, especially now that he had attained the status of a master carpenter. Dear viewers, Uncle Jiang, Xiaojing, observe how incredibly smooth the cut surface of this wood is, with an exquisite feel. As Jiang Chen spoke, he waved his hand gently over the cut surface. On rainy days, this Dalbergia odorifera emits a unique and refreshing fragrance. Take a moment to inhale deeply. Uncle Jiang and Lin Xiaojing instinctively leaned closer to the stump, following Jiang Chen's lead to take a closer whiff at a distinct and subtle aroma wafted into their nostrils, instantly uplifting their spirits. Observing the relaxed expressions on Lin Xiaojing and Uncle Jiang, the viewers seem to share in this newfound olfactory delight. I believe I can smell the fragrance now. It truly seems plausible. Could it genuinely be Dalbergia odorifera? If it is, Uncle Jiang must have suffered a great loss by burning most of it as firewood. Uncle Jiang, I wish to weep but have no tears. Haha, this must be a publicity stunt. I can't shake the feeling that the host and the others are acting. Surely not. Does our Chan need to create hype to earn money? His capabilities speak for themselves. Everyone, don't be deceived. I suspect the host is merely trying to generate buzz. Buzz off with your nonsense. If you don't like it, just leave. Su Xiao. I don't believe Chun is the type to hype things up. After all, he only sold me a fishing rod for just over 1,000, and I was not in a good place at that time. Wan Gu Tian Xia. I have some understanding of wood, and judging by my years of experience, this piece in Chen's hands is likely genuine. That I'd like to bid on it to verify its authenticity. Wow, are the wealthy truly this extravagant? They need to bid to authenticate. Wan Gu Tian Xia, rewarded with 10 small rockets and commented, Chen, please ask the old man if he is willing to sell this wood. I'll offer 50,000 for someone like Lin Xian, a second-generation rich kid. Even if the wood turned out to be fake, he would only be losing tens of thousands. But his primary goal was to support Jiang Chen and silence the doubters. After all, he was a staunch fan of Jiang Chen. Viewers were astonished as Lin Xian placed his bid, calling him extravagant. Jiang Chen noticed Lin Xian's comment and smiled. Thank you for the donation. Wan Gu Tianxia. I'll inquire about Uncle Zhang's willingness to sell. With that, Jiang Chen relayed the offer of 50,000 to Uncle Zhang, who was momentarily taken aback. 50,000? Uncle Zhang swallowed hard. Not only the viewers, but he himself found it hard to believe that something like this could be worth so much. No, I can't take advantage of others. Uncle Zhang insisted, shaking his head vigorously. He had lived an honest life and did not wish to deceive anyone. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Uncle Zhang, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Uncle Zhang replied, Of course I do. Jiang Chen held the stump aloft. Then it's settled that if you wish to sell, go ahead. Accepting 50,000 will be a sure profit, that if you prefer to keep it. Please do not burn it as firewood. That would be a terrible waste. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Uncle Zhang hesitated momentarily. Keeping the wood would mean it served as mere firewood, but selling it for 50,000 would be far more beneficial. Before Uncle Zhang could respond to Jiang Chen, another wealthy viewer suddenly made an appearance in the live stream. Bai Yitang donated 20 rockets and commented, Chun, that wood in your hands is definitely Dalbergia odorifera. I wouldn't deceive you. ILL, offer a flat price of 100,000. The viewers were left speechless. Chapter 47. What prospects are there in working in the city? It's better to return home and chop firewood. As a second-generation heir from a family of woodworking artisans, Su Mu might not be knowledgeable in many areas, but when it comes to timber, he could identify authenticity at a glance. Given the wood's unique grain and its nearly reflective smooth-cut surface. Coupled with Jiang Chen's astute analysis, Su Mu was convinced this was indeed aged Dalbergia odorifera. Over the years, Su Mu's family had acquired various types of wood, but Dalbergia odorifera was the most challenging to find. Often, they could only procure remnants from earlier years, suitable only for making small items. However, The piece in Jiang Chen's possession was more than sufficient to carve a beautifully artistic collectible. Upon seeing Bai Yitang's bid, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, the Dalbergia odorifera in his hands was worth at most 60,000. However, considering that such items often saw their prices inflated by wealthy buyers, it was clear there was demand. Jiang Chen relayed Bai Yitang's bid to Uncle Zhang, who was left utterly astonished, his legs feeling weak. It turned out that the piece of wood he had dragged down from the mountain days ago was a treasure beyond measure. Seeing that Jiang Chen was left with only a small segment of the stump, Uncle Zhang felt a pang in his heart. For these past few days, he hadn't merely been burning firewood. He had essentially been burning money. It took him a while to regain his composure before he addressed Jiang Chen. Well, since there is a big boss willing to purchase this wood, this treasure for collection, I certainly have no objections. Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's words, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, just about to speak when another donation popped up in the live stream. Wangu Tianxia, rewarded with 10 rockets, stating, "Since this Dalbergia odorifera is genuine, I must secure it. My grandfather is turning 80 soon, and I want to buy it to have a piece carved as a gift for his birthday. I'll offer 150,000. Previously, Lin Xian only intended to support Jiang Chen, but upon discovering the authenticity of the wood, he suddenly had an idea that he had been searching for the perfect gift for his grandfather's upcoming milestone birthday and was thrilled to find it. Wow! Is money no longer an object? A single piece of wood is being bid up to 150,000 by 2 wealthy buyers. Everyone, I'm already on my way back home. What prospects are there in working in the city? It is far better to return home and chop firewood for money. Indeed, it's impossible to work for a living. It's better to enjoy life like Chun, sipping tea, chopping firewood, and fishing. Who knows? One might inadvertently become a millionaire, just afraid you'd return and struggle to afford a meal after 3 to 5 years. Ha! As Lin Xian raised the price to 150,000, Sumu couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. The commercial value of this Dalbergia odorifera could realistically reach up to 100,000, but considering it hadn't been processed yet, Wangu Tianxiao's offer of 150,000 indicated he was not short on funds. After some contemplation, Sumu ultimately decided to withdraw. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the price. As a businessman, he recognized the importance of forging connections, especially with generous individuals like Wangu Tianxia. By Yitang, since this is Wangu Tianxia's heartfelt gesture for his grandfather, I want to intrude on your moment. It is yours. Playing Ancient World, then I must thank you that let's visit Grandpa Chen together sometime and get to know each other. Bai Yitang. That sounds good. What? A 1,000-mile romance brought together by Grandpa Chen? Is this what they mean by wealthy individuals cherishing each other? Hey, are you all missing the point? Isn't it shocking that someone paid 150,000 for 10 kilograms of wood? I've been kneeling at my keyboard chatting for quite a while now. Isn't that enough to be astonished? Ultimately, Jiang Chen's fragrant sandalwood was purchased by Lin Xian for the sum of 150,000 yuan. To demonstrate his sincerity, he privately messaged Jiang Chen to request Zhang Bo's bank account details and immediately transferred 150,000 yuan. The moment Zhang Bo's phone beeped with the bank notification, he felt a twinge of disbelief. It wasn't until he checked his account balance that he truly believed he had sold that piece of wood for 150,000 yuan. I never expected that apart from the monthly transfers from my child's parents, there would be other funds entering my account. Zhang Bo gazed at the balance on his phone, a mix of emotions washing over him. In order to build a house for his son and marry him off, the family had accrued debts of around 100,000 yuan, compounded by the arrival of his granddaughter, which only exacerbated their plight. Thus, his son and daughter-in-law chose to work away from home, leaving him to care for the granddaughter, and every month the money they sent barely managed to cover the debts. Now, astonishingly, a piece of wood had sold for 150,000 yuan. Wasn't that a solution to their major problem? They could pay off their debts immediately. However, such a large sum of money required careful handling. With this in mind, Zhang Bo pulled Jiang Chen aside and quietly asked, Chen, let's keep this money in the account for a month, that if this netizen changes his mind, you can return it to him, that I don't want to put you in a difficult position after all. This is 150,000 yuan. Hearing Zhang Bo's words, Jiang Chen felt both amused and exasperated. Zhang Bo had lived his life with such caution that he reassured Zhang Bo, Uncle, Rest assured, the viewers in my live stream are not the type to go back on their word. If they were, I wouldn't even want to help you sell it. Playing Ancient World was also an active participant in Jiang Chen's live stream, and it was clear he wouldn't be overly concerned about such a sum. Even after Jiang Chen said this, Zhang Bo remained uneasy and reiterated his concerns. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, acquiesced to his wishes. He glanced at the sky, noting that the rain had nearly stopped, and said to Zhang Bo, "Uncle, let me accompany you to send this to the buyer." Given Zhang Bo's age and lack of familiarity with many things, Jiang Chen feared he might misplace the fragrant sandalwood, which could potentially cost him tens of thousands in compensation. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Xian immediately commented in the chat, "Hold on, I'm counting on Grandpa Chen to carve and process it for me. Playing Ancient World, seriously? You're giving something worth over 100,000 to Grandpa Chen. Aren't you afraid he'll ruin it? If I had to carve into something worth that much, my hands would definitely tremble. Fragrant sandalwood. Are you sure you want this kid to give me a makeover? Aren't you afraid he'll mess me up? Ha ha, the upstairs really has a vivid imagination. Playing Ancient World. I witnessed Grandpa Chen's carving skills yesterday. I have faith in him." Bai Tong, Playing Ancient World. Choosing Grandpa Chen was the right call. That I was ready to take a picture of that lotus flower piece yesterday, but Grandpa Chen wouldn't sell it. Jiang Chen also noticed Lin Xian's comment. And just as he was getting antsy looking at the fragrant sandalwood, he smiled and said, "All right, since it's for your grandfather's 80th birthday, how about I carve a Fu Lu show for you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian instinctively nodded in agreement, somewhat taken aback that Jiang Chen had actually agreed. "That is perfect. Thank you, Grandpa Chen." Chapter 48. Delicious braised rabbit heads. After resolving the sandalwood matter, the rain had stopped. Jiang Chen checked the time and bid farewell to Zhang Bo. He and Lin Xiaojing returned Lu Ershua's tricycle and then headed home. As they approached their doorstep, they spotted two drenched figures. Ergo, who had been in the yard, immediately picked up a wild rabbit upon seeing Jiang Chen return, strutting over with an air of pride. Behind him, the little wolf cub mimicked him, proudly carrying a small sparrow in its mouth. Swaggering up to Jiang Chen, Ergo placed the rabbit at Jiang Chen's feet, wagging his tail joyfully, a broad grin on his face. Look, this is the rabbit I caught. Master, hurry and stew it for me." The little wolf cub dropped its sparrow at Jiang Chen's feet, also wagging its tiny tail. "This is the little sparrow I caught. Brother Go told me to bring it back for you to stew. Hurry." Jiang Chen looked at the two little mischief makers, chuckling as he bent down to pat their heads, saying, "All right, I'll stew it for you, but I have to charge a processing fee." Ever since he learned the beast tamer skill, Jiang Chen found it easy to sense the thoughts of the animals around him. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Ergo and the little wolf cub began to spin around in excitement. Today, it seemed the earth spirit water had played a role in their hunting success, so Jiang Chen was not overly surprised. He picked up the wild rabbit and the little sparrow from the ground. Lin Xiaojing and the viewers in the live stream were astonished by the scene, contrasting with Jiang Chen's calm demeanor. Once back in the yard, Jiang Chen greeted everyone before signing off to prepare dinner. The viewers left the live stream one by one, grumbling in frustration that he planned to make a braised rabbit dish. And as for the little sparrow, it was too small, so he would braise it along with the rabbit meat. Soon, several quick dishes accompanied the braised rabbit meat to Ergo, who had been playing in the yard with the little wolf cub, caught a whiff of the braised rabbit's aroma, and darted into the kitchen with the little wolf cub in tow, drooling over the food Jiang Chen had placed on the stove. Jiang Chen brought the braised rabbit into the kitchen, tossed a rabbit head into Ergo's bowl. "This is yours." Then he rummaged around and found the little wolf cub's braised sparrow. Placing it in its small bowl, "This is for you." Both the dog and wolf, delighted to see the fruits of their labor, immediately began to feast. Jiang Chen looked at the remaining rabbit meat on the plate and nodded in satisfaction. "The rest is my processing fee." Soon, the dishes were served on the table, and Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing began to eat. The rabbit meat from the mountains was truly delicious. Even Lin Xiaojing, who usually controlled her diet to maintain her figure, indulged a bit more. After a while, the dog and wolf cubs suddenly disappeared. Jiang Chen thought little of it, assuming they had gone off to hunt for more wild game. After finishing his meal, as Jiang Chen was chatting with Lin Xiaojing over tea, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he realized the number looked somewhat familiar. That he answered the call, greeting the caller casually. "Zhou Jian, on the other end, had a face so dark it seemed as if ink would drip from it. He had never expected to be the one to call Jiang Chen. How infuriating, despite a barrage of curses running through his mind. Zhou Jian managed a cheerful laugh. Grandpa Chen, this is Zhou Jian, the deputy director of Douyu operations. Have you thought about the signing deal? Hearing Zhou Jian's voice, Jiang Chen finally recognized him. Oh, it's Director Zhou. My apologies, I've been quite busy these past days and almost forgot that I've made my decision. I'll be signing with Douyu. You mentioned I could sign a special contract, correct? Zhou Jian's tension eased at Jiang Chen's words. The last few days without contact had left him feeling anxious. Hearing Jiang Chen's willingness to sign with Douyu lifted Zhou Jian's spirits, and his earlier frustration vanished in an instant. Correct, I will give you a special contract. Your live stream's rewards will be split 80-18, and the company will continue to cover your 5 insurances in one fund. After the signing is complete, we will provide you with 3 days of prominent homepage promotion. Jiang Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed by Zhou Jian's offer. It seemed Douyu treated its streamers quite well, which explained why his ex-girlfriend had been so adamant about working with him. Each time the topic of signing came up, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of her. He wondered how she was doing now. Had she married and started a family? Yet, this was neither the time nor place for such reflections. Given Douyu's generous offer, Jiang Chen was determined not to let the company down. Before long, the signing contract arrived in Jiang Chen's email. Nowadays, signing contracts was a swift and straightforward process, transitioning to electronic signatures that eliminated much unnecessary hassle. After completing the contract, Jiang Chen had Lin Xiaojing send it back. The review would take about an hour or two, that he then began his afternoon live stream. Good afternoon, everyone. Hubby has finally logged on. I felt inexplicably empty during the hours you were away, Grandpa Chen. Wait, I remember you're a guy. Right, can a guy miss Grandpa Chen? Amusing. Thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Jiang Chen retrieved the tools he had yet to return to Lu Ershu and said, This afternoon, we won't be doing anything else. I will teach you how to carve Fu Lu Shou. He then brought out the fragrant sandalwood. Seeing this sandalwood makes my hands itch. So, I must carve it quickly. Aren't you afraid of ruining something worth that much? What if they ask you for compensation? Haha. Upon witnessing the wooden piece in Chun Ye's hands, valued at over 100,000, I found myself unable to suppress the overwhelming urge to return to my village. Haha, everyone, if we do not gamble now, when will we? Indeed, indeed. If Chen Yi truly carves the deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, I shall bestow upon him 10 rockets. However, should he ruin that exquisite wood, we shall strip right here. Strip, strip. Wow. At long last, the moment has arrived. Count me in. I bet 1 little rocket. I just drank some donkey high gelatin soup yesterday. And today I'm about to witness my husband strip. I'm inexplicably thrilled. I bet 10 rockets. I wager 500 fish balls. I wager 50 rockets. Bai Yitong remarked. I too shall bet 100 rockets to join in the merriment. Haha. The online viewers. As Jiang Chen observed the inexplicably excited viewers in the live stream, he smiled confidently. All right, if I ruin this rosewood, I shall strip right here. However, you may not be able to witness it. Meanwhile, atop the neighboring mountain of Zhao Shui village, the Wolf King gazed down at the half of a braised rabbit head that Ergo had brought, skeptically licking it, only to be momentarily stunned. By the heavens, such delectable food exists in this world. This sensation is simply exquisite. Observing the Wolf King's expression, the she-wolf beside him also lowered her head to taste the braised sparrow leg brought back by a little wolf cub. And she too was momentarily taken aback, as the delightful flavor instantly danced upon her tongue. Watching the reactions of the Wolf King and Queen, Ergo grinned, generously pushing half of the rabbit head toward the Wolf King. I told you, this wild rabbit is far tastier when cooked. The Wolf King, seeing the rabbit head offered by Ergo, swallowed hard and devoured it in one bite, letting out a satisfied howl. Oh, it is extraordinarily delicious. Chapter 49. Kneeling in respect after consuming the half-rabbit head brought by Ergo, the Wolf King continued to lick his lips, savoring the lingering taste. The Queen had also finished the sparrow leg brought back by the cub. Yet she remained unsatisfied, as the sparrow leg was far too small. The surrounding pack of wolves watched with eager eyes as the Wolf King and Queen relished the recent delicacies, their mouths watering incessantly. This has always been the custom among wolves. The king and queen have the precedence to enjoy food. Today, even the aloof and noble wolf king howled in delight over this meal. What could this exquisite treat possibly be? Sensing the gazes of the pack and his own lingering desire, the wolf king resolved to venture deep into the forest for a hunt, intending to bring back a bounty for Jiang Chen to prepare. Naturally, the pack, with their noble lineage, would not simply bring food without a sufficient processing fee. Upon receiving the wolf king's command, the pack immediately sprang into action. Ever since Ergo and the little wolf cub drank the spirit water yesterday, they were filled with energy and were thrilled at the prospect of hunting again. Before long, a disciplined pack of wolves set off, accompanied by the somewhat foolish Ergo and a gradually silly little cub. Venturing deeper into the forest, now that I have completed the outline, let's proceed to carve the general contours, Jiang Chen declared, swiftly maneuvering his carving knife across the rosewood. The deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity are three revered figures in Han folk belief, symbolizing happiness, auspiciousness, and longevity. In Taoism, they are considered three blessed deities in heaven. Fu, adorned with an official S-hat, holds a jade scepter or a child, representing the Grand Emperor of Blessings. Lu, cradling a child, symbolizes abundance in offspring, prosperity, and good fortune, embodying peace and a beautiful life. Shou, with a white beard and a smile, holds a dragon-headed staff and a peach of longevity, signifying a long and prosperous life. Since this ancient craft is dedicated to celebrating my grandfather's 80th birthday, what could be more appropriate than using the three deities as a gift? As the overall structure gradually took shape, Jiang Chen's speed increased. The viewers, who had been betting in the live stream, were now captivated by Jiang Chen's rapidly moving carving knife and his intricate explanations, leaving them almost speechless. The only way I can describe my current emotions is with a wow. Why is it that after 9 years of compulsory education, you Chenyi are so exceptional? I once thought my 958 degree was impressive, but after watching Chanye's live stream, I realized just how inadequate I am. I have come to the realization that I am truly inadequate. I have come to the realization that I am truly inadequate. I have come to the realization that I am truly inadequate. After finishing the carving of the fortune deity's face, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, flexing his fingers and glancing at the barrage of comments, which were filled with the same phrase. I have come to the realization that I am truly inadequate. Jiang Chen was amused by these amusing viewers. Are you all merely repeating machines? Seeing Jiang Chen take a break, Lin Xiaojing hurriedly handed him a cup of hot tea. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude, took a couple of sips, and gazed at the piece that had progressed to a third of completion, beginning to plan the next steps of his carving. Meanwhile, the scene of Xiaojing serving tea ignited a wave of envy in the live stream. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Kyoto, a striking figure sat at a computer desk, her long seaweed-like hair cascading down naturally, and her goddess-like face bore a hint of surprise. Xiao Tuan Tuan was preparing to start her live stream, and just 2 minutes before going live, she checked a private group chat established by popular streamers, only to come across a shocking internal message. Seeing someone, oh my. According to reliable sources, we seem to have signed a new top-tier streamer today. The contract is currently under review. Xiao Ding Ding. A new top-tier contract? No way. Is it a gaming streamer? Qingyu. Our platform's most popular category is gaming, and most of the traffic is driven by gaming streamers. A newcomer with a top-tier contract should also be in the gaming category, right? But I still can't believe a newcomer could get a top-tier contract. It must be an A grade. Seeing someone? No. You mistaken that I heard that a rural live streamer got the top-tier contract, and the contract is directly under review by the operations director. Qingyu. What? How is that possible? Rural live streaming has always been a niche. Xiao Tuan Tuan. I find that hard to believe. The director once asked me to bring traffic to an outdoor stream, but I couldn't make it popular. How could a rural live streamer get a top-tier contract? Seeing someone. Tuan Tuan, shouldn't you be going live by now? Why are you still in the group? Qingyu. Haha, your live stream must be facing some angry fans again. Hurry up and start. Xiao Tuan Tuan. Oh no, I'm late again, see you all. Closing the group chat. Xiao Tuan Tuan quickly opened her computer and entered the live stream. That it was already 3:07 p.m., and the chat was filled with fans expressing their displeasure. The sun today feels so nice. Accidentally got sunburned. And I ended up being late. As soon as Xiao Tuan Tuan began her stream, the atmosphere in the room brightened. However, the fans in the live stream were not buying her usual excuses. Apologize. Tuan Tuan. You were 7 minutes late again. Hurry and apologize. Stop making excuses. Just apologize. If you don't apologize, I'll unfollow. Seeing the firm stance of her fans, Xiao Tuan Tuan had no choice but to play some melancholic music, embodying her role as a dramatic figure as she embarked on another day of apology live streaming. Although she had entered the live streaming state, she remained quite curious about the newcomer streamer discussed in the group chat prior. A top-tier contract. She had spent years clawing her way to the top position of Douyu, gaining fame with her humorous personality and charming voice, which ultimately led to her signing as a super top-tier streamer. For a newcomer to secure a top-tier contract right off the bat seemed utterly unfathomable that if this were true, there must be some hidden agenda. Yes, there must be a hidden agenda. As Xiao Tuan Tuan began her stream, it seemed to have no impact on Jiang Chen's popularity. In fact, it was continuously rising. Other streams, however, suffered greatly, with their viewership plummeting by half. Some streamers even chose to end their broadcasts at that moment. As Jiang Chen's carving of the deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity became increasingly vivid, the surrounding embellishments also came to life, captivating the viewers in the live stream, rendering the comment section silent. Jiang Chen. The translucent and intricately patterned rosewood provided him with a wellspring of inspiration, while his skilled techniques seemed to breathe life into the wood itself, sculpting layer by layer with remarkable ease. The carving knife danced, creating flowing lines that depicted swirling clouds, interwoven and distant, connecting the three deities, rendering the entire composition more cohesive and natural. Observing Jiang Chen's seamless and adept carving techniques, as well as the emerging figures of the deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, the 300,000 viewers in the live stream instinctively knelt in respect. Kneeling in respect. Kneeling in respect. Kneeling in respect. Chapter 50. Why the sudden demand for 800,000 for processing fees? Finally, after Jiang Chen carved a lively and spirited celestial deer, he set down his carving knife. Is it finished? Wow. So this is the deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Oh my, I have made progress. I actually learned about carving seriously in the live stream. Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, Not yet. I still have one final step left, sanding. As he spoke, Lin Xiaojing immediately handed him some sandpaper, which he took and began the sanding process. Through his meticulous sanding, the unique and delicate rosewood gradually revealed a lustrous sheen that he gently blew away the wood shavings. And the smooth, flowing lines enhanced the natural beauty of the exquisite wood grain. Every detail that Jiang Chen polished was remarkably meticulous and refined, with a seamless craftsmanship that highlighted the unique hue of the rosewood, creating a sense of distance and depth in the figures. The overall composition was harmonious yet dynamic, substantial yet lively, with forms and lines that flowed organically. Even the leaping deer, turning back mid-jump, appeared vividly lifelike, blurring the line between reality and artifice. Watching Jiang Chen's live stream, Lu Lao, who had been glued to his computer desk for nearly a day, adjusted his reading glasses and sighed. This young master's skills are truly exceptional. One might even say he has reached the pinnacle of his craft. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyan observed her grandfather's astonishment with a slight frown, wishing her own carving skills were more impressive. Before long, Jiang Chen completed the final polishing, revealing a nearly perfect piece depicting the three-star deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, presented before the camera. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement upon seeing the completed piece in Jiang Chen's hands. Master Chen's craftsmanship is indeed astounding. I'm utterly mesmerized, exclaimed one viewer. Wow! Incredible! Forgive me for lacking better adjectives. I've lost my ability to articulate in Master Chen's stream. Bai Yitang commented. I must commend Master Chen on this carving. The entire piece appears effortlessly crafted, with the figures cohesive yet distinct, creating a powerful visual impact. Though the theme of the three-star deities is commonplace, Master Chen's rendition has transformed it into a timeless masterpiece. I can only say that playing with antiques is a stroke of luck. This rosewood carving of the three-star deities, even starting at 7 figures, is not an exaggeration. Wait, are you saying that Master Chen's carving has inflated the price of rosewood by nearly tenfold? Bai Yitang replied. One could say that the value of an artwork is only 1/3 determined by the raw materials, while the remaining 2/3 rely on the artisan's craftsmanship. What Master Chen has carved is indeed a treasure among treasures. Goodness, bowing down to Master Chen's hands. It's as if he is not just carving, but conjuring wealth. Master Chen, my girlfriend's 70th birthday is coming up. Could you possibly grace me with your talented hands to carve a gift? If she is pleased, we can split any rewards. Wait a moment. Are you fabricating a girlfriend just to get a gift? My husband is amazing. I want to learn carving from him and be his supportive partner. Wang Gu Tianxia wrote, Master Chen, this looks absolutely splendid. Thank you for your willingness to personally carve this gift for me. Wang Gu Tianxia tipped 100 rockets and commented, Thank you. Master Chen, could you privately message me your bank account number? I'll transfer 800,000 as a processing fee right away. Lin Xian, an astute antique enthusiast, recognized the value of the three-star deities carved by Jiang Chen at a glance and was ready to send the money if Jiang Chen agreed. Upon seeing Lin Xian's comment, the live stream viewers collectively expressed their admiration. However, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. His intention in carving the three-star deities was merely a whimsical urge, not to demand an exorbitant processing fee. That he glanced at the finished product and chuckled. No need for that. My carving of the three-star deities was simply a matter of indulgence. There is no need to take it so seriously. 80,000 was a significant sum, and it would be untrue to say Jiang Chen was indifferent. However, he had not anticipated that his casual carving would yield a piece valued over $1 million. While he appreciated wealth, he refused to exploit the generosity of affluent patrons like Wang Gu Tianxia. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Lin Xian, a principled wealthy individual, upon seeing Jiang Chen's reluctance to accept the processing fee, commented, Since Master Chen is unwilling to accept my processing fee, I feel awkward to take the three-star deities carving for free. Though it pains me, I shall gift it to Master Chen. Bai Yitang remarked. Wang Gu Tianxia, I admire your character. Wang Gu Tianxia, does your wealthy patron need any more accessories? Can I have one too? Wang Gu Tianxia, I'm ready. Husband, come marry me. Seeing the comments from Wang Gu Tianxia, Jiang Chen found himself both amused and perplexed. Hadn't this fellow intended to gift it to his grandfather? Was he truly willing to forego the gift just because he wouldn't accept the processing fee? Jiang Chen believed that after his enhancements, the three-star deities could easily be valued at 50 to 60,000, but after a moment of contemplation, he suggested, In that case, let us compromise. I will only accept half the processing fee. If you still disagree, I will have Uncle Zhang refund you, and I will keep this piece for my collection. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Mu from Bai Yitang suddenly perked up. If Tianxia doesn't want it, Master Chen, please sell it to me. I truly admire your work. I like it too. My grandfather will also be celebrating his 70th birthday next year. This would make a perfect gift. Seeing Jiang Chen's firm stance, Bai Yitang and Suzhou also expressed interest, causing Lin Xian to back down, not wanting to risk losing his grandfather's gift. Wang Gu Tianxia declared, Master Chen, don't sell it to them. It's settled then. 400,000 for the processing fee. In the future, I must treat you to a meal. Upon reading Wang Gu Tianxia's comment, Jiang Chen smiled. All right, it's a deal that if you have the opportunity to visit, I will treat you well. And me, I want to come for a meal at Master Chen's. Me too. I want to go as well. While the viewers were enthusiastic, they were mostly joking, as everyone had their own commitments. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan, who had been silent for a while, suddenly chimed in. Minjia Home Xiaoyan tipped 20 rockets and commented, Host, do you still accept apprentices? The viewers were taken aback by Lu Xiaoyan's donation. What is this? Xiaoyan, do you wish to apprentice under Master Chen? I object to this union. Minjia Home Xiaoyan replied. No, it's my grandfather who insists on apprenticing under the host. he is already packing his bags. The viewers were left speechless. Chapter 51. A millionaire in his own right. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan's comment, Jiang Chen was momentarily amused. Please don't let the old gentleman think that. I only have a rudimentary understanding. If he truly wishes to come, I will be happy to exchange ideas. What a humble attitude, Master Chen. Can you not be so modest? Perhaps this is the world of the elite, smiling. After responding to Lu Xiaoyan, Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly time for dinner, but he bid farewell to the viewers in the live stream and ended the broadcast to prepare the meal that he felt a bit guilty letting Lin Xiaojing always cook for him. It wasn't tea because her attempts at unique dishes were often unpalatable. Jiang Chen stored the carved 3-star deities, preparing to send it to Lin Xian the next day, just as he was about to head to the vegetable garden to pick some greens. A group of 7 or 8 figures entered the yard in an orderly fashion. Upon closer inspection, he saw the wolf pack led by the Wolf King, followed by Ergo, each carrying something in their mouths as they swaggered towards him. As they approached, Ergo dashed over, dropping 2 wild rabbits at Jiang Chen's feet, grinning widely and wagging his tail in excitement, eagerly signaling to Jiang Chen. The little wolf cub was not to be outdone either. It scampered up, proudly placing a small wild chicken at Jiang Chen's feet, rubbing its head against his pant leg in a display of affection. The Wolf King and the rest of the pack seemed somewhat reserved, placing their respective catches about a meter away from Jiang Chen and turning to look at him. Jiang Chen surveyed the wild rabbits, the chicken, and even a cauliflower snake among the bounty. Chuckling at the absurdity of it all, that it seemed these creatures had taken him for their cook. Moreover, apart from the little wolf cub, all their offerings were in pairs, clearly well prepared, even accounting for processing fees. Lin Xiaojing stood speechless, taken aback by the spectacle in the yard. Ergo, noticing Jiang Chen lost in thought, pawed at the 2 rabbits in front of him. The Wolf King hesitated momentarily, but recalling the delicious braised rabbit head from earlier, he swallowed hard and mimicked Ergo's gesture, tapping his own catch. The other wolves followed suit, eagerly pawing at their offerings. Jiang Chen was thoroughly entertained by their antics. Processing their bounty wouldn't take long. And the wild game looked promising that if they couldn't finish it, he could always sell it in town for a decent profit. Thus, he readily took the prey brought by the wolf pack and Ergo into the backyard, with Lin Xiaojing quickly joining in to help. The wolf pack watched eagerly as Jiang Chen carried their spoils into the kitchen, licking their chops in anticipation of a delightful meal. Unlike Ergo, they held their composure, refusing to appear as if they were pacing around the yard, preserving their dignity as wolves. Dazue observed the unexpected guests from a distance, occasionally cawing in curiosity. Soon, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas, making the wolf pack drool. Ergo and the little wolf cub wasted no time, rushing into the kitchen, eagerly awaiting their share of the meal. With only half of the cooking done, the small kitchen felt even more cramped with the 2 of them inside, making it difficult for Jiang Chen to maneuver. Thus, Jiang Chen swiftly kicked them out and, turning to enter the kitchen, cast a glance at the 1 wolf and 1 dog snuggled together, revealing a deathly smile. If you dare to come back, I shall stew you both together. With that, Jiang Chen turned and made his way into the kitchen. The dog and the little wolf cub, intimidated by his threats, settled down considerably, obediently waiting at the door. After more than half an hour, Lin Xiaojing emerged with an array of delectable dishes: braised rabbit, mushroom-stewed wild chicken, and clear-simmered cauliflower snake. Jiang Chen shared some rabbit and wild chicken meat with the dog and wolf cub before bringing a large basin filled with wild delicacies to the front yard. At that moment, the wolf pack was neatly lined up, sitting upright on the ground. Upon seeing the wild delicacies in Jiang Chen's hands, their expressions remained aloof, yet the drool dripping from their mouths betrayed their hunger. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and instructed Lin Xiaojing to fetch 7 plates from the cupboard, dividing the wild game into 7 portions, placing each in front of the wolves. Naturally, the portions for the Wolf King and Queen were more substantial. As per the pack's customs, unable to contain their excitement at the sight of the delicious food, the wolves lowered their heads to sniff before ravenously devouring their meals. How? So delicious! The wolf pack could hardly restrain their joy, emitting a few delighted howls in unison. With hands on his hips, Jiang Chen observed the scene of the pack feasting and felt a peculiar sensation. Why did it feel like he was feeding a bunch of huskies? After feeding the wolves, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing began their meal. However, he had prepared a bit too much wild game today and planned to deliver some to Uncle Zhang and Uncle Guai later. The wolves licked their plates clean, satisfied, before bidding farewell to Jiang Chen under the leadership of the Wolf King and retreating back into the mountains at that moment. Li Guai was on his way to Uncle Zhang's house for a meal when he inadvertently spotted 7 or 8 figures emerging from Jiang Chen's yard at a crossroads. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he was so startled that his legs went weak and he plopped down onto the ground. "Jiang Chen's house is wolves again," Li Guai exclaimed, stumbling toward Uncle Zhang's house. "Old Jiang! Jiang Chen's house is wolves again. What, those beasts? Quickly, grab your tools and come with me to kill them." "Zhang Guai, what are you two doing? Jiang Chen's house is wolves again. We need to check if he is all right." "That's too dangerous. Wait a moment. I'll grab my tools." After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen was about to pour himself a cup of tea to relieve the heaviness when suddenly 5 or 6 familiar figures burst into the yard. Peering outside, he saw Uncle Zhang, Li Guai, and others holding gleaming weapons. Their expressions, initially filled with righteous indignation, turned to surprise upon seeing the unscathed Jiang Chen. Realizing the situation, Jiang Chen immediately deduced that someone had spotted the wolf pack in his yard again. He stepped out of the house, ruffled his hair, and greeted them with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Guai, did you see wolves entering my house again? Rest assured, those wolves won't harm me. By the way, I cooked quite a bit of wild game today and was just about to pack some for you when you arrived. Come inside and sit. Let me prepare your takeout." With that, Jiang Chen turned to the kitchen to pack the food. The onlookers. In the end, Uncle Zhang and the others left Jiang Chen's house, each carrying the packed wild delicacies in one hand and their weapons in the other, their expressions marked by an intriguing mix of emotions. After they departed, Zhou Jian contacted Jiang Chen to inform him that the contract had been successfully signed. Lin Xian also messaged Jiang Chen, inquiring about his account before directly transferring 400,000 yuan as processing fees. After discussing with Lin Xiaojing, they decided to withdraw the earnings from the live streaming account. And after sharing Lin Xiaojing's due compensation, Jiang Chen found himself with 550,000 yuan. With this influx of funds, Jiang Chen could almost consider himself a millionaire. Feeling elated, he washed up and returned to his room, ready to begin his unboxing for the day. Chapter 52, Truly, spending money can make one stronger? Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the System Coin Exchange feature. System Coin Exchange feature. You can exchange your wealth for system coins at a ratio of 2:1. Upon seeing this feature unlocked, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Exchange wealth for system coins? However, the exchange rate seemed rather steep to convert money into system coins. One would need 200,000 yuan to obtain 100,000 system coins for a single unboxing. Nevertheless, this function was better than none. And since Jiang Chen now had a bit of money, spending 200,000 for an unboxing wasn't too much of a stretch. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen directly exchanged 200,000 yuan for 100,000 system coins and commenced the unboxing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of Master Tea Maker. Master Tea Maker. Proficient in cultivating and processing all types of tea leaves. Capable of creating unparalleled, exquisite teas. Following this, a torrent of information flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Wow, a master tea maker, this seems quite impressive. Truly, spending money can lead to strength. After spending 200,000 for such a desirable skill, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement and decided to try unboxing once more. What if he stumbled upon another useful skill? Thus, he spent another 200,000 to convert system coins into points for another unboxing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 essence cleansing pills. Jiang Chen. Although he had unboxed 10 essence cleansing pills at once, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, considering the 200,000 he had just spent. After spending 400,000 on unboxings, Jiang Chen decisively closed the system interface and exited. That it seemed that unboxing was akin to a lottery. The more one tried, the less likely one was to obtain anything truly valuable. Jiang Chen took out 2 essence cleansing pills from his system bag, chewed them, and swallowed them down, instantly feeling a significant boost in his physical capabilities, the effects being remarkably immediate. Previously, he could effortlessly lift 400 pounds. Now, he estimated he could lift over 1,000. Once capable of taking on 10 opponents, he now felt capable of single-handedly confronting a trained team of 30 that's sensing the surge of power coursing through him. Jiang Chen felt a restless energy. However, there was nothing weighing 1,000 pounds or a 30-member team available for him to test his newfound strength. Thus, he decided to adjust his mindset and promptly went to sleep. Perhaps due to the essence cleansing pills, Jiang Chen's sleep quality became exceedingly good that he could fall asleep within minutes of deciding to do so and sleep soundly until dawn. Upon waking in the morning, Jiang Chen leapt from his bed, feeling utterly refreshed. The essence cleansing pills were indeed remarkable. Since Uncle Jiang had long suffered from rheumatism, and Jiang Chen had an excess of essence cleansing pills, he planned to give one to him later to see if it would yield any effect. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaojing also rose, and after they had breakfast, they prepared to start their live stream, when they received a message from Zhou Jian. "Good morning, Jiang Yi. Today marks your official first day signed with our Douyu platform that I've already instructed my assistant to update your contract status immediately. However, our homepage promotion will be shared with another streamer for one more day. Tomorrow, you'll receive 3 consecutive days of homepage promotion. Keep up the good work." Seeing Zhou Jian's message, Jiang Chen replied with an affirmative and opened the live stream. "Good morning, everyone." Jiang Chen merely offered a greeting, and the live stream room instantly erupted with a flurry of rocket gifts being showered upon him. Playing around, gifted 1 rocket and commented, "Hubby, this is the rocket I owed you from yesterday." "I'm not a little brother," gifted 10 rockets and commented, "This is the rocket I owed you from yesterday. Next time, could you not end the stream so quickly? It made me feel miserable all night." "I want to praise you," gifted 50 rockets and commented, "A bet is a bet. Here are the rockets I owe you from yesterday." 100 Arts Hall gifted 100 rockets and commented, "Just joining in the fun." Ha 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 ha. Realizing the gifts and comments from the viewers, Jiang Chen quickly understood that he had ended the previous stream too hastily, leaving many viewers who had lost bets unable to send their gifts. Fortunately, since he had ended the stream quickly, and now that he had signed with Douyu, his revenue split had increased to 82, making today's gifts significantly more worthwhile. Meanwhile, an account named Douyu Official Platform sent Jiang Chen 10 rockets, commenting, "The Douyu platform warmly welcomes Jiang Yi. We look forward to your continued support in the future." Seeing the platform's gift, Jiang Chen politely responded, "Thank you for the support, and I hope we can have a fruitful collaboration." Wow! Hubby has really joined Douyu. How exciting! Oh my! Look at Jiang Yi's title. He has a yellow V. Isn't that a privilege reserved for top-tier streamers? I consider myself one of Jiang Yi's loyal fans. He has only been streaming for a few days, and I didn't expect him to get signed as a top-tier streamer so quickly. Last time, so many platforms were vying for my hubby. Douyu must have shown great sincerity. After all, my hubby is in high demand. Get lost. Jiang Chen is my husband. Step aside. I am the rightful owner. Everyone, Lin Xiaojing, and I need to head to town to send this 3-star congratulatory gift to Wang Guxiana. I need to borrow a motorcycle from my brother Zhou Shuai for a bit. Why doesn't Jiang Yi buy his own motorcycle? Always borrowing from his brother. Is it really just borrowing? Thinking, brother, dare not express anger. Wang Guxianta. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Yi. Jiang Chen returned to his room and retrieved the 3-star wooden sculpture he had carved yesterday that he casually found an old gift box that his parents had once given to his grandfather to pack it away and brought it to the yard. I don't have any nice packaging boxes here either, so let us just use a random one for now. You can choose a better box later, Tianxia. Tianxia replied, all right, I bought a small leaf red sandalwood box worth 100,000 yesterday from an acquaintance, which will perfectly complement the 3-star sculpture carved by Grandpa Chen that I'm sure my grandfather will love it. Wow. A packaging box costs 100,000. Poverty limits my imagination. Bai Yitong laughed. Haha, it seems Tianxiao really has a filial heart. In fact, I have a filial heart too, but I just don't have the money. Doge face. Soon, Jiang Chen borrowed a motorcycle from Zhou Shuai and took Lin Xiaojing to the town to send some items. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lin Xiaojing noticed a dilapidated workshop overgrown with weeds in the distance and asked Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang Chen, what is this workshop at the village entrance? It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. Hearing Lin Xiaojing's question, Jiang Chen glanced at the old workshop not far away and replied, That was an investment made by the city many years ago to alleviate poverty by planting tea. They cultivated a 10-acre tea garden. And the workshop you mentioned was specifically for processing tea. Actually, behind that factory among the tall weeds, there are still remnants of the tea plants that were once cultivated. Initially, a tea merchant contracted the tea garden and cultivated it for a few years. But the tea produced was quite unpleasant and unsellable. Due to various reasons, he eventually gave up. Later, villagers from our community thought it was a waste to let the tea go to waste. So they would go pick some for their own use. However, the tea was particularly unpalatable, and soon no one wanted to pick it, let alone lease it out, leading to its abandonment. After finishing his explanation, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Although Chaoshui village had a pleasant environment, its remoteness hindered the development of many poverty alleviation projects, leaving the village increasingly impoverished. The youth were all fleeing to the outside world, and no girl would willingly marry into such a place. However, Lin Xiaojing's question sparked an idea in Jiang Chen's mind. Now that he was a master tea maker, could he perhaps attempt to lease the tea garden here? He happened to have the earth spirit water in hand, and combined with his expertise, he might be able to revive this tea garden. Chapter 53. Preferring a meteor figure after a journey of over 40 minutes. Jiang Chen finally arrived in town with Lin Xiaojing. Coincidentally, today was the day of the town's market, held every 3 days, making it livelier than usual. Stalls lined both sides of the quaint, ancient street, selling common rural tools, daily necessities, and various fruits. Jiang Chen parked the motorcycle in front of the street market and, together with Lin Xiaojing, made their way to the only Shunfeng Express station in town. Upon entering the store, Jiang Chen got straight to the point. "Hello, I want to send a package." The young man responsible for collecting packages in the store appeared rather indifferent. "Sure. What are you sending? Bring it over so I can weigh it. The starting price is 12 yuan per kilogram for intra-province and 21 yuan per kilogram for inter-province." Jiang Chen handed the box containing the wooden sculpture to the courier, saying, "Wooden handicrafts, I need a quote." Upon hearing this, the courier opened the box and was taken aback by the stunning 3-star wooden sculpture inside. "Wow, this wood carving must be quite valuable, right?" The courier carefully returned the box to Jiang Chen, his demeanor shifting to a more amiable one. He estimated that the wood carving was worth at least 10,000 to 20,000. Jiang Chen nodded. It was indeed a bit pricey, around 500,000. That the courier was speechless. Ha ha ha. The courier has been completely stunned. TFSA, Master Chen is really good at acting. Master Chen. Basic skills, no need to show off, sit down. After a moment of astonishment, the courier finally regained his composure. "Please wait a moment. I can't decide this on my own. Let me call the manager." With that, he went into the back to fetch someone. Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing were quite patient, as the item they were sending was valuable. So being cautious was prudent. Shortly after, the manager arrived. "Hello, sir. Given the value of your item, sending it from here may be quite expensive." Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. "A higher price is fine. After all, ensuring safe delivery is paramount. That I need it sent to Kyoto." "All right, for Kyoto, the shipping fee will be 900 yuan that we will arrange for a dedicated person to track it, and it should arrive by tomorrow morning." Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. After watching the courier pack the item securely, he settled the payment and left with Lin Xiaojing. The two then began to stroll around the town. Lin Xiaojing even bought some clothes from a local shop. Although the style seemed outdated, every time she emerged from the fitting room in those outfits, she left onlookers, including Jiang Chen, momentarily spellbound. A way is dead. It proves that only clothes choose people, not the other way around. As long as the person is beautiful enough, even a simple piece of cloth looks good. I'm increasingly fond of my wife. Thank you, Master Chen, for taking care of my wife. When I have money, I will definitely come to pick her up riding a colorful cloud. Xiaojing, my dear wife, I currently have 2.5 million happiness beans. Would you be willing to be with me? Lin Xiaojing was indeed remarkable. However, compared to Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she fell slightly short. That in truth, Jiang Chen preferred a meteor figure. Lin Xiaojing had a slender beauty, while his ex-girlfriend had a more curvaceous physique, though she was not overweight. After Lin Xiaojing purchased several outfits, the two wandered around the town until afternoon before preparing to return home, and Jiang Chen had also bought quite a few items. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Kyoto, Tuan Tuan had just returned home. That in half an hour, she was scheduled to go live. Fortunately, she only started streaming at 3 in the afternoon, allowing her to spend some time with her 4 little treasures at Yingxishu. However, today the little ones expressed their desire to visit Happy Valley for a few days, but unfortunately, the operations director never approved her leave. After all, she was the top streamer on Douyu, and taking a few days off would result in a significant loss of traffic for the platform. Tuan Tuan understood the director's difficulties but yearned to spend more time with her 4 little ones. Sitting at her desk in the studio, she opened her computer, and just as she did, her phone rang. It's the director calling me at this hour? Tuan Tuan answered the call with some confusion, and a polite voice greeted her. Good afternoon, Tuan Tuan. I have some good news to share with you today. What news? Hearing the director mention good news, Tuan Tuan did not seem overly excited, as any news that did not grant her a few days off was not particularly thrilling. However, the director's response made her widen her beautiful eyes in surprise. Director, what did you say? You approve me for a 3-day leave? Yes, I know you've been working hard lately. I've refused your leave requests so many times. If I don't give you a break now, you might end up hating me as your director. Hearing the director's words, Tuan Tuan teased. The director knows me quite well. They then discussed some work-related matters before ending the call, overjoyed at receiving her leave. Tuan Tuan immediately called her best friend to help book tickets to Happy Valley, planning to take the little ones for some fun the next day. After chatting for a while and hanging up, she glanced at the time on her phone and felt a jolt. She was going to be late for her stream again. Meanwhile, at the Douyu Live streaming platform's office, in the director's office, Sun Ji was briefing Pang Hai about the plans for promoting Jiang Chen's live streaming homepage tomorrow. Just in time for Tuan Tuan's 3-day break, we'll see if Jiang Chen's South stream can drive traffic. You should also give Jiang Chen a call to inform him. This will be a test for him. Zhou Jian nodded in response to his superior's arrangement. Got it. Today, Sun Ji had made a considerable decision to allow Tuan Tuan a 3-day break. After all, since she rose to fame, she had only taken 1 day off for a toothache, demonstrating her dedication. With plans to promote Jiang Chen's live stream homepage tomorrow, Sun Ji was also eager to see if Jiang Chen could indeed boost traffic. Although both he and Zhou Jian had confidence in Jiang Chen's content, a hint of apprehension lingered in their minds due to the niche nature of Jiang Chen's streaming style, which carried some risks. Chapter 54, Master Chen, are you going to the jungle without a weapon? Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing finished their shopping in town, and upon arriving at the village entrance, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped the motorcycle. Wait for me here for a moment. After instructing Lin Xiaojing, he walked towards the overgrown workshop nearby. What is Master Chen planning to do? Is he going to the jungle? Master Chen, you're not bringing any weapons. Are you going to get yourself killed? Oh my, such thick weeds. Aren't you afraid of snakes, dear? I think even if there are snakes, they would probably avoid Master Chen, Master Chen wouldn't he be going to relieve himself? Would he? That wouldn't he be appropriate with hundreds of thousands of viewers watching? Shy, Jiang Chen walked into the tea garden behind the workshop, nearly disappearing amidst the towering weeds. He parted the wild grass and discovered a tea tree nearly as tall as a person. Satisfied, he nodded. It appeared to be in good condition. Jiang Chen then crouched down. No way. Master Chen, you are not that kind of person. I refuse to believe it. Master Chen, there is a workshop nearby. You could step in there to take care of it. I was initially hoping to witness my husband undressing. Must I really witness him removing his trousers today? Jiang Chen, upon reading the amusing comments from the online viewers, was momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. What are you all thinking? I merely intend to uproot a tea tree to try my hand at cultivating it. If I manage to grow some delightful tea, I shall lease this entire tea garden. Jiang Chen had located the root of the tea plant before preparing to pull it out. Master Chen, are you out of your mind? Did you not say that the tea leaves on this mountain are dreadful? Are you still considering leasing it? Is Master Chen worried about spending his money? Here is my bank account. Please transfer the funds to me. What the hell? What am I witnessing? No way. No way. Within a mere minute or two, the live chat was flooded with exclamations of disbelief. From a distance, Lin Xiaojing gaped in astonishment. Jiang Chen bent down and effortlessly uprooted a tea tree nearly his height, roots and all, and began dragging it toward Lin Xiaojing. Observing Jiang Chen pull the tea tree from the earth as if it were a mere weed, the viewers began to question their own existence. As expected of Master Chen, is this what he meant by uprooting a tea plant to cultivate? I thought he was going for a small seedling. Am I truly a phony farmer? This tea tree must be 7 to 8 years old. The roots must have sunk deep into the ground. Yet he pulled it out just like that. Tea tree. Utterly unexpected. What a beast! The streamer must have trained for over 20 years to acquire such arm strength. Before long, Jiang Chen returned to his motorcycle, dragging the tea tree behind him. Lin Xiaojing stared at the tree he brought, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Jiang Chen effortlessly bound the tea tree with a rope and secured it to the motorcycle's cargo rack, casually remarking to Lin Xiaojing, "It's quite a distance from my home. Coming here daily to water and tend to this tree would be a hassle, so I might as well take it back with me. I plan to attempt cultivating this tea tree first to see if I can enhance its flavor. If successful, I will lease the entire tea garden." While speaking, Jiang Chen mounted his motorcycle, appearing entirely unfazed despite having just performed manual labor. Wasn't this tea tree at least 70 to 80 pounds? To uproot it entirely, then to bind it securely, and finally act as if nothing had happened. Did the tea tree have no dignity? Ultimately, Lin Xiaojing could only swallow hard, nodding dazedly before climbing onto the motorcycle. No way. I suspect Master Chen is not even human. Hey, you're done for. You dare say Master Chen isn't human? Be careful he doesn't come looking for you with a few 100 pounds of iron. However, Master Chen's ambition is rather naive. Professional tea contractors can't even produce good tea. Does Master Chen really think he can? I don't believe it either. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen noticed the amusing viewers had turned into echo chambers once more. Chuckling, well, I have nothing to lose to it's merely an experiment that consumes a little time. Who knows, I might just grow some delightful tea. Ha ha, I sense an opportunity to embarrass Master Chen is approaching. Do you all understand? If not now, then when I bet 500 fish balls, I bet 1 rocket, I bet 10 rockets. In an instant, a wave of fervor surged through Jiang Chen's live stream, with viewers eagerly placing their bets. Everyone, even if you want to shower me with gifts. You needn't go this far, that I told you. Betting against me will leave you with nothing but your underwear. Better prepare to undress. Exactly. I need to drink some Jiao to replenish my blood. Otherwise, I fear I'll be gushing too much nosebleed. Ha ha. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Damn it. Why are all the women around me so cold? While those in Master Chen's live stream seem like they've never encountered a man in centuries. Get lost. What do you mean centuries without encountering a man? We're just craving our husband's body. You shameless hussy. Do you think you can call my husband? Chapter 55. Even Master Chen's husky can hunt. While I remain a mere waste who can only shout 666. Jiang Chen rode his motorcycle, carrying Lin Xiaojing home. Passing by Uncle Zhang's house, he noticed Uncle Zhang emerging with a bag of garbage and greeted him. Uncle Zhang, out to throw away the trash. Indeed, Chen boy, what is this? Did you plant a tree? Is that a tea tree? What do you intend to do with it? Hearing Uncle Zhang's inquiry, Jiang Chen slowed down. I'm taking it home to see if I can grow it. Uncle Zhang responded. Ha! Why grow it? Ha ha! Just to give it a try, I'll explain more next time. Go on, go on. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow slightly. Lately, Chen boy seemed quite busy upon returning home. Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing unloaded the tea tree and the items they had purchased. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xiaojing and the online viewers, he headed to Zhou Shuai's house to return the motorcycle. Wow! Jiang Chen, why have you filled my gas tank again? Zhou Shuai, who was also preparing to ride out, questioned upon seeing the full gauge. Jiang Chen had filled it last time too, and Zhou Shuai, usually straightforward, felt a bit awkward. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, You lend me your bike so freely. It's only natural for me to put some gas in it. Zhou Shuai, however, appeared a bit displeased. Do we really need to keep track of such things? If you need the bike in the future, just take it whenever. I seldom go out anyway. All right, I'll borrow it again next time. Although Jiang Chen said this, he still felt a bit guilty. He couldn't keep borrowing from others that seemed he would need to buy a motorcycle for himself soon. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaojing had already organized the purchased items. Jiang Chen then proceeded to plant the tea tree he had uprooted. My husband has finally returned. I've been waiting so long. So eager. You diving right into planting your tea tree as soon as you get back. Master Chen seems quite serious. Could we be losing our bet again? It seems precarious. Master Chen often doesn't play by the rules. Jiang Chen initially planned to use the spiritual soil he obtained from the system to plant. But realizing he only had 20 pounds of it, if he were to lease a tea garden, it would need to be measured in tons. That if he lacked spiritual soil, he might as well conduct the experiment using ordinary soil. Jiang Chen dragged the tea tree to the vegetable garden and quickly gathered a shovel and hoe, planting the tree in no time. Transplanting a tea tree isn't overly complicated. It merely requires ensuring it has sufficient moisture for the next few days. After compacting the soil around the tree's roots, Jiang Chen exchanged a few words with the viewers before fetching a basin of water from the fish pond to irrigate the roots. The water from the fish pond was infused with earth spirit water, so it would certainly have some effect. He just wasn't sure how significant it would be. After watering the tea tree, Jiang Chen began tidying up his tools and said, "All right, everyone. My tea tree has been planted. Let us come back in a few days to check the results." "Is that it? Just that?" I thought Master Chen would have some grand move. It's just digging a hole for the tea tree and watering it a bit. Isn't he just trying to undress for us? "A few days? Master Chen, are you sure you didn't misspeak? Your tea tree hasn't even sprouted yet. How can we expect results in a few days?" "Husband, don't wait any longer. Let us just undress." "Yes, let us just undress." Jiang Chen picked up the hoe from the ground and chuckled. Don't rush. We'll find out the results in a few days." However, he felt a bit disheartened. Why did the viewers have such peculiar taste nowadays? They were either asking him to dress as a woman and dance or to undress. After this flurry of activity, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. Just as Jiang Chen returned to the courtyard, Ergo and the wolf cub appeared at the courtyard gate, each carrying their prey. Approaching Jiang Chen, he glanced behind them but saw no sign of the wolf pack. It seemed the pack wouldn't be coming today. Animals like wolves possess considerable patience and self-control. They generally wouldn't act out unless provoked. Yesterday, they brought in game to process, likely influenced by Ergo. Furthermore, since they had satisfied their hunger yesterday, it was unlikely they would exhibit such behavior again soon. The dog and the wolf presented their catches before Jiang Chen, who knowingly accepted their offerings. Today, they had a decent haul: a wild rabbit, a bamboo rat, and a wild chicken. The viewers in the live stream erupted with envy. "Damn, even Master Chen's husky can hunt. Why does mine only know how to wreck the house? Ha! Even Master Chen's husky can hunt, while I remain a mere waste who can only shout 666. The human is outdone by the dog. I never expected that as a strapping 7-foot man, I would be surpassed by a mere dog." Receiving the prey from Ergo and the little wolf cub, Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly time to end the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the conclusion of today's live stream. I must go prepare dinner now. With that, Jiang Chen logged off. However, a multitude of viewers felt a lingering desire for more. "Don't go, darling, just a little longer. I'll send you a rocket. I'll send you fish balls. I'll give you a baby monkey." Oh dear. To the ladies in front, I must say, I am not too shabby myself. I possess looks akin to Wu Yanzu. Would any of you consider me? Get lost. Scram. Chapter 56. Did Master Chen not say he was going to release some fish? Why then was he tidying up his fishing gear? The countryside at night was beautiful, tranquil, and harmonious. After dinner, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing languidly sat on a wooden bench in the yard, enjoying the evening breeze. Ergo and the little wolf cub had finally eaten their fill and settled down beside Jiang Chen for a rest. As Jiang Chen relished the gentle breeze, he felt an incomparable sense of contentment. That moment, Lin Xiaojing's phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out and discovered it was a call from director Zhou Jian. Zhou often watched Jiang Chen's live streams and, knowing that Lin Xiaojing was his assistant, had saved her number in case of emergencies, especially since Jiang Chen frequently left his phone behind. "It should be for you." "Brother Chen," Lin Xiaojing said, pressing the answer button. "Hello, little Jing. Is Master Chen there?" Zhou Jian spoke politely, having developed a fondness for Lin Xiaojing from watching Jiang Chen's broadcasts. Yes, he is here. Let me hand the phone to him right away." After saying this, Lin Xiaojing passed the phone to Jiang Chen. Taking the call, Jiang Chen asked, "Director Zhou, is there something urgent that requires your attention at this late hour?" "Nothing too pressing. I simply wanted to discuss tomorrow as promotional push." "Do you have any plans for your live stream tomorrow?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "I do have something in mind. I plan to release the sturgeon from the fish pond. After all, it is a protected species, and keeping it isn't quite right. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Jian instinctively nodded. The idea of releasing a protected species certainly had its appeal, particularly one as rare as a sturgeon. That sounds good. I'll have our designer create a promotional cover for you tonight. After discussing some work matters, Zhou Jian felt relieved and was about to hang up when he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Master Chen, next month we will be hosting a meet and greet for our top-tier streamers at Douyu. You absolutely must grace us with your presence. Jiang Chen had garnered considerable popularity on Douyu and various video platforms. If he continued to receive support this month, his popularity might see a significant surge. Attending the streamer meet and greet could spark quite a buzz. Hearing Zhou Jian's invitation, Jiang Chen did not rush to agree. He chuckled softly and said, "All right, I'll assess the situation and decide then." "Very well, make sure to rest early." "Okay." After hanging up, Zhou Jian furrowed his brow. Jiang Chen truly had no regard for his status as the vice president of operations at Douyu. After spending some time in the yard, Jiang Chen and Lin Xiaojing each returned to their rooms to rest. Upon entering his room, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system for a loot box. "Congratulations, host. You have received 2 units of spiritual soil." Another batch of spiritual soil. Today's loot box left him somewhat unsatisfied. That it seemed unrealistic to expect to obtain an exciting skill every day. Nonetheless, possessing 2 units of spiritual soil was better than nothing. This brought his total to 40 pounds. He could experiment with raising some unusual creatures. After finishing with the loot box, Jiang Chen went to bed early. At around 6 in the morning, Jiang Chen's biological clock naturally awakened him. In the countryside, early to bed meant early to rise. Today, ergo was as usual. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the yard, it rushed towards him with affectionate enthusiasm, ultimately earning a pat from Jiang Chen. The little wolf cub dashed up, desperately tugging at Jiang Chen's pant leg, having entered the phase of home destruction practice. After giving its rear a couple of pats, the little one yelped and ran off to complain to ergo. After breakfast, Jiang Chen promptly opened his live streaming room. "Good morning, everyone. Today, we are going to return the baby sturgeon to Tingxi Lake for release, as it is a nationally protected species and should not be kept in my pond." As he spoke, he began to gather the necessary equipment for fishing. Since they were heading to the Tingxi Reservoir, it would be a shame not to bring back some fish. Although he had just started streaming, the viewer count surged to 7,000 or 8,000 instantly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen mention releasing the sturgeon while preparing his fishing gear, the viewers flooded the chat with a barrage of question marks. "Oh, Master Chen, are you really going to release it? Why are you bringing fishing tools? Exactly, why are you bringing fishing gear and so thoroughly equipped? Didn't you say you were going to release it? I suspect you're primarily going fishing with a side of releasing, right? Master Chen, since I'm going, I certainly can't return empty-handed." As Jiang Chen finished organizing his fishing tools, he noticed the viewers' banter and chuckled. "Indeed, since I'm going, I might as well catch a few fish on the side. My main focus is still the release. This baby sturgeon will be gone tomorrow, so enjoy the view while you can." Meanwhile, the operations team at Douyu had uploaded the promotional cover designed overnight by the graphic artist. The cover featured a snapshot taken from the video of Jiang Chen catching the sturgeon, emblazoned with eye-catching text declaring, "The most beautiful countryside begins with Master Chen. Live release of rare wild sturgeon."